you Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome.
To the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died. Awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Berlin, Germany, as we are looking for our second finalist who will join Fnatic in the final tomorrow. Will it be G2 or will it be Team BDS? My name is Shox, and today I'm joined by Aragon and Niski, and Goldberg is standing by as well. All hands on deck. Welcome, Niski.
Thank you.
You're not in theme.
You're not.
I'm
You're
not,
missing
yeah.
the tiger print.
What's going on?
I blame SK.
Yeah. Oh no, called out. You'll also be here tomorrow for the final, so perhaps we'll see you in a tux then. Maybe it's just not the big leagues yet. But hey, let's talk about those season finals as well, because we finally do have our 6 teams that are locked into the season finals. Aragon, what do you find of the field that we have going on the road to Munich?
It's an impressive field. I think it's been such a long playoffs, but I will say I do miss KC already. I think there was such an argument that they could still even be top 3, but still a very impressive field.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people started to fall in love with KC, both because their play was looking better as well as the players there, but that's how the cookie crumbles, right? You got to look at the whole year.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they had 2 really bad splits, and then now they're like slowly picked it up, but it was way too late. And personally, I'm very happy that they're out because they look pretty good, and I'm glad that the Giants took the spot. So yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Who's the odd duck out?
Mad. I would say 2 teams don't belong there, and it's Mad and the Giants.
That are the teams that I think are going to have to show us a lot more, right? I think that's fair to say, right, Aragon?
Yeah, no, I completely. I think especially Mad. I think Mad have been incredibly shaky, and it's just been really the El Yoya show trying to shine, trying to facilitate his lanes, especially up top side, whereas some of the rest of the individuals haven't been doing well.
Indeed. Now, it's also the race for Worlds, so it's these teams that are still in the running for Worlds, and I think it's fair to assume that G2 and Fnatic, because of their all-year performance, I think BDS is also kind of there, could have the better cards. But who will be that third team, or who should be? I know you want SK to be there, but who do you think it should be, Aragon?
Look, I've thought about this for a long time now. SK versus BDS is really the question. In the end, I've got to go with SK. BDS were too shaky in terms of some individual. Their macro play wasn't there. I hate to praise the person right next to me. It feels odd, but generally, outside of the Screamer week last week, I don't know what happened there.
It's fine.
Niski does pretty good in clutch situations, so I'm going to go with SK.
Okay, we'll see indeed, but you're right, and we're going to see BDS again today. Now, the season finals, they are starting on August 10th, and of course, that last weekend of August, we are heading over to Munich. You can get your tickets for Munich at lec.gg/Munich. We're not there yet. You said it already, BDS yesterday, they eliminated KC in a 5-game series. Niski, what did you think of the show?
I think pretty exciting games from KC. I think the only problem that they had, they couldn't really deal with Nuke. I actually think Nuke had, I believe, his best performance in a best of 5. And I really hope that today he also shows us what he can do against Caps, because I don't think it's going to be as easy.
Yeah, definitely. I also think KC had other issues in terms of the drafting department. I think the biggest one, the most egregious, was definitely the full AD versus Malphite Morg with the Vi as well. I think Closer got exposed in terms of champion pool, and among other issues, those were the biggest to me.
Yeah, that's a good point, Aragon. And when we think about kind of the the match that they have today versus G2, it's a whole different beast in terms of draft. I think BDS probably got given a couple of gifts yesterday, you know, in terms of what they could draft into KC, but they're going to have to clean more up than that.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest one that stands out to me is Adam's ability to counterpick as well as blind. It was super odd and in some ways could be interpreted as disrespectful. With the blind pick, Olaf assuming Kana didn't have anything, as well as his counterpicks being a bit lackluster, especially with the Sion into the Kennen saving R5 for that. It was kind of disappointing.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. I think Adam will have a rough time today because
Yeah.
I do believe BB probably has like a lot of champions ready for Adam, and I feel like the Olaf and the Darius, like those champions don't really work into BB, and also the ability of G2 playing the map, I think will hurt a lot BDS if Adam does not have TP.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. We'll dive a bit deeper into the matchup in just a second, but this is the bracket as it stands.
No, don't spread this propaganda, Shocks, okay? This is a conspiracy, I'm telling you, okay? The LEC has trapped us in some strange time loop, a circle, if you will, of the LEC. And I will prove it to you. You see, while our current schedule looks like this is actually a better visualization of it. Our current time loop, how many times have you seen this? BDS third, Fnatic lose the finals to G2, and G2 wins it all. It keeps happening again and again and again. So let's have a look at some of the evidence supporting my theory, okay? It was very, very long ago, winter split of 2024, BDS would try and make a deep playoffs run, but alas, would not make it further than what? Third, that's right. Fast forward to the very recent spring playoffs where once again, they would only manage at what? You're right, third. And if that doesn't convince you, then hear me out for a second. BDS consists of 3 letters. Think about it. That's all. No, it's not. There's actually Fnatic as well. So let's have a look at that. In the last 5 years, they have lost 5 finals to G2. We've been stuck in the same storylines since 2019. Fnatic beating G2 in the upper bracket was even used in the 2020 script. And if you're not convinced, then just look at this right here. The fact that G2 always wins since our 3 split seasons format. If they make it into top 3, no matter how many times someone tries to stop them in this scenario, they win it all. And this is the reality we live in. Now, I've come up with a solution, okay? First off, let's get best of 17s into this one. That's the only way we can really solve this. It's clear the best of 5s are not really adequate enough. And also, wait, hold up a second. So if we get rid of their keyboards, right? And then actually we give them GameCube controllers instead, then we can break the circle. It's a cube.
Calm down, calm down. I understand that you're going insane. I mean, I also would like the same thing not to happen again. I will have you know that Rogue won a split one summer. Yeah?
Yeah.
Mad Lions did also, so
It's long ago.
yeah, there is hope. Anyways, let's hear from G2 and we'll let GB calm down. And I will hear from Dylan to hear what his planning is for taking on BDS today in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame lobby.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And thank you, Dylan, for joining me ahead of your best of versus Team BDS. Now, Gulbok was suggesting we should probably have a best of 17 between you two guys. However, I think by now you've probably played 17 games against each other in a best of.
Yeah, I think we played them in a best of in every single playoffs. I think we actually played a best of 5 against them all of the splits so far this year. And I think we also played them last year in seasons finals. Yeah, there's been a lot of G2 versus BDS.
Now listen to me, there's a little bit of a controversy. Ever since the format change, you guys have not been able to win through a lower bracket. It was last spring, 2023.
Okay.
The Mad Lions incident. However, BDS have never been able to beat you either in a best of. So what's happening? Who's going to break the curse?
Well, I think when it comes to us in the lower bracket, there's a sample size of 1.
All right.
I think when it's us against BDS in a best of series, the sample size is probably like 7 or 8. So I think just if you're going off of like probably data and statistical things, I would say we'd probably
Results-based
have a
analysis?
higher confidence interval in us in this one. Yeah.
All right, now I'm going to take you to a series that was not as fun as you guys playing BDS, which was the Fnatic series. What patterns did you take away from that particular series that you're looking to correct coming into today's one?
I think Fnatic played very well that series. I think games 2 and 3 were pretty tough for us. It's always interesting when the enemy locks in just full losing lanes and scaling, and you drop your lead. That can be a very hard thing to kind of solve on the spot, because I think, for example, in a couple of those games, we were in a position where I think we could win and should win if we would play to our best. So I think it's just a balance of finding match preparation, that is a bit easier to close out the games, first of all, obviously. And then second of all, still being willing to play aggressive and closing the games when we are ahead.
Is it scary seeing as BDS sort of did the same in their series yesterday? I talked to Shion, he was like, we were just purely drafting for team fighting, didn't matter a lot in lane, they were losing a bunch of them end side lanes. So coming into today, is that a little bit scary?
Yeah, I think in the first game, they played like an early game draft, up 2 inhibitors, and then through. And I guess that they had a similar reaction where it really threw them for a loop over what we should actually do. I don't know if they'll come in today playing full scaling. I think versus a team like K-Corp, that's probably a pretty good plan, as that's kind of how K-Corp plays. They play very passive, so if you just win the team fights later, you're probably going to win the game. But I wouldn't say that that's necessarily how us or BDS is going to come out today.
Wow, let's see how you guys play against each other. Maybe it's something completely new. Dylan, thank you so much, and best of luck in your best of. Shox,
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and good notes there, Trouble. They have played each other so many times, particularly also in those best of fives. I mean, I think BDS is probably like the most well-trained team in the LEC because of the amount of best of fives they play versus G2. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Except it's so tough to say that that's actually going to give them the edge, you know, because they're trained in losing to them, and while losing is improving, exactly. Yeah, it's like they've tried so many times and they just haven't been able to crack the code just yet. And I think today's, probably still going to show that.
We don't know, but G2 though, they might be looking weaker. Of course, they lost a best of 5 to Fnatic, which never happens. It was 849 days. My dyscalculia is being annoying. But Niski, what do you think about the state of G2? Is there something that G2 fans should be worried about?
I think they should only be worried about that they only draft the early game. I believe G2 probably made some adjustments coming into this game, because against Fnatic they were always ahead, I felt like, in the early game, but then they didn't have the comp that would match against Fnatic in the mid game. And I think Fnatic had that read that if they just survive early game, then they would just be winning team fights even if they are 3 or 4k down.
Yeah, Fnatic seemed really confident in those games, and we also heard in Caps recaps with Caps, with Broken Blade and Caps, after that Broken Blade was saying, that's what it's called, he was saying that, you know, they are used to playing in Chaos, of course, G2, we know that, but in this instant, they weren't equipped in dealing with it. That, if I read in between the lines, I think that means you're not as confident as a team as you usually are, right, in those games, because you usually win them.
I mean, I do, yes, but I also agree with Niski's points with the draft as well, because G2 is very good at this control chaos, right? They love making it more chaotic, where they can actually skill dip as well, and they can play a hyper-aggressive play, and then they can slow it down and play side lanes for Caps. Like, they're very good at finding the fluid moments in the game, but I think they just did not have drafts that actually supported their way of playing the game. I think mid to late game, it became very difficult for them to play around the aggression of Fnatic, and they just got lost in the sauce.
A couple of things that we need to focus on. I think you mentioned already the top lane, right? I want to take a look at the champion pools for Broken Blade and Adam specifically. Now, Broken Blade has had a good time usually versus Adam, and from what you saw yesterday, do you think that's going to be the same today?
Yeah, I think BB's champion pool compared to Adam's, I feel like it's completely opposite. I think BB plays a lot of carries, and if he has to play the tank, he will, but I feel like he's way better on carries, and I feel like Adam's champion pool, like the Olaf, the Darius, the Yasuo won't really work into BB, and I think against G2 as a whole, because if you put Yasuo into like a Gnar in the top lane, then Mickey will just pick Poppy, or like Caps will just play like Renekton mid or whatever. And I feel like they're very good at countering what you pick on other roles compared to Casey, where they just pick what they're good at.
I completely agree, because I think Adam's role recently in playoffs at least has been also that he has gotten that R5, but most of the time he's not been given that counter pick to win the lane, he's been given that counter pick to stabilize the lane, and that's often put them in a position where he's either going even or actually falling behind, and you're missing that power that Adam used to bring in the top side. So I think definitely up in this top lane matchup, BB is favored.
It's going to be interesting to watch. Now, I'm looking at BDS and I'm looking at Ice. I also want to mention Lebrov yesterday in the series, but specifically in that game 5. Is that a point where you think BDS has an advantage in the way these teams match up?
I mean, I definitely think that Ice is the ace of your sleeve on BDS. I think he's the best performing player right now throughout all of playoffs and the regular season. And I think that no matter what happens, he's still that reliable late game AD carry that loves playing the Jinx, does not mind the Kai'Sa, can play this area as well in Former. Like, he is just your insurance. The problem is that enough? Because you definitely need him to work, but even then you're still going up against great players on G2.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the problem I have with the bot lane of BDS, I feel like G2 will not play bot lane. Like, usually they just push bot and then they group with Yike. Like, Mickey, Yike just play around mid all the time. And for me, Nuke has to be ahead or even against Caps, because I feel like yesterday in all games he was doing really well. But I think against G2's mid-jungle support synergy, it will not be as easy.
Okay, yeah, Nuke, he has a target on his back, and you're saying in the system of how they can beat them, it's going to be pivotal. That's going to be difficult. Let's hear our predictions then. G2 or BDS? I know it's like an easy one when you look at history, but maybe there's something else on the cards.
Maybe. I don't think so. I've said 3-0. So you are right, maybe. You're definitely more towards the maybe with that 3-2.
Hey, I'm just for all the games, we've gotten like 19 out of 20 so
That's
far,
crazy.
so we're going to keep going. But yeah, Niski 3-1 at least.
Yeah. I think BDS will take one game.
It's kind of cop-out
I
prediction.
think G2 will troll one mid game and then BDS will take it, but I believe in the end G2 will be in the finals.
All right, GB, why are you so confident that it will be a simple 3-0?
Well, I think it's just how the individual match up against each other and how they play the broader map state. BDS currently has relied a lot on overgrouping, but I think if you do that against G2, they will pull you apart on the map.
Okay, let's see. BDS, they made it to the top 3 again, but can they break the circle of the LEC and find redemption by beating G2 on their way to the finals? It will not be easy, as G2 is keen to fight for the 3rd title in a row to be crowned as the only champion we have seen this year. Let's jump into the action. G2 versus BDS.
The blue wall has turned grey, and BDS back to the top 3, Dagda. I want you to tell me that curse is gone.
Slowly, we're playing better. I hope we can even step up even more and just giving a good show and try to reach final.
Adam was trying to chase them out, but Charles was trying to go in. Magnustorm is there. Shao re-engages onto Upset, who needs his uptime. He starts fighting it out, but Nuke runs in and takes him down.
And we want to win the split and go finals, so we'll have to beat them no matter what.
What's going to be the score?
3-0.
Confidence as Noah tries to complete the kill. Instant ulti. Noah on the flash both sides. Hatsama remains standing.
Ulti for Broken Blade not quite available. Nice sidestep on the piercing light. Broken Blade.
Oh my god.
Cube flash.
We're definitely looking to do another low bracket run.
And we still want to win the split. We actually believe it deeply and try to be better next time.
Losing against Fnatic always sucks. We're gonna come in stronger than ever.
And here we are, the penultimate series in the LEC summer. And if there's one thing I love more than saying penultimate, it is watching the clash of top teams here in the LEC. BDS, a long, hard road for them ahead if they want to make it further. Already took down KC in a nail-biting 5-game series. G2 looking to recover from a crushing 5-game loss against Fnatic the previous week. We'll see who comes out on top today. I'm Dracos, joined by BDS and Dagda.
As the desk highlighted, there is a very long history between these two organizations, but it's hard to call it a rivalry when it's really been more of a beatdown. 23-5 is the overall record in favor of G2 against BDS across the 2 years that they've been playing against each other. And when they meet in a best of 5, BDS has not been able to find G2's number.
Yeah, BDS has only ever managed to take home a win against G2 twice, both of them best of ones, one of them this summer. So it's a case of, can BDS try and strike lucky twice here in summer, taking down G2, moving on to the finals? Because they already beat one of their big curses yesterday, which was not being able to win a Game 5 in a best of 5. So maybe the curses have been broken across the board.
Well, they did say on Euphoria that they are the gatekeepers of the top 3. Unfortunately for them, the title gatekeepers are usually G2. So we're about to find out which gatekeeper can overcome which as we jump straight into draft. Ziggs and Ezreal taken off the board from the side of G2 with Tristan, and naturally from the side of BDS, you imagine the Rumble is going to be added to this pool. Ashe, I imagine, is either going to be prioritized or taken away by the side of G2.
And that's where I'm really curious to see what happens with a lot of these AP junglers. In the G2 Fnatic series, we saw Brand and a lot of the AP junglers start to go to the wayside as Sejuani priority rose up, which is Sejuani now banned away. Whereas on the opposite side for BDS, I felt like they almost went back into that style with the Brand and the Zyra really being big components of that.
It was a very different opponent yesterday. Of course, Closer known for playing those active playmakers, very reliant on the picks like Sejuani. Shao and Yike a little bit different. Both of them willing to play the AP champions when the draft calls for it. And with Sejuani off the table, Maokai, a bit of a shade in terms of what he provides comparatively, but the Rumble has been allowed through. Last time this was picked against BDS, or BDS had access to the champion, they weren't ready to play it. We'll have to hope for G2 Esports it works out a little bit better.
Yeah, the Ashe going to be taken away on the opposite side. Like we saw this already from BDS over the course of playoffs, so not too surprised to see if they do end up blocking that in. The question then is if they want to try and go for something like the Lucian in the mid lane for Nuke and they just highly prioritize these double AD carry pickups already, or how they want to try and approach this draft.
She's going to be locked in for BDS. Will they pick up their jungler here, or instead will they lock in their, maybe even mid lane? Yesterday we saw some Corki priority from them, the Lucian as well. Makes a lot of sense. Wouldn't be surprised to see that locked in, and it is. So now G2, what have they cooked for us? Will we see something like the Zeri mid as an answer? Maybe even the Kai'Sa, something that we've been seeing a decent amount from G2.
Do have the time to make that kind of choice. Of course, the difficulty when you've already locked in an AP top laner, very often you're looking for the AP mid component to pair, get the 80 jungle, in terms of textbook League of Legends at least, but of course G2 not really a textbook team. We'll see what they want to prioritize. Maokai will be locked in alongside the Rumble, so a lot of good AoE team fighting components, but also a lot of Merc Treads value.
I imagine we'll see the Corki lock in here as well. Does take a back step when it goes in towards the mid lane matchup against Lucian, but still gives you a lot of control, that AD fighter as well, that you can look to play around, especially when you've already gotten a very AP heavy top side. You don't want to tend into more control mages here. Corki kind of the one that stands out with Tristana taking away.
Wonder if, yeah, all right, they're going to play it safe. It's G2, I was thinking to myself, Yone, Yasuo, these two things the Caps could be considering.
You know, when you're such a crazy cook and you make weird stuff, the normal stuff is the weird stuff.
True, that's very true. But it looks like they're going to keep it standard as Sheo going to lock in the Zyra once more. We have seen 4 games of it so far from him. And to mixed success, I would say, from the side of BDS, but overall, kind of a relatively even damage distribution on both sides.
Yeah, as BDS, you are definitely looking to try and play at long range with this composition. You know, Culling, the Ashe is already quite long range, Zyra to try and buy space. So I think there's 2 options you can try and play here. You can either go for a kite back composition with something like, even if Adam wants to go towards his Sion again in the top side, or just kind of have G2 play into you, or you can try and go a little bit more aggressive. But one of the things I've noticed a lot from, like, say, drafts for top esports is when they're in a position like this, they'll often tend towards something like a Senna and Ornn, where you've already got a lot of damage and you just want more long-range engage for these sorts of comps. So I'm curious if we end up getting something along that lines, but we haven't really seen G2 go towards that style yet.
Have not. Jhin, though, is going to be the ban, so clearly BDS giving a little bit of respect to the more utility-focused ADCs. Jhin and Rumble historically a very solid pairing in terms of how they like to play the fights. BDS, are they going to limit the bot lane in some other way?
Misfortune, I think would be a solid ban.
Yeah.
Because my instinct right now for G2 is they're thinking Leona MF or Leona something. So they'd want some sort of agency, which is why I think the Jhin ban also makes sense, just because they're worried about what could be paired up with the Leona. Of course, BDS now, you would imagine that because they've already seen the Rumble, they'd want to lock in their top lane pick and look to try and counter support. So G2 should ban away things that could maybe be annoying for Rumble, but that's few and far between. There are very few things that can be annoying, and they've banned away some of the things they think could be obnoxious. So the Cassante and the Olaf make sense in the context of the Rumble.
I feel like BDS have to have something, though. You don't just let that Rumble through with how strong he is. So maybe it is just going back towards the Ornn and saying, yeah, okay, they're just going to go for a box standard kind of top side. But Adam has to feel comfortable here because Rumble is such a strong pick.
I did forget that this man is a Draven main.
I mean, hasn't been locked in quite some time.
Yeah, we haven't seen it from him so far this split.
It's a champion that we saw played mid lane. It's a champion that we know is incredibly powerful in terms of an AD meta just because of how oppressive it is, but doesn't really benefit from Kraken being strong. Obviously can just use...
I was going to say, I think it's a terrible angle for it, though. When you're running into Zyra, like AoE, crowd control, the Ornn,
you don't like just getting slowed by
it's just awful.
Frost. That doesn't sound enjoyable.
Yeah, as you try and catch your axe, you're just slowly watching it just out of your reach. But no, I think the Varus works 10 times better here, and fills that utility role that Jhin kind of fills as well in being able to set up fights and just give crowd control for Rumble and Corki to deal the damage as well.
And interesting, of course, in the final stages of the draft, G2, of course, prioritizing the Varus Leona, very powerful 2v2. Did have the option of taking the Braum for themselves, which is, of course, a very good interaction with the Ornn. You can just instantly delete that ultimate. Because they don't take it, it means BDS are able to grab it. Going to make it much trickier in these team fights for G2 to get out if they start to lose a fight. The Braum's so powerful against double AD comps.
I think Dagda has had a good read on the draft in that it's very clear G2 esports want to fight you. A very, I would say, traditional in the current meta sense of a team fight 5v5. They love to play around these objectives. They have pretty strong lanes. They're going to have push in top. Mid should be pretty contested. Bot should also be pretty contested. Meanwhile, I think the BDS have a lot of disengage, a lot of range. You know, when the engage comes in, they have the Braum to be able to take a step back. They have Ashe out to take a step back. Zyra ultimate to take a step back. They have lots of tools to create space to allow them to play the long fight rather than the all-in burst fight.
And I just don't think you have a lot of range on G2 side. Like, you're very short range when it comes to the Varus. Varus, you're very short range when it comes to the Rumble as well. You want to be in on top of people, so you get a ton of value from Braum, from Zyra. So I really like what BDS have drafted here.
When you say short range, of course, we're seeing a lot more of the on-hit Varus these days, right? Where a lot of your damage doesn't actually come from your Q, it's more of actually a traditional AD carry of landing all those
exactly.
autos.
We'll have to see what the early game is going to look like here. Reminder, BDS again coming off of a hard-fought win to deny KC top 3. G2 looking to return to finals for the rematch against Fnatic. Let's get into it. G2 versus BDS. Game 1.
BDS coming off of yesterday, game 1 shaky as they got to the later portion of the game, end up losing that first one, but certainly looks stronger than they have over the course of playoffs. So now is the big test. How far have BDS come in this playoffs? Because G2 will punish you every step of the way, and you cannot give this squad an inch.
Well, I mean, I will say that G2 also had a shaky performance against Fnatic. A lot of that needs to be given credit towards Fnatic, of course, but G2's in a strange spot where after their MSI performance against Top Esports, against T1, they've been longing to prove that they belong in the conversation of the top teams in the world, right?
Yeah.
And so if they're going to be in that conversation, then domestically the expectation is that they are a cut above everyone else. Because you look at some of the top teams internationally and they do separate themselves from the rest of the pack. And so far we haven't actually seen that consistency from G2. So I think in today's series, a lot of G2 fans are looking to see that semblance of dominance from this team.
But we have seen that dominance against BDS specifically, of course, right? Always able to find those wins, always able to come out on top. Of Yike already incredibly disruptive. You can see able to take it away. Sheo now hates his life. This is obnoxious. Paired with a wonderful graphic showing just how dominant G2 were in their last series versus BDS. And this is a good indicator of why Yike getting a little bit weird with the early pathing. The fact that he gets that smite is so crucial.
I wouldn't have thought this was ever going to happen. I was meant to be like, you've got push mid for Lucian, you got push for Ice and Braum and bot. Sheo's going to have access to wherever the hell he wants, and Yike was like, no, I'm going to come in real early and just disrupt any sort of early game plans here you had as BDS.
I mean, we've seen this strategy in the LCK. We saw it even from Yike last week, but it was against things like Sejuani.
Exactly, yeah.
It's against champions that you don't expect to have these very fast clears, but Yike is saying, you know what, I think Maokai's strong enough at level 1 that I can do whatever I want, and he's able to find that steal. So well played by Yike. Of course, we talked about how mid and bot were going to be pretty contested lanes, but early on, BDS have been able to get the early push. Nice trades coming in from Nuke up against Caps. The bot side of the map, Ice really leveraging that range advantage that Ashe can have in the 2 versus 2, and when paired alongside a Braum, it can be a very scary affair. Once a few more levels come in from the side of G2's bot lane, they have to be a little bit more, sorry, BDS's bot lane has to be a little bit more cautious because the all-in upfront damage from this 2v2 can be quite scary, and now you're going to see that early, oh, I say early vision instead. Ice not going to commit that. But did of course have the Hawk shot, so we should have some information as to where Yike is.
And easy to see how both sides could start to pay more and more attention to the bottom side of the map. Of course, Ashe and Varus. Varus, you know, used to be in that realm of utility carries. I think it's less true in the on-hit build than it was with the lethality build, but provides that upfront engage. And Caps getting lower and lower in this 1v1, forced to pop the last cookie there. Just trying to hold on into the tower. Nuke gets a few autos off.
Just a very small highlight for Ice. He pathed up looking like he was going to ward Tribrush, didn't drop his ward because he knew Mickey would sweep it. So Mickey then walks up, sweeps it, there's no ward there, and now he's placed his ward in the Tribrush and they don't have any way to clear it. Like, just a small mind game there, nicely done to be able to get that early vision.
Sheo also with his own mind game. So initially you see Yike moving down into this bot side to keep his own camp safe because you saw Sheo move into his own bot to catch his camps, but then he rotated up onto the top end and stole away the blue buff from Yike. So even though we got that initial early steal coming through from Yike, Sheo with some nice pathing has now equaled himself up. He will be slight camp behind, but still catching another blue buff for himself is going to be great for this side.
Definitely important, especially after the early disruption coming in for Yike. Gold right now basically dead even, as finally the bounce back means that G2 are in decent control of the lane. That said, Ice able to back, able to get a buy off. Early prioritization on Boots. Just needs to make sure that he's mobile enough to keep these fights going.
Using a bit of CS to trade back on the harm Sama, but trying to relieve some of this pressure. They'll be able to catch the wave fairly comfortably. But overall, outside of that very small advantage gained for Yike to slow Sheo down just a little bit, the game is largely very even.
At this point, I think we're headed towards a level 6 sort of game. Perhaps an early rotation for other reasons. We'll see when supports are actually able to grab it as well. But when you just have so many ult-dependent champions in the game, early action a little bit less likely. especially when the junglers are in a battle for CS and superior pathing instead of who can get into the lane first. Mickey's going to catch wave, and this is the exact same thing that happened in reverse.
Yeah, just notice how Ice and Labrov made it very difficult for Mickey to freeze the wave. Earlier, Labrov has the advantage of the shield, where it means he can actually tank some damage, buy a little bit more time before the wave actually connects to the tower. But Mickey doesn't quite have that luxury, so the wave being pushed underneath the tower does mean that Hansama lost a little bit of farm, a little bit of XP, but ultimately not the end of the world.
It also gives Labrov the first reset here to start moving up towards Void Grubs in 40 seconds. And when you've got a Zyra, that's kind of where you really want to start putting the pressure on. But Broken Blade has a lot of control on this top side, so it can make it a little bit difficult, especially as he should be able to hit 6 off this next wave. And if you end up with like Yike Flash stunning Sheo, then the Equalizer coming in over the top of it, it's really difficult to fight this in the 3v3. So you desperately need the help from your bottom lane if you want to try and secure this. So BDS may actually decide, well, if they can catch Yike here, actually, that'd be huge.
Yike crucially placing that vision. If he walked too far forward there, at least a little bit of damage would have gone down, and Yike's really still not that tanky in the game. Rob starts to harass, and G2 posturing around the Drake, but it looks like they do not actually want to start it yet. Will finally turn to start. Knowing they have Sheo in the area means there's not really a threat up cross map. As you highlight, Betty, Warren level 6. Rumble, level 6, everybody looking to get involved. Nuke as well, going to be big here. Caps' poke needs to land early to balance out what the Colin can bring to the table. Call the Forge God getting called out. Now the Equalizer coming down, Mickey getting lower and lower in the pit. And meanwhile, Sheo's going to get taken out. Nice arrow snipe from Hansama, and Broken Blade's here to burn them all down. But Nuke going to try to turn it back clean. Flash coming out for Ice. Broken Blade running, but he's not going to make it over. Yes, he is! One more auto. Labravo, he's dizzy. He thought he had the angle. It's an absolute disaster. And again, Hansama, French sniper in the midst of the pit, finding 2 as Broken Blade, full confidence here, still gonna get knocked up, and there goes Caps! Valkyrie over the wall, an absolute bloodbath. G2 tying up the kill score, or almost, as Adam sprints to safety. The big one finally gonna finish the job.
BDS needed that fight to go in their favor. They dropped mid wave, they dropped bot wave to try and make that happen. But G2 managing to turn what looked like a good fight for BDS completely back around.
Very rarely do we see a full 5v5 this early on over the first dragon of the game. Mickey goes onto the back line to set up for the Equalizer, but the fight is initiated by Adam to split G2 up. Now you can see Caps and Hansama are isolated from their 2 members, but Broken Blade just doesn't die here. One more auto, but he's able to flash over the wall. He wants to save his flash initially, then the flash from Nuke to try and create space. A good flash snipe from Hansama puts him into reach of Adam, who also flashes over the wall. I think everyone's flash was used there except for Caps. Like, what a crazy fight. And as you said, Dracos, 4 for 4, the dragon still lives.
An absolute mess, gentlemen. Just an incredibly scrap. How many people flashed out with less than 100 HP?
Yes.
Broken Blade should have died much faster. But this early in the game, right, once you use that initial set of cooldowns, nobody does enough damage to instantly burn through the remaining 20% of a health bar.
Yeah, but it's as these cooldowns start to come back up, you got to be careful. Ice now ticking over to 6. Could set up for plays. Nuke playing very aggressive against Caps in the mid lane, nicely using the double shot passive that gives you that advantage with the press the attack. But I'm curious if we are going to have some sort of opportunity here with Ice to look for an ultimate play even towards mid or on towards this bottom side with Sheo being in position.
What's Caps up to? Moving through the top river.
Maybe just going for the honeyfoot.
Yeah. Okay.
Just wants a snack. Looks like a roam. Actually just a snack run.
Ooh.
Yike.
Sheo's in a good position. He's been able to circumvent any vision.
Sheo backstepping. Doesn't
Yike is suspicious, yeah. He's suspicious because Braum is moving into the Tribrush, and his instincts were correct. Just great map awareness there from Yike to recognize the only reason why Labrov would be moving in here is if he had a reason to. And the only reason he'd have a reason to is if Zyra was here as well. So he's going to concede the red buff. He can't really get support from his mid laner because you'll see that Nuke in a great position, keeping pressure on Caps while also positioning his way closer to the bot side so that he can collapse first, while the bot lane is also forced underneath their tower. Good control from BDS to allow them to steal the red.
And while it is nice that they were able to steal the red, of course, in the midst of the chaos, G2 did grab the first spawn of Grub, so it is 3-0. The Drake remains untaken after that last bloodbath, although I imagine soon we'll get another one as Broken Blade does a lot of damage still in the 1v1 despite the MR itemization coming in for Adam. The early Magic Pen really paying off. Coling leveraged by Nuke, but Caps doing a good job of keeping the pressure up here in mid lane.
Yeah, the Ice Arrow goes wide on mid and doesn't quite connect onto top side either. So BB going to get some nice time alone with this turret, and Caps getting that push in mid. So overall, the acceleration of Caps in the mid has helped him battle against what is not a great matchup for the Corki in the mid lane. And overall, the map control on objective control is still going in G2's favor.
BDS reset and bringing Adam back, Sheo there as well, but just to clear, not to make any greater plays yet. See when BDS want to force the next fight. Of course, it's a minute 30 till the second grub spawn. Adam again as the Ornn. You do not expect him to win out in the 1v1. He will survive a little bit more graciously the more MR he gets, but really is going to be more about the team fight impact that Ornn can bring to the table, as well as the late game scaling with the Ornn upgrades. For now, BDS bringing Labrov mid lane, ready to fight for Prio, see if they can get some control. With Dragon still on the table, kind of pick the litter for whoever gets mid Prio in terms of where they want to put their attention.
I feel like it's just a battle for mid into Dragon, but you've already got push for Ice on that bot side, so G2 need to wander down and get that first before they can really contest this bot side river, but it does feel a bit of an unusual time in his Caps.
Good patience from Caps.
I mean, that's kind of his moniker, right? He always plays at the very edge, both frustrating and anxious to watch. But Mickey working with Yike right now to control vision. Honestly, I figured the G2's priorities would be more so on the grub spawning in 30 seconds. Instead, they're turning their attention to the bot side once more. I'm curious as to where this rising priority in these early Dragons has come from, because them even contesting the first one was honestly quite a shock to me. I was expecting them to look for a cross map or a trade, but they're eager to fight. They're ready to spill some blood on the Rift. We turn our attention to Cap, so we can see him hovering around the top river, securing the Scuttle Crab.
We'll grab that one as Broken Blade moves down. Should always have first move here. Adam fighting just for a bit of control ward control. Nice arrow. Huge long range chains DC is there. Mickey should just be dead. Ulti from Sheo calling over the wall to give the kill to Nuke. Well executed from the side of BDS.
Nice pick, managing to get Mickey, but you're having a reset from Sheo, so I thought maybe they'd go for Dragon, maybe they'd look for the Void Grubs and try and capitalize on that, but instead they're just going to look for plates for Ice on this bot side.
Yeah, I'm also a little surprised. I guess because of Mickey's very short death timer, they were a little paranoid to start it off, given G2's ability to stall, maybe. Merc Trade's now secured for Mickey, so that CC duration going to be a little less impactful versus him. You already talked about it in the draft, Draco, how much value Merc Trades can be for both sides.
That's potentially 6 grubs here for G2, though. You can see Yike even a little confused, going, hang on a second, where the hell is Sheo? BB going to get traded on nicely in the top side, but when you've already got, you know, good control for Broken Blade in the top end, although that does hurt that Kainic Rooker is complete for Adam. If he get some time alone with a side turret, the opportunity for Caps to get some push and look for turrets as well, this is huge for G2.
Yeah, but in a very drawn-out play, BDS will grab that Drake. Mickey ready to protect Caps at the very minimum. Sheo, good heads up. Spots that Mickey could be in the bush, but Mickey now might be the one in trouble. TP coming in, the Maokai out over the wall. Now Nuke going to be the one to get locked up, but the body block coming in from Labrov is solid. Yike doing a decent amount of damage. First strike coming through. Broken Blade trying to get involved. Knock up from Adam, not going to connect. G2 finding the kill in mid lane, keeping Mickey standing.
A crazy collapse from both sides here as G2 was setting up mainly for protection, whereas BDS was looking to punish what looked like an aggressive play from Caps. But quick TPs from both top laners mean that Broken Blade is able to get himself involved in the fight, but ultimately he wasn't needed. It was Yike that ends up securing the kill, and then they're forced to flash away as Adam forces the re-engage. Still though, 5 for 5 in terms of kills, the gold relatively even overall, but it's G2 that's getting these small tower advantages, which is going to help them in the long run.
And that's where it makes a difference on who has the gold on either side, right? Because you look at Broken Blade, he's got a nice advantage for himself. Corki in the mid lane has a great advantage. The advantage for BDS is on the support, which is not where you want that gold to be. So already you can see that G2, if you get to these fights, are going to be in a significantly stronger position.
Yeah, sadly, Labrov getting Warmog sooner will not let his carries regenerate health, so perhaps not ideal, but still all from 5 assists. He hasn't stolen a single kill yet. Not a bad game, but a bit frustrating, obviously, that Caps especially has been able to handle that mid lane matchup and sit pretty comfortably, right? Early Trinity Force as well as the tier stacking. Hansama and Mickey now taking up home in the mid lane. We'll see where they want to shift their attention if they are able to fight for mid control here. Sheo starting the Herald is big for BDS. Do not want to give that one over to G2, especially with 6 grubs. Will be a pressure point on the map, but of course, as highlighted by you, Rob, and our observers, Broken Blade with 6 grub buff just having a hell of a time hitting this tower. It's going to take a little bit, but he's eventually going to kill it because no one is coming.
And I think, although BDS getting Rift Herald is nice, it's going to be difficult for them to really set up with this Rift Herald. You can look at Dragon in 3 minutes and go, oh, well, you threaten mid into a potential tower take, but mid is still relatively healthy. And with the opportunity for Yike to play around mid lane, have that ultimate to deter BDS from overextending to take that mid lane turret is going to make it pretty difficult for BDS to get a full tower take of value out of this Rift Herald, but maybe topside is where they want to put their focus at the moment.
Yike hiding in fog as long as possible, hoping maybe BDS would make an over-aggressive move. Nature's Grasp up. They could go for the long-range Maokai ult, but a little bit tricky as LeBron is in position to body block. G2 instead, happy to just match the 3v3 on top side and fight for a bit of prio. Not really anything to play for at this moment. The objective already taken, the tower already traded. Dragon in 2.5 minutes. At this point, given how much prio there was early in the game, I wouldn't be surprised to see both sides shift down for that objective.
I mean, both teams are kind of setting their sights on these outer towers, right? Obviously, mid is the big tower that you'd really like to unlock because of how much access it gives you into the side lanes and enemy jungle. But that top lane tower for BDS is very weak. So G2, I think that's going to be their main priority. Of course, BDS kind of recognizing this, while also setting up on the top side to be able to secure Herald. They now have a few options available to themselves. They could choose to abandon the top side tower in order to try and overcommit onto mid. But it looks like they're setting up for a play once again onto Caps.
Good read from Caps, but the Phosphorus Bomb doesn't connect. Oh!
He is suspicious, though. He knows that those rockets aren't entirely trustworthy.
That was a very suspicious. That was a Phosphorus Bomb and like 3 rockets in the brush, followed by the blue trinket. He is not feeling 100% confident here on the top
That's when
side.
you roll like a 14 in D&D and you're not sure if you got the check or you didn't get the check.
Decidedly average roll, what does it mean? Well, at this point, Caps luckily was patient enough that he can finally push up, but Adam very quick to clear these waves, even without any kind of Bomby Cinder item. And so it's pretty chill in the game right now. Pretty quiet. BDS, who should have first access to the bottom side as the Herald will finally get dropped. LeBron, unfortunately, not going to hit that winner's bite, so Hansama able to sit pretty comfortably.
So as we said, BDS have a few options. They're going to drop it down mid to be able to just get this extra damage. It won't be able to secure it, but it gives them access into the bot side of the map. They are thinking about the Dragon spawning in about 50 seconds time, so they're turning attention to this bot tower. Nice Rumble ultimate from Broken Blade. However, I don't think that's going to be available now for the upcoming Dragon fight. But G2, maybe they don't care. Maybe they're happy to concede it and instead prioritize securing, I say, the top side of the map. They've just been able to unlock that thanks to Caps. Mickey now hovering around. They have the damage to get a kill, though.
Adam, of course, really only MR so far, single cloth armor otherwise, but conceding mid lane here, a little bit awkward. So Rumble used to clear bottom wave, stops the initial cross map, but in mid lane, BDS commit enough members to grab the tower, and now first access to the Drake here, 15 seconds. They're in a good spot.
But as Betty was saying, you don't have access to the Rumble ultimate now, so trying to fight for this isn't really an option. And if you're BDS, I think you just play off of mid wave. You got the static Shiv, which gives Ice control over mid push, and you can just defend your mid lane tower and prevent G2 from really contesting Dragon or anywhere else in the map, because a tier 2, G2 can't really push for on the top side.
Arrow, ooh, forcing the flash out from Broken Blade. Couldn't afford to backstep as LeBron was right there waiting.
And he had to respect that. Lucian damage is something you cannot afford to underestimate, so he respects it. And a nice pick from Ice. Definitely been having a great game so far on the Ashe. 2-0-2. Going to be one of the big carries and one of the top performers that we've been seeing from BDS throughout playoffs, honestly. He's been the consistent highlight. I definitely think in the conversation for best performing AD carry of the split for sure.
And I think the backbone of a BDS team that has, struggled to find the same form that they had in the regular season, right? A guy that has been so reliable on the Ashe and on other champions. And the fact that Ashe as a pick also offers not only, the ability to win out in these team fights, to do a lot of damage, but the extra utility, the hawk shot, the extra arrow to start fights is just so good for BDS to give those tools to one of their best performing members.
I think we are starting to see a resurgence from BDS though. This has been really smart play as to how they want to try and move around the map, and now trying to overload topside to potentially capture Caps, but they get mid-turret, they get the Dragon, they've managed to keep G2 from being able to put pressure on towards the mid-turret as well, so it's been really well orchestrated from BDS, and this is something we saw from them against Karmine Corp yesterday, was reading very well what the opponent wants to do, and then being in a position to fight against that.
The only downside is it comes back to a point that you made earlier, Dagda, which is the golds on the right carries.
Grasp. TP used as well, Cleanse forced out, BDS. Committing to defend the tower. Remember, Broken Blade TP'd here.
He did.
I think G2 were anticipating a bit more of a fight, perhaps.
Well, they underestimated the wave clear from BDS at the very least. Another wave is going to come through. Broken Blade still hovering around.
Ooh, ulti not going to connect, crucially. Q flash back from Yike, but Yike still going to get cut down here. Excellent use of the calling, and now the immediate follow-up onto the G2 backline. Triple kill for Nuke. Mickey can do nothing in response. That was a beautiful fight from BDS.
That was so well played by BDS. Patience to not overextend. They knew that BB had probably teleported in towards the mid lane, so like, we're going to take this nice and slow, not overcommit. As G2 look to walk away, that's when they find the pick onto Yike, who would just overextend that a little bit too far for the war.
I mean, it starts with just a Braum Q, and they say, you know what, this Maokai is very squishy. The passive is applied. We can culling him down. The Ornn ultimate is there. They know they have the numbers advantage. Nice flash in from Sheo as well to land that two-man route. And then once Mickey's committed, he has no team left to back him up. Triple kills secured for Nuke. The only downside for BDS is that Baron spawned a little later, otherwise they could have secured that objective as well.
Could have immediately gone forward, of course. Aggressive TP down here to the bottom side. Lebrov ready to go over the wall. Has already used the Unbreakable. Caps did respawn, though, so he is here too. Nice sidestep from Broken Blade.
It was a flash commitment from Lebrov. Yeah. They were very eager to force that play, especially knowing that BB didn't have his flash available. But BDS, they've come in with a focused game plan. They met G2 with the Brawl and the early Dragon. They've been able to trade picks with G2. And while the gold had steadily been improving for G2, particularly on Caps and Broken Blade, that was a 1.4k lead for Caps. That's now 75 for Nuke, and that should really highlight the influx of gold he just picked up for himself.
Incredibly tough to deal with, especially as you get later in the game. They really lack, you know, they don't have an Ornn on their team. They do have a reasonably tanky front line, but with Maokai not building tanky items, Nuke is pretty free if he wants to just go for an early IE, maximize that culling damage, but now the pick onto Lebrov. Ulti gonna go a little bit wide on Hansama, not the ideal target. He's trying to body block for his support, but it might cost him his life in the process. Tries to get away from the red carpet, but gets burned to the ground, and as good as the last fight was for BDS, those picks for G2 should just be the Baron.
There was a ward at the back of Red Pit that I think spotted Sheo out, so they knew that it was just Lebrov and Ice there, and G2 capitalized immediately now. Can you steal Sheo?
Calling. Sheo. Can he get into the pit? Sheo! Steals and manages to turn it back. Nuke in the meantime in the back of the pit manages to take down one. He's still trying to fight on the top side of the screen. We don't get to see it. He tries to eliminate Caps. BDS managed to salvage the situation. Adam, too damn tanky in the mid lane, will not drop to the three remaining members of G2.
A situation that should have been disaster for BDS turns into a hero moment for Sheo. A great Baron steal comes through, keeps the gold lead alive for BDS, and now they walk away with 2 Baron buffs.
And 45 seconds until a potential third Dragon here for BDS. They can use that Baron buff to push in mid, get control over River, and yeah, just Sheo clipped on the top side of that ward there as he's moving through the jungle. So G2 knew that they could collapse onto BDS here. Really well done by G2, but Sheo says, you know what, lads, I got a trick in my back pocket as well. Look at this Baron, it's about to disappear.
I mean, the beauty of Adam here is it's really hard to stop Sheo entering the pit. And also, he has that Banshees to be able to just soak up the Maokai ultimate to get in range and steal it away. Well played with the 3-man unit of BDS to be able to secure that objective. Now the Lucian has the Baron buff. He can be this effective side laner. They're not going to commit for the tower, though. Instead, they want to set up for the Dragon. 3 seconds. This will put them on soul point.
Should be an easy take. G2 do not have the vision, do not have the members to contest this. Adam holding on to mid lane as long as he can. G2 maybe try to get a tower back in response, but all of BDS are ready to move, and if G2 get caught off guard, luckily the sapling spots it. Arrow does not connect. BDS a bit split here. Broken Blade's all important to watch. Adam has ult as well, however. Ulti from Mickey goes wide. Lebrov's going to find purchase, but only onto Mickey X. Now Nature's Grasp going in. Entire team of BDS tries to move in position, but it just means they've been caught out by the Rumble ult. Good catch on the Sheo, but there's no follow-up damage.
5 seconds left until Adam's ultimate's up and available as well. BDS have weathered the storm from a huge amount of G2's engage, and now BDS can start to push forward because they know they've got the engage advantage.
Do you see how uncomfortable just Zyra and Braum make engages? Like, every time Mickey walks up, there's 2 plants in his face. He's going to take a chunk of his HP down. Every time Yike wants to try and follow up on any engage, there's the Braum potential there as well. It becomes very difficult to find the 5v5 that they're looking for, and this is exactly how BDS want to be playing these fights. Patience, reserve. They want to look for the re-engages once all the tools have been used, and that's exactly what they did there. Another tower secured. Caps trying to get something on the cross map, but good wave clear from Adam, and he's going to defend his tier 2.
But this is what we were talking about in Champ Select. Like, you are very short range as G2, apart from realistically Caps. So having these ultimates from Sheo, Lebrov, being able to dictate where G2 get to walk is incredibly important, and it's made it so difficult for them to operate. And now, didn't get as much, like it's still a 2.5k gold advantage off the Red Bull Baron power play. They get that mid lane tier 2, but it does mean that they're going to be able to push mid into Collapse onto these sidelines. Caps hiding on top side, preemptively expecting BDS to go for this play.
Hoping to catch out Adam. Shale waiting off to the side, grasping roots. Now a TP going to be immediately responded to. Full fight on the top side of the map. Hansama going to get caught out, waiting on the cleanse as long as possible. Broken Blade going in. This is one powerful rumble. He's going to remind BDS that quickly. Instant disengage now coming in. Nice ulti from Mickey, only initially going to find the slug. Zenith Blade in. Ice in trouble, trying to find space to maneuver. Caps looking to follow up. Unbreakable. Portal Brav not available. Now all of G2 descending. Nature's Grasp to follow. Might be just out of range. Ice and Sheo going to walk away.
It's a disaster play for BDS. Adam had used his ult to clear the top wave. Doesn't have that for the fight. Nuke TPs into the middle of G2. Gets burnt out immediately. And now G2, just like that, are cracking open the base of BDS.
Getting aggressive as possible, knowing that those ultimate cooldowns are not available. Adam, though, incredibly tanky. Can at least threaten, force G2 back, but big misstep there from the side of BDS.
Let's look back and see the setup. So the whole idea here is to trap Adam, but G2 very quickly change their game plan when they see the TP because they know that can only be the Lucian. So he's forced to flash out immediately. He finds himself in a very awkward position as he is shut down immediately, and BDS is forced to retreat. Mickey finds a nice angle onto Ice to force out the cleanse. He doesn't have the flash available. Labrov sacrificing his life to keep his AD carry alive. While G2 only converted into 2 kills, they do get that top tower, and they very much swing the momentum of the game back in their favor.
And a quick reminder to BDS, as strong as you are in the team fights, when you have the proper setup, you have to be careful because Broken Blade is still incredibly powerful as the Rumble. If you give him a good angle on the Equalizer, the fight gets very difficult very quickly. And yeah, Lucian in the 1v1, good. Lucian TPing into 3 people, still a bit of a risk. Hawkshot going to spot out G2 here on the bottom side. G2 do not want to give up this next Drake, but it's still quite a ways away. So BDS doing what they can to force mid-prio. Nuke a bit split should not matter too much.
Yeah, still, I like the way... Oh, hang on, Yike going for the all-in here.
Grasp coming out. Adam there to body block. Good patience from the side of BDS. Nice initial damage on the Caps, not quite able to get the 4th proc. And again, that's the threat of the Braum. Ash Arrow missing, though, really stops that engage.
Especially when Hansama didn't have that cleanse available, but had to burn flash to get away from it. But still, a minute until this Dragon. BDS have gotten control over mid, are setting up vision, and it feels inevitable that we're going to look for this big team fight at this Infernal Soul for BDS. And it's a case of, can G2 find some way to get a pick beforehand so they don't have to continuously run into this BDS machine?
It's definitely a tricky proposition. Using the Maokai ultimate at that point, we should have it back up for the team fight, but it's a very long cooldown. For BDS, a pretty easy disengage. Didn't need to burn too many resources outside of the Asher, which they don't really need for team fights.
Can I also just say, I love Sheo's itemization in this game. Stopping off, as Vedi already highlighted for the early spell shield, has made it so difficult for like Leona to target him, for anyone to kind of even pop that realistically because he's playing so far back. So it only means that there's less tools and less pick opportunities for G2 to take. And now he goes towards the Rileys, knowing that that was really all he needed, was just a spell shield to try and keep G2 at bay.
And this is why like the Zyra brands of the world are so frustrating, right? It's because you get those 2 items, you can really build anything you want after that. They provide so much damage just from the plants or the burn passive of the Braum. But Arrow now going to connect onto Mickey. Immediate follow-up. So you see nice flash off to the side. Hansama locked up briefly, but Mickey just getting chunked away at Ice. Flashing back to safety. Already ignited, but Mickey going down. Now the re-engage coming in from Yike, but they've already lost their support. Excellent equalizer. Nuke losing about half his health. Still not enough, though. BDS discipline, walking for the last tick of the equalizer. Not ideal, but G2 offer the split. They say, hey, we're running straight to this Baron. Come and fight us, but Nuke more than happy to take a quick break to pick up the soul in the meantime.
I don't know if they do this fast enough, though. They're going to try. That is a very low HP Nuke. He does have the TP available, but this is basically a 4v4.
That is not the calculation they thought they had made. Already Infernal Soul there for the side of BDS. Now they've leashed the Baron. G2 need to be ready to fight. They cannot give this one away. Nuke recalling.
Mickey's back.
Does need to heal up, but has the TP available. And the fact that the play fizzles means BDS just completely win out. They grab the initial pick. They grab Soul. They are at such a commanding position.
And just credits to BDS on initiating onto Mickey of all people. He's supposed to be the tank, the front line, but they land a good Ash Arrow onto him. They force his flash out early, and then Ice says, you've got no protection, buddy. I'm going to chase you down. Mickey makes the smart move of trying to re-engage, but then Ice flashes out. He doesn't even burn the cleanse in that exchange. But now we find ourselves back at the Baron. G2 feeling the pressure of BDS. Soul in hand, items being completed. We're basically at the late game point.
Yeah. And the gold is so close. The kills are so close, but this Infernal Soul for BDS is big. And as you saw in the previous fight, it's just really hard for G2 to play this out. We mentioned it before with the Zyra, with the Ornn, with the Brain, but it's the same is true with the Ashe, right? If you misstep as anyone on the side of G2, BDS will whittle you down and kill you. And unless the rest of the team is willing to immediately engage to force that fight, it'll just be a free pick every time.
And gifting the Rumble across to set this up from BDS was beautiful in draft. You can see already how much they already had kind of pre-prepared for G2 coming into this, and now it's BDS that are leading the charge. Nuke has dipped off to this bot side, trying to see if he could maybe match Broken Blade on a side lane, but it means that BDS do feel a little bit of threat now to pull a trigger on something, whether that is the Baron or something else.
Rob threatening. Mickey walking too far forward. Immediately going to take a ton of damage. The knocker now coming in. That's the equalizer. TP quick in from the side of Broken Blade. Wasn't able to hit level 16, importantly, but Ice off to the side might be in trouble. Cap trying to finish going Ice. Flashing out to safety, blinking out bar, but Nuke getting the job done. Broken Blade, no equalizer left, just has to start running at him, unafraid. Starting to step up here. Sheo off to the side as well. BDS again finding a pick, finding a kill in the fight.
Nuke has been stepping up this playoffs. He gets the shutdown onto Caps, a crucial member of G2's success, and now he TPs back in with the Baron in their sights.
And because LeBron has the Warmogs, he's back up to almost full HP. Adam's totally fine. Sheo relatively untouched, so it becomes the Yike story. Can he get into the pit? They don't know that he's on this top side. He hasn't spotted Blue Ward to give him vision.
Ooh, plant crucially, not gonna spot him, not quite sure where he is. Ready to try to find a way into the pit. They're turned, they're focusing on Mickey, but they're not hitting the objective. Crucially, Yike now going in, Yike trying to steal it, but Sheo, for the second time this game, will mark his name on that Baron. This belongs to BDS.
There have been a few fights that have gone G2's way, but by and large, BDS have controlled G2. We see the steal attempt to come through from G2, but it is not enough. Yike flashes over the wall. They shut down Mickey, they shut down Yike. BDS with their second Baron of the game, the Soul. Theirs as well. The gold lead may not look significant, but BDS is in full control of this game.
Caps has to run away from the top lane push. A potential culling could have opened up on him there, and he is flashless, but BDS now going to use this time to relocate themselves to the bottom side of the map, start to get the push, try and finally crack open this base of G2, or at least get to the inhibitor structures.
And it's so hard now for G2 to play this game out. Portion of the game where they had an advantage, BDS executed better, right? In a lot of the fights to bring this game back. Of course, a lot of it did come down to a steal to even up the gold, but in this late game, BDS leveraging their tools so fantastically. Broken Blade, the only remaining member with a gold lead, but it's kind of fake because the Ornn items are coming through. That's 3,000 additional gold of value. There's an Infernal Soul, and Broken Blade is just an equalizer in most of these fights. He cannot get on top of Ice or Nuke short of a catastrophic misstep from BDS. So the execution for G2 is not simple. They're really going to need to try to find a way to pull a rabbit out of a hat with this one. Really a mystery team fight to me.
But he's an equalizer without a setup. You have Cleanse on Ice, you have that spell shield on towards Sheo. The opportunities to make these plays happen are slim and far between.
All right, equalizer now going down. Decent hits on the Lebrov, not a whole lot of damage. No one really stepping up means BDS just throw down the Zyra ult as well. Trade ulti for ulti. Continue forward, but with Nature's Grasp down too, and the slow, inevitable siege of this Ashe, these Zyra plants, G2 going to be forced to concede at least this inhibitor, but now the Ornn Horn being brought out. Hansama can't cleanse that one. Knockup's going to be big. Yike retreating. Mickey, 4 members still standing tall. The wave coming in. BDS recalls from Adam. Wants to TP back in potentially, or BDS content just to have advantage. No, they want to go for a little bit more here.
Looking to end the game. First game
Broken
against
Blade going in, he just gets to lead it. Nuke does too much damage. The Flame Spitter is good, but it's just not good enough. That is the most fed member of G2 taken out in the 1v1. BDS, slow, steady, push forward. 24 seconds on Hansama, 50 seconds on Broken Blade. There should be no way for G2 to win this. Mickey going to the backside. Nuke immediately turning back. Excellent shot calling from BDS. They identify the targets and they take them down. Caps trying to split their attention. The arrow still connecting for Ice. Dominance, the name of the game here for BDS in game 1 as they strike first blood against G2 in this best of 5.
People were questioning BDS. Did they belong as the gatekeepers of the top 3? Well, G2 just felt the full force of BDS.
Ice and Nuke honestly had an incredible game. Like, the whole team played very well, but those two really stood out to me as just star talents in this game 1. Incredible stuff. You can't afford to give Ice Ashe anymore. I think you need to take him off the pit because that man is too damn good.
Absolutely is. And we're going to have to see if they make those adjustments, if they will give Ice another shot at the axe as we get closer to Game 2. For now, however, we're going to toss it to a quick break. When we return, Game 2, BDS versus G2.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad.
talented.
I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
should always have first move here. Adam fighting just for a bit of control ward control. Nice arrow. Huge long range chain DC is there. Mickey should just be dead. Ulti from Sheo.
Look up, double look up, double look up. Varus, no cleanse.
Look up, bro.
Oh, no flash.
I'm ready, buddy. He dead. Wanna press it? Yeah, we go next.
By the targets and they take them down. Caps trying to split their attention. The arrow still connecting for Ice. Dominance, the name of the game here for BDS.
BDS, I was not familiar with your game. Wow. We saw Nuke's parents there. Niski was sharing a fun little anecdote how they were actually here last when BDS played a best of 5 and it didn't go well.
Yeah, it was big when I was in MAD, and then we reversed to BDS. And when they were 2-0 up, Nuke's dad looked at me, he did like the 2-0 thing. And then I showed him 3-2. And then when it was 2-0, I looked at him and he didn't look at me. And then when we won, I looked and he still didn't look at me. So quick funny moment.
Hopefully a better time for him today. Now let's talk about BDS in this first game. Aragon, I think we were all a little bit surprised, right? Because some of the things that we criticized them for, I'll just say, like yesterday, how is Sheo gonna do? How are the Pigs going to do? How is Nuke gonna do versus Caps? How are they gonna do in the late game? It all went swimmingly.
Yeah, and I think it's really, really great as well, because in my eyes, they get outscaled a little bit here too, versus all the range that G2 actually have. You have the Rumble you can throw onto a bunch of immobile carries, especially with that CC to line it up. It's beautiful alongside the Corki Rockets and what have you. So I'm really surprised in the late game and the mid game team fights, that's where they come online.
What about the drafts? What did you make of them?
I mean, I feel like leaving Rumble is usually a mistake.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't feel like BDS draft into Rumble was necessarily good. But the picks I didn't like on the G2 side is the Varus. I feel like Varus has no spot in this game. He has no range. He's like in Zyra, Lucian, Ashe, Ornn. Like, I don't see what he can do in this game. And I think Mickey had a roughy game as well. Same for Yike.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about that, right? I think the front line in Mickey and Yike had a couple of issues when it came to the mid game. It felt like they would get constantly CC'd and then chain CC'd and then die. Mickey X dying a few times before getting his W off, but there really wasn't that much counterplay. It was incredibly hard to play frontline in this game. And to the Varus point, I think we both came into agreement that this is just not Hans's meta, it feels like. Who else is playing Varus AD carry? He doesn't play the Zeri, so that option wasn't there as an option, and it feels really difficult.
It is definitely something to track because it's things that we've said in the past, right, when it comes to the bot lane of G2, so we'll see how it evolves in this best of 5. I do want to take a look at a couple of fights. The first one, even though it isn't that relevant if you look at the end of the game, but what a way to start a series.
Yeah, I mean, here both teams wants the Drake and both teams wants to fight, because if G2 doesn't get this Drake and BDS gets it, then BDS can snowball. And if G2 gets the Drake, then then G2 can kind of like scale into the game. And what's funny here is that both top laners just ran from top to bot.
It's the Adam classic, right?
Yeah, and in the end, it was a good play for G2 because Caps got the 2 kills, and I believe BB maybe got some as well, compared to where for BDS it was only on Ashe and Ornn. So this was kind of winning for G2, yeah.
Yeah, I've got to agree. And then from this spot, because of how G2 outscale, you would assume like trading evenly actually just favors them. But then it came down to the Baron dances and so on. It was really rough.
Yeah, I think this is where we should talk about and where I really want to credit BDS specifically, right? Because Nuke knows this matchup really, really well versus Corki. He was holding his own really well, but then all of a sudden Corki comes back with 2 kills and a lot of gold. But then BDS, they take matters into their own hands here.
Yeah, I mean, here, for example, I'm not sure what Yike is doing on the top side of the map. Like he gets caught and then it's just a snowball. And here I think Shiva's flash was really great. Yeah. And I have to say, I think if G2 wants to actually pressure and win early game, they have to ban Lucian and Zyra or trade them.
Yeah, Zyra, you were saying you think that's Sheo's best champion. It is his most played champion so far this playoffs, clearing absolutely everything, even the tanks that we normally associate Sheo with and the Talia. I completely agree with you. I think Lucian and Caps, it was such a skill matchup. You see both mid laners dodging every single skill shot, but every single time it was actually Lucian coming out on top in terms of nuke. And even when they had so much attention, early skirmishes, going towards mid lane with the support rooms from Mickey, Nuke then kept coming out on top in terms of the team fights.
Yeah, it was, I think, in Nuke's favor in this game. And you were saying, oh, BDS was outside, they were having snacks. G2 was inside. they were having that talk. I also want to take a look at the Baron Seal just because I think they're awesome and it's nice to give Sheo some credit. And I think overall, been very impressed with Sheo Niski this game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, here, like Labrov gets caught and then Ice also dies. And this is where BDS decides to like try to 3v5 for the Nash. And I think the problem of G2's comp here is that no one can really zone Zyra. So Zyra can just walk freely into the pit and just 50-50 on Nash when they're like 2 people down. And in the end, I believe Maoka even dies here. and only Shu dies with its whatever, and then I think this is where BDS just wins the game, in my opinion.
It's really surprising because you'd assume that Maokai Q smite normally outsmites most things, but Zyra was able to just walk through unstopped, and then, like you were saying, Nuke managed to kill Yike at the end of it. Yeah, just another flip that goes the way of BDS.
Yeah, and I think overall, great play from BDS at different stages of this game. Also, you were saying something about itemization of Sheo specifically, how it's something that not maybe many people notice.
Yeah, I think Sheo, when he plays the Zyra, and like usually when you play against the Zyra, you have an Ashe or a Leona or a Rumble ult or like a Varus ult, but Sheo always buys Verdant Barrier, which is like a mini Banshee, so he can always just dodge or like tank one ability. And I think in this game it was very important because one Varus ult lands, you're dead, one Leona ult, you're dead, Maokai ult, same. And he plays this like Mercs Zyra, like kind of tanky, but not really still do damage. And I think he figured the code to Zyra, because I believe in the LEC at least, Zyra doesn't really win, and also in LCK except Canyon. So I think these are the two players, I guess, that can make the champion work.
My biggest question is now what happens to the Rumble prior? Because they've lost with it. I wonder if this is going to be one of the first series where we don't actually see the Rumble, even though it goes through. Usually what you see is teams will lose to it, and they'll be like, okay, we can't actually minimize the losses in terms of the on pick, and we just start banning it afterwards and give up. I wonder if we just don't see Rumble anymore, or G2 actually has to ban it because they don't want to take it anymore.
I would say, I think usually when you lose on a champ, you don't really want to pick it again, but I feel like Rumble is like very like specific, because I think this champ is really OP. And now they're like, okay, I guess we tried Rumble, but it didn't work, so we'll just ban it. Maybe they want to go into like a different meta, right? Also, BDS banned Azir last game. I'm not sure if they're going to do it again. But for me, it will depend on what Hans will play and also what BB will play, because I think getting counter pick on BB is very important. And right now with these bans, I believe Renekton top would be the pick, but BB has the Varus prepared into it, so I don't think BDS will pick it.
Okay, still possible.
Braum ban 1, 2, 3. Okay, that is weird.
Immediate Leona lock-in vibes.
I guess they do want Leona and like a dive comp.
Yeah, it can be even a one pick we've seen in the LPL very often. I mean, it really depends. You can always take the Alistar into it if you're Labrov. The Rel target banned away, immediate.
Tristana, Sejuani, last time it was Azir ban for the Lucian 1-2. So let's see, okay. So I think G2 might first pick Lucian or Zyra. That's what I would do.
As a denial.
As a denial, because I don't think you should
give... Have we seen Yikes clearly? Yeah.
So Zyra first pick, so here I believe BDS should pick Lucian away. I think the Lucian Zyra is very, very strong.
I will say, something else that Caps did love is the Ezreal, so maybe we can see it denied as well. They like to flex that before, and Caps was really good on it, almost winning out in the previous series.
And this is now, I don't think he's gonna lock Nidalee yet. I think he's just gonna wait to see what enemy team mid lane picks, or he just locks his jungler. But I feel like Lucian is the highest prio mid right now. So I think Caps would probably just play Ezreal.
I think Caps was doing fine. He was 4-0 1 point last game. I think he just locks the Corki again, right? Or the, I mean, I suppose he could do the Ezreal as a refresher.
Yeah, the
also
problem
synergizes with poke. With
the problem with the Corki is that you lose lane for Lucian, but with Ezreal you can actually win lane, and usually the Zyra side of that is very favored. So like here, if they lock Ezreal Zyra on the left, I believe they will have the mid jungle winning. Compared to if he locks the Corki, then he has the winning jungler, but Corki loses lane, so it doesn't get that much value out of the Zyra. So I think they should probably lock Ezreal here, is my opinion.
And there's a Nautilus locked in with the Braum setup ban, right? On the other side now you can match in terms of engage if you want to go Leona, or you can go Alistar into it.
Nautilus Zyra is a really strong combo, also Nautilus into the AD carries is really, really good, especially when like Braum and Rel are banned. So I think, okay, they will drop Caps to 4-5. Could also be an MF mid.
This is a nutty combo, right? Misfortune AoE with the Zyra. In terms of teamfights in any kind of choke, it's really, really painful. But MF mid, you say?
Add an Amumu and now we're cooking.
Yeah, that's
do you remember
the
that
old school
combo?
Bronzodio.
I mean,
the Curse of the Sad Mummy.
The MF mid can work into Lucian, because I actually believe MF just beats Lucian like straight up.
You see Chobi go Draven mid?
Yeah,
it's a similar idea.
Yeah, basically it's like whatever you can get to get mid power, you just pick it. And I think it's possibly an MF flex, but I assume it goes bot lane. And the problem is that if you ban Ezreal and Corki, I'm not sure what Caps can play. That's AD, probably like a Zeri maybe, or Varus, something like that. But I would assume BDS should ban Corki and Ezreal here.
Yeah.
And then what does G2 want to ban? Maybe like Nidalee? Brand?
Any AP junglers? The question is, I mean, Maokai's still open for Sheo. Talia jungle was something they prioritized, but I think is terrible.
Yeah. The problem is that I don't like the Maokai kind of into the Zyra. If you have the stronger mid, I feel like you want to pick like a Brand or a Lilia or like a Nidalee that can actually match the Zyra. I feel like if they pick Maokai, they'll be on the back end the whole game. Olaf ban indicates probably like a Renekton, possibly, or BB.
Yeah, or a blind Cassante.
Or a Cassante blind,
sometimes with these kinds of picks, you could just isolate the scale and become too much, potentially in one as well, I think is an answer. As a setup ban for the Olaf.
I think TF is really good for G2 here. I think it's really good into like double AD carry meta. Pretty decent to Alistar as well. Also adds another layer of CC for the left team. Near Corki is up, so I think Caps would probably just play Corki again.
Yeah, they're not convinced MF is bot lane. They're banning out AD carries.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe the Varus mid was something they were looking at.
I think they probably ban the Varus mid and top.
Yeah,
maybe they just 4-pick ranked on here, is my guess.
Shame Italy ban.
Yeah.
Getting rid of that. So you think Brand now?
I think Brand.
I think Lilia might be outranged a little bit too hard.
Yeah, I feel like this must be Brand. Okay, I have a problem with the Remington now is that I feel like if they allow Cassante on the left, I don't think Brand is enough to kill Cassante. And triple AD into Cassante is really hard in my opinion. And I feel like BB on Cassante in the ranked matchup with the Zyra, like the winning jungler side, I feel like they are very, very happy to play this. Yes. Even like a Malphite or so, like anything that's like very tanky. Yeah, Ornn.
Yeah, Ornn, a really solid matchup, and then there's the Corki. They didn't actually pinch the Corki, they pinched the Varus instead, so that goes through. And then we've seen Hansama on MF before, so it's not going to go towards mid, and he's going to take it into the Ashe matchup.
Oh, you hate to see it, but it's still there, guys.
But at least they have the Renekton Talia duo. That's always really, really nice. You can make plays. I mean, it's hard to make onto Ornn.
It's comfort, but...
Ooh, I think this game, I feel like BB will actually smurf very hard. I feel like his champ is so OP into like these 4 carries. I actually don't like Talia at this draft because I feel like she's very outranged. Also, I feel like with Lucian, it's fine, right? If you have like setup on top and bot, but I feel like into an Ornn, it's not very good. Into MF, not very good either. So I think G2 won this draft for
sure. Maybe BDS threw away their draft in the last 2 picks. Who knows? Let's head over to our casters and find out.
Maybe, dang, those are strong words. We'll have to find out how good the Talia is, because I'm notoriously skeptical about the Talia. GB and I discussed it yesterday. The brand is a lot more. Talia, of course, though, much more proactive playmaking. This level 6 the wall. We'll see if it is enough. G2, though, coming into this game, too, have simplified their composition. They press R real good, and really with 4 champions.
To be fair, their previous comp was also press R and hit the enemy team. But the difference is, there's not a Zyra getting in their way this time.
Yes. And also, circles. When in doubt, play the champions with circle ults. If you play a line ult champion excluding Ornn, harder, skill intensive. Circles, throw it down, see what happens.
And I will say, I'm honestly surprised. There's literally a whole game called Plants vs. Zombies, so the fact that we're not seeing more Brand jungle as an answer to Zyra is frankly shocking.
Well, shout out to the brands of our league for picking the zombie skin when they do play against Zyra.
And especially because of Leona that powers the sun for the plants. It's just wonderful.
Crazy.
Here we are, game 2. We're going to learn a lot more about G2's preparation coming into this week. BDS came out swinging in game 1. We'll also learn more about plants and zombies, maybe. Probably not, though. Of course, are you a master of the Rift? Question mark. Do you never miss a game? You better not. Santander is here to reward you. Head over to santandergaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hex Tech chests and skins. This week's code is Herald35. Herald35, baby. 35.
You know, now, being reminded of that sunflower thing, it reminds me of all of the secret passives that exist in the game. For example, because there's a lot of League fans that probably don't know about them, and I'd like to think that they still exist. But there are... Hang on, Nicky might be in some danger here, so I might have to cut myself off. Getting slowed. Vision going to be invested by BDS as well.
Hansama over the wall. Ooh.
That's a double up.
Yep, that's a nice little bit of early MF damage. A little love tap passive and double up, as you mentioned. But Yike now getting bullied off. This feels...
Sheo is literally like, remember me? Because you did this to me.
It's like time to learn some empathy, baby.
Wow, he is being extremely obnoxious. Ice wants to get back to the bot wave farm. Yike has lost 50% of his HP. No Cap has actually died yet.
I don't play enough Pokemon, dude. Does rock type beat plant type? Is that how that works?
Truthfully, I don't know.
Plant beats rock.
What if the plant is also a zombie, guys? This Zyra skin raises a lot of questions.
That's next gen.
That's next gen. Okay, got it.
Flank.
Oh, the smite. Oh, but it's the exact reverse, but this time they're getting a kill. That's clean for BDS. Frankly, Yike, greedy to be there for as long as he is, and now it's going to cost him pretty heavily.
He went for the smite fight, and he ended up losing it. Sheo gets the level 2. and he also finds himself a kill. Nice flank from Labrov. He's not going to commit to the red buff, though.
And credit to Sheo, he won both Baron smites in the previous game. He's lost one smite fight thus far in the series, and it was around his red buff at level 1 for Mike's Yikes Maokai. So you mentioned revenge there in the mid lane. Caps once again getting low here in the early levels. See if G2 can get pressure elsewhere. Broken Blade not as favored in the early matchup, and Adam really trying to punish as Caps goes all in onto Nuke. Nuke now trying to fire back one auto. No!
He tried to flash away from Mickey's flash, but just couldn't quite get away from the Nautilus and ends up going down despite the flash.
Meanwhile, Adam got a solo kill top lane. Like, blood is happening across the map right now. I hope we get a replay to see what happened top as well as what happened in mid. But Mickey with a nice flash to secure that last hit onto Nuke to keep Caps alive.
I will take a look back at this one, of course, because we missed out on it. We saw the initial start, but Conqueror stacked.
He just rolls it.
Adam walking in, has cooldowns. Ooh, the casual flash in! That's a good poker face. He walks away, because if Broken Blade proactively flashes, nothing happens there. But obviously, once the auto is started, the flash is not going to save you.
Honestly, I think he was doing that, you know, the calculating meme, because the pot had come through from Broken Blade, and so he probably questioned, will my auto attack actually do enough? And then he decided, oh yeah, it will. Flash got the auto. Nice stuff there from Adam.
It was also just one auto before he went underneath the tower to get the Fury that he needed to hit 50 to get the empowered Q as well to get the extra damage. So really nicely timed there by Adam to get everything off to get that kill. And now, I mean, your Croc's ahead, your Jungler's ahead. Mid lane, the kill went to the Nautilus. So in the grand scheme of things, it's just a great early start for BDS.
And even that mid lane play was dangerously close to going awry. And the worst kind of thing for G2 as well is because it was such a slim margin, Mickey really has to take the kill there. He can't wait for damage, right? He just needs to burn all of his spells and hope that they come out on top. So the gold not ideally placed, dead even in the mid lane when Caps really should have a bit of a gold lead. That said, Cole picked up early on for Nuke. We'll start to get a little bit more income as well as a little bit more sustained. Tier for the Corki not going to be too surprising as Mickey caught out. Hexblock coming in from Labrov. Really difficult for him to escape this one. Nice body block from Labrov. Additional stun follow-up, flick back there. The seismic shove. Mickey slowly getting whittled down. And you know what? I take it back. Talia, great champion, does a lot of work in the early game.
BDS are playing incredibly well after pushing lanes. Like, you've got control over mid with Nuke on the Lucian. You had the move there for Labrov on the bottom side to help out. Like, this is just really well orchestrated in the early game by BDS.
And credit to Labrov. The way that he and Sheo are linking up is great to see because, again, coming into the match yesterday, we talked a lot about how when Rel wasn't in the picture, Labrov was looking a little bit lost. But towards the end of that series, we saw more versus KC. And in the series today, he has been really consistent with his impact in these early games.
So we see red at the bottom of our screens with Sheo almost securing a 1k gold lead already. The Lost Chapter completed. This jungler is something that primarily you expect to be paired up alongside the Renekton. You know, that combo can be very effective, but so far he hasn't needed to play through topside. As you said, he's been primarily playing with Labrov to set him up for success. It's working out nicely. Now he is on the top side of the map. Yike is hovering around bot, wants to push in this wave, maybe set up for a dragon. But Adam securing 6, has the TP, but of course it's not unleashed yet, can only go to towers, so doesn't seem like anything too crazy is going to happen.
Yeah, I think we're just going to trade on sides of the maps here, but not just going to be able to walk up a shield to clear out these void grubs, set yourself up nicely. You've got Nuke with pushing mid, pushing top, and it's actually been pretty consistent that we started to see these like triple pushing waves. Pretty, like we got a lot yesterday in BDS versus KC, and BDS were able to use it well, and now here against G2 as well, just making things very simple for themselves. And I think the drops from BDS have been really strong. Again, securing this Lucian hash basically guarantees you 2 pushing lanes, and when you're on red side, you guarantee the counter pick for top. So you're in a great spot for BDS with the way they've been setting up these drops.
Definitely are. It's going to be hard for G2 if they fall too far behind in the early game to really execute in these fights. You saw previously, as we got later, you know, BDS were always just able to keep them at arm's length. It might be a similar story this time around. You had the Zyra being gone is crucial as we get in later, and Hansama obviously always going to just be able to ult in a team fight. But with Sheo about to hit level 6, BDS are free to split up the map. They don't necessarily have to play for the full-on 5v5 like we saw in the first Drake in our game 1. Can maybe just look to force some dives or make some cross maps.
I will say that, like, while BDS find themselves here in top 3 of Summer, it's important to remember that they limped their way here. Many people said that do you remember the series versus Mad? Where there were comments like, that was the strangest 3-0 to Mad that we've ever seen BDS win. You know?
Even Jackie said yesterday, he felt like he had 3-0'd BDS.
Yeah. And so far, they've been finding really good angles against G2 now. Let's see if we can get another smite.
Nice use of the wall. Ponsama looking for an angle to set
He
up.
does!
Arrow going in, and again! Now LeBron finding the double knock. Ponsama again trying to find that angle to ult, but it's just not enough. Double kill for Sheo. Monster performance from the BDS jungler.
What is G2 doing? Another dragon being forced in this early game. Now Broken Blade goes for a 1v1.
Second proc. Good bit of
kill
damage.
threats. But this is crazy to me. G2 forcing these early dragons, forcing these early fights. And against a Lucian plus this Talia, I am shocked that they are trying to force this because I feel like the results are obvious.
Yeah, it just feels like they have no respect for BDS's early game here. And BDS have been doing a fantastic job of finding these moments to punish. And again, credit to Lebrov. He had a great game at the end of on the Rakan yesterday. And now in the Alistair, he's making it tough.
Bit of a lockdown there. Mickey waiting as long as possible before he goes for the hook. Pulverize going in, but you can see G2 really trying to find the angle. Flash forward, ulti paired up. Means they will get the pick on the Alistair, but in the grand scheme of things, really just a consolation prize.
They needed something, though, because BDS were starting to run away with this game. Should give them a good amount of control on his bot side. More than likely get some plates, as Lebrov will get to the bottom side to eventually defend, but you should be able to get at least a little bit more going over towards Hansama, and maybe you can try and play off this MF, especially with that ultimate, but BDS are in a fantastic spot, especially after this fight.
Let's look back at this. So a nice Talia wall, zones caps away. He ends up in a 1v1. The arrow connects onto the front line. And look at that two-man knockup from Lebrov. Just like clean target selection, great execution. The fact that BDS could just isolate each of the G2 members, find a nice engage. Ice is in no danger. Nuke knows that he wins out in the 1v1 skirmish. And then Lebrov keeps the other members busy. Just a great execution from BDS, a dragon secured, a healthy gold lead in the early game, and a lot of it, if not all of it, sitting on top of Sheo.
Yeah, a very unhappy looking Yike at the end of that as well. It just looks like G2 have not been able to get on the same page at all, and now Arrow out finds knock caps. Just about able to sidestep it, but again, I like the idea of BDS just fishing for these plays because there's no real objective up quite yet. 50 seconds until the next round of Void Grub, so see if you can find a pick, see if you can find a little bit extra for yourselves.
Now, of course, it's not all doom and gloom, right? When we think about the scaling element, G2 do have strong scaling and strong team fighting. Of course, there are certain things like this Ashe has been a great late game asset that BDS has been able to rely on, but you'd have to believe that as the game goes on, Renekton's going to run into the same problems that G2 did when they played against Zyra in game 1, in Renekton's actual ability to close that gap. So as long as G2 can kind of stem the bleeding.
Mickey bleeding a little bit, but trying to stem it desperately. His Cap's going to body block just to make sure that his support doesn't go down. Nuke might be happy, though. Just lay a little bit more damage down onto Cap's mid lane has been so frustrating. Lebrov canceling that recall earlier, really hurting G2 in the mid lane.
I was about to say, if you fight BDS right now, you're in a terrible spot because look at all the items that have been picked up already. You've got the Eclipse already picked up. You've got that first item coming through for Sheo as well. You do not want to try and fight BDS right now. They are so incredibly strong, and that play in mid might have just secured them those 6 Void Grubs once more.
And really, 6 Void Grubs. Plus a 4-0-0. Talia has had this Luden's Companion completed for about 2 minutes now. Sheo is so wildly far ahead. There's really no hope of contesting, especially when Adam is doing really well in the matchup individually too, right? Has the Eclipse finished. Broken Blade, as we get later, gets to give away items, gets to be that big tanky threat. But BDS controlling this early game beautifully, starting with them invading Yike, making sure Yike's impact was limited, transitioning that eventually into the Dragon as Yike finally going to steal a few camps back. But G2 getting proactive here on the bottom lane, stepping up, trying to make sure that Ice and Lebrov cannot approach without more support.
Now, it's important to recognize that while BDS is having a good early game, the mid game is not flawless. We even saw it in game 1, right? There are a number of times where G2 could just find really good fights because a few members would overextend. Sometimes they would, like the TP play into top lane from Nuke was very unfortunate. There are situations where they aren't able to always leverage the leads that they build into clean closeout games. So given that they are so close to the finals with an opportunity to fight against Fnatic, having that clean execution is going to be crucial against G2.
Knocking from Broken Blade.
Very nice
more damage. I think just happy to trade ult for ult at this point.
That's my good old tank assassin priest, rogue, mage, ranger player.
What can't he do? other than push the lane. He can win he can do pretty good. If he gets all those cooldowns, he gets enough brittle procs, looks solid. But now Hansama gonna be the one in trouble. Immediate combo, and this is the problem when the Talia is so damn strong, but they don't quite finish it. A little bit of healing. He's got so much healing coming in. Hansama still standing. Bloodthirster first, baby, is not enough. Ice with a very casual backstep into the volley, and now it's Yike going in. The knockup going to come through. Adam just barely able to slice and dice his way out to safety. With Broken Blade coming in as well. Base damage for Ornn isn't enough to try to finish the job to get a few of these. Shuts down Shayo, taken off the map. 600 gold for the Broken Blade, and Ice just continuing to backstep, continuing to be a nuisance. It feels like the Dragon in game 1. I don't know how this happened, but it's a hot mess on the bottom side.
That was a 2-for-2 affair, making 3-for-2. Ice now looking to finish the job. Adam just needs to wait for his cooldowns.
Bloodlust on this team.
He doesn't have W up yet.
Waiting to tank the tower, trying to dice through. Ice gonna finish the kill. Not even gonna tank a single shot himself.
BDS are stepping up massively against G2. The dive didn't start off clean, but got significantly better as it went on. So BDS able to pick those up, and now LeBron in mid, trying to find Hansama, just trying to put a little bit of pressure on.
Hansama trying to strut, but he's strutting right into the Talia. The minefield down. He tries to flash to be able to escape.
What a crazy sequence of events, but credit to Shayo. This game has been all about him and Lebrov making moves on the map. They're able to get the flash out from Hansama. They're able to set up for 4 kills on the bot side of the map. And BDS, this level of proactivity against G2. Remember, the all-time record is 23-5, now 23-6 in G2's favor. BDS has never beaten G2 in a series ever before. And right now, they are performing out of their minds against one of their biggest hurdles.
Curse won Broken yesterday, beating a team in a 5-game best of 5. And now, trying to see if they can bring that against G2 here as well.
And remember,
oh no, Lebrov.
I'm gonna hold that thought. Lebrov, the Hex Flash, Hansama, the headbutt pulled into the arrow, the cleanse not available, not enough life steal to come through. Easy pickup for BDS, and they break mid lane tower as well. 5K gold lead before we even hit the 15-minute mark.
I'm sorry, Hansama, did you enjoy moving? Because you are not going to be allowed to do that in this game. The chain CC is absolutely ruthless from BDS as they find themselves another pick.
Yeah, denied this trust by just CCing him out of oblivion and making sure he can never move. But again, now you're in a position where, yes, you lost top tower, but you're going to be very close to answering on boss. You've already got mid, and Rift held is up and available. So it feels like BDS, realistically, with the control they have in this game, are going to start using this Rift Herald not for outer turrets, but for inner.
And remember, in the regular season, as dominant as G2 were in many games, a lot of the games weren't the best in the early game. But it's important to highlight that this is beyond even that. The most they ever really had in the regular season outside of 1 or 2 really catastrophic matches was a 1K or a 2K gold lead. And there was always this faith that come mid-game, they'd navigate, they'd move around the map, they'd outposition, they'd set themselves up for better fights. But that just has not happened thus far in the series. G2 better tools as we get later into the game, but cannot afford to fall any further behind. TP now to the bottom lane. Cap showing up, hoping just to get the objective bounty. But again, Lebrov and Shayo, see champion, kill champion. Good news for Mickey. Tanky enough to at least initially walk away, but the body block coming through from Lebrov is clean, and there's just nothing they can do about it.
BDS are punishing G2 so well. They see the TP on bot, know they've got numbers advantage, and Lebrov just waltzes on into their jungle and picks off Mickey. Now there's Rift Herald, there goes top tower, and again, you're trading even on the map for BDS, but getting objectives and kills as well.
This all started with a level 1 invade from Shayo and his bot lane. Off the back of finding that kill onto Yike, denying those camps, they have snowballed this game beautifully. The arrow.
Oh, connecting. Caps now has to fight Yike. Should just be a dead man walking. There's so much damage. Broken Blade now trying to dissuade any further follow-up, and the layering. The CC is good. Yike able to turn it back, able to get the shutdown.
Nuke tried to TP in to save the rest of the play, but it was already G2 winning that out. It looked disastrous, but not enough fury on Adam to one-shot Yike. Means that Yike gets away thanks to the ultimate from Broken Blade.
Some small reprieve for G2 as Yike at the very least is able to get a shutdown. While the game is definitely still out of G2's control, if nothing else, you're seeing some of the potential late game problems that a champion like Renekton is going to run into when playing against a composition like this. But BDS continue to find these picks on sides. They're executing well on their map play. The objective control has been flawless so far, and they're going to unlock another tower in the bot lane, which means that should be all the adder towers now gone. BDS should have much more control over the map, and they're going to be setting up for the dragon spawning at about 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, 6 grubs, about to be soul point, Mountain Soul.
Void are still got a Rift Herald as well.
This is tough. G2 losing every single objective on the map. Luckily have been able to grab those towers back at the very least, but problem for G2, yes, if they get a little bit more time, BDS misstep, they can absolutely punish, but BDS closer and closer to Soul, taking every objective means that the windows of opportunity for G2 are very quickly closing. Need more time to get items under their belt, to find that good setup, to leverage the power of, you know, this very, very strong ultimates on their composition.
But how do you get that setup when BDS are so good at controlling the game? Like you can see right now, they're just going to pick off Caps.
Caps holding onto the Valkyrie, luckily the arrow not going to connect, but still, Renekton so damn strong. Adam going in, Caps forced to flash out. Lebrov now coming from behind, waiting, biding his time. BDS dropped the Herald here.
Lebrov didn't have Ignite, so couldn't just one-shot Caps off the back of that. Caps barely escaping, but now there's the Rift Herald. They're going to try and take it. BB is
doing
caressing the top tower.
Caressing?
Yeah. And hoping he can get it down as Nuke is moving into that top end.
I mean, he was able to do a decent amount of damage at the very least, but nice play once again from BDS, really forcing the issue. They knew they needed to make something happen with this Herald, so they force the TP down bot. They get the flash out from Caps. Does cost Sheo his flash as well, but now they've set up all this beautiful vision ready for the dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
And this is what I was going to say, is that it's really difficult for G2 to get control of the game. Ice eliminates a mid-wave so easily thanks to the static ship. You can't really contest as Hans Sama opens up Sheo and Lebrov to start moving around, so G2 try to collapse on mid as Ice gets control, but now they're caught as well.
Bit of poke to Mickey, luckily can hook out to safety. And I think the downside of them going for the Zyra here is they've lost the Maokai, who gave them so much free vision control in the previous game. The Sapling's much more reliable than the plants. The plants from Zyra, an okay replacement, however. Hope that they can hold on to that because Ice just continues to not only have better push, which means better base vision, but has access to the hawk shot. Now the arrow goes in. Easy target selection. Wall coming in as well. They're completely set up for Sheo, and Sheo is so damn powerful already. One going to be deleted. Hansama now trying to run away. Lebrov, not enough damage. Broken Blade ready to try and turn this one back. Another kill coming through. Broken Blade at least getting one in return, but it'll only be Hansama standing. 19-20, too damn soon in the game for BDS to start the Baron, but they'll be happy with a third Drake.
His name is Ice, but it is you who is frozen solid. Another incredible arrow onto Yikes, sets up the play. Look at the coordination, the wall comes through. Lebrov with the engage, Nuke on the only potential retreat avenue, and BDS to shut them down. Broken Blade is able to get something back, but BDS are dominating in game 2.
This is decimation. This was not the BDS we saw all playoffs long. This is confidence, that magic, that spark is back, and G2, they look dizzy as they try and set up. And again, it's BDS reading how G2 are trying to find these moments, to find these picks, try and find that G2 moment, but BDS are stopping them at every step.
I mean, we talked about it, right? Like, can you really afford to give Ice this champion again? Like, he just seems to only have good performances on it. The amount of vision control that they gain thanks to his E, the amount of pick potential they've been able to find off the back of his ultimate. Like, sure, I understand the idea behind taking the Zyra away because of the amount of zone control, but as simple of a skill as volley is, think about how difficult it is to really navigate your way around it. Just that volley of arrows that always slows you as well. It's a very low cooldown. I feel like the G2 don't have an effective answer to stop Ice from doing Ice things.
And it's rare in a best of 5 domestically to see G2 being the team who are scrambling to find answers in the draft phase. They take away the Rumble, they think Rumble, hey, that's going to be the problem. Now end the Zyra. Those are the two issues. That's what we had. The Rumble we weren't ready for, the Zyra was the thing. But then the Ashe is up. And now next game, if BDS are able to close this one out, now is it the Ashe that hits the drawing board, that gets taken out of the equation. Too rarely on the back foot in draft, but here they certainly are. Sheo going to go for the setup. That's a 2.5 item. Talia! One combo does it. Caps, though, gets a shutdown in the bottom lane. Nuke. Didn't see the context there, but good job, Caps.
Caps are able to get something back, but BDS still in a great position when you look at just setting up this vision. Looks like they might start to turn over towards this barn as well. They have a lot of damage with the Kraken Slayer and Sheo, but
they can get the
they're going
TP
to look
out
for
from
the
Caps.
Yeah, they're baiting us.
Again, TP now going. Broken Blade, does he want to start the fight? Knockup not going to connect into Ice, crucially. Forcing the ulti out. They're going to try to land everything that they can. The wall coming in from Sheo, but it looks like it's going to be too late. Ice taken out of the equation. Lebrov now running. BDS caught out of position. G2 They use a lot of TPs, they use a lot of ultis, but they're able to find the picks. Sheo still up, but both carries still down. LeBron taking as much time as he possibly can as G2 now turn back to the Baron.
Yeah, they certainly can. They've got MF on her way over. Sheo is still alive. Yike needs to secure this smite to keep G2 alive in this game.
Adam stacking up Fury does walk onto a ward. They know where the Renekton is. Dominus keeping him topped up. Hook from Mickey, not going to connect. They're going to have to flip it. They're so far behind, they don't really have any other choice. 5K getting lower. Adam now trying to go, and the entire team peeling back, but Adam doing a decent amount of work, and the rest of BDS now ready to fall. Hook from Mickey, not going to connect. They've been forced off of the objective, crucially.
Yikes, too low, and with culling for Nuke, they would have been able to try and weave those bullets through, so they can't go for Baron. But great engage here from G2. You get the ultimate from Broken Blade, the ultimate from Mickey to immediately keep Ice in check. And even though Lavrov tries to get on towards Yike, Yike flashes over, so it's only Caps locked up, and there's no follow-up then for the rest of BDS.
The only downside for G2 is a lot of flashes were committed just to get on top of Ice, which meant that when Renekton dives in, there's very little to keep Yike alive, so he's forced to immediately retreat. Now the good news for G2 is they don't lose Yike. The Baron nearly finishes him off, but it's not quite enough damage. Mickey providing zone control to keep Nuke away means that G2 is able, off the back of that, to I believe find, what, 2-3 kills to at the very least keep them still alive in this game for now.
I think if Adam had actually connected with the second part of that dice, he might have been able to take down Yike with that help of the Baron, but either way, still, BDS keep G2 off. G2 still are 7,000 gold down, and a minus 20 until a potential Mountain Dragon. It feels very difficult for G2 to try and control both ends of the map right now.
But Caps may be the savior for G2. We've seen him carry games before. Finding that single kill onto Nuke does shift the momentum a little bit. You can see that third item being completed. Of course, it's a very tiny gold lead in the grand scheme of things, but Caps, when locked in, can be a dangerous threat. BDS can't afford to make mistakes in the mid-game because he is the type of player that will punish you and will use that tiny momentum to swing the game in his favor.
BDS this time around don't have an overwhelming number of engage and disengage tools. They've got something solid. Yes, Talia is wildly far ahead. Ice is powerful in the Ashe, but it's not the same as it was when they had the Zyra and the Ornn together. They need to make sure they pick their fights carefully. The gold lead gives them a huge advantage, but it won't allow them to just make sloppy mistakes. As G2 fighting for mid control, but it means conceding both of their side lanes.
And that's the big thing here. BDS, they can just forego mid tower. Actually, it looks like they might even try and fight it. TP's on both ends.
Wall coming in as well. Caps and Yike isolated to one side, the other three on the other. Adam debating if he can try to move in. LeBron trying to start the fight. Ulti coming out from Broken Blade. They're looking to interrupt. The lockdown from Mickey is good. 3-man knock up on the backside. LeBron going to get taken out before the fight even kicks off. Caps getting one. Caps on a rampage. Hansama getting another. G2 holding the line. BDS not quite perfect on the execution as Ice manages to trade back. Caps so damn aggressive, but he gets the double in melee range of the Renekton, and now it is just Ice and Sheo trying to hold on.
They're so low though. Barrier already used for Ice. Only flash remains for both of the BDS members, but G2, they know they've already won the fight. They can start to take the space from them.
Decent damage from Sheo. Ice retreating. They should just give this dragon up.
And they will be able to deny the soul. G2's first neutral objective of the game, and it's a big one. Let's look back at the fight. It's BDS to initiate. Remember that Labrov has already lost 50% of his HP, but it's a fight on two fronts. One side of G2 is dealing with the potential flank and the engage, but then look at Mickey and Broken Blade. Chain CCing the backline, and then the MF ultimate as well. Huge to zone away the follow-up from the rest of BDS. And G2, who looked like they were getting collapsed, surprisingly held the line very well.
But it's because Labrov didn't know what to do. After that, he got a great engage, but then he tries to help Adam on one side of the fight, which means that there's nobody to then CC Hansama, who opens up with the bullet time. And with that, you're able to get so much damage down. So a little bit of, well, miscommunication between BDS. They weren't sure exactly how they wanted to approach the fight, and G2 punish.
And the first time we've seen BDS not have the perfect follow-up when there is that engage. The headbutt pulverize from Labrov, no one is immediately able to do damage. And when champions like Zyra and MF are allowed to survive that initial rotation and use their abilities, use the bullet time, use the Stranglethorns, fights turn very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at some of the scaling elements come into play now, right? Renekton is forced to find these flanks to really close that gap, but in that previous fight, Norla's ultimate, Zyra ultimate, MF ultimate, zone control is kind of the name of the game for G2's composition. They just have a lot of abilities that take up a lot of space that BDS have to find a way to navigate around, and that's only going to get harder as the game continues, as G2 gets more itemization. And crucially, you look at that mid laner Caps, 5-1-3 now, has found himself with a 1.3k gold lead, and it all comes back to that question of, could that single kill in bot lane, where he could then TP up towards the top, they find themselves another pick, they then put pressure on the Baron, they find themselves another pick. These small windows where they swing the game ever so slightly back towards them could have mounted into putting BDS into a terrible position.
And it's very often the story of G2 in losing situations, that it is Caps on a side lane, doing something he maybe shouldn't be able to do, that brings the game back for this lineup. G2 set up first in the mid lane, and again, similar to what BDS or G2 experienced in the previous game, they're now able to do to BDS more or less. More range, more control, more threat. Still have to be careful, however. Sheo incredibly powerful.
But this is where G2 are way more terrifying, because they're the ones that are able to decide when they want to pick the fights. They're just grouping as 5 and saying, look, in a straight up back to front, we probably win out, and we might get that answer right here. As you can already see Lebrov taking a half and
Chunked out. Brokenblade can just back away and let the Warmogs heal him up. But again, it feels like we've just swapped roles. In the previous game, it was Mickey stepping too far forward, getting caught out, losing cooldowns. This time around, it's Lebrov. G2, very free for them to walk up and poke. They don't have to be scared. They can use those ultis to disengage.
Baron. This Talia has a death cap, and it's G2 that seems to be dictating the pace of the map right now.
Immediate ult from Adam. G2 can just back away. Ice off to the side. Nuke waiting here. They've got good information, trying to kick this one off. Wall coming in from Sheo to try and split the fight. Yike not going to be able to initially get involved, but Ice getting chunked over the wall. Crucially, the knockup manages to land. Where's the Bob? Ike now going to look for it in the ball of time. There it is. Hans Sama getting one back, but Nuke wants to make the difference. Hans Sama crucially flashing out of range, and the Lucian's got nowhere left to go. One more relentless pursuit will not be enough. Ice down, Nuke running. Caps on the chase. One more auto, baby. That rapid fire cannon bringing the fight home for G2.
Now they can turn their attention back towards the Baron, or will
Flash
they?
over. Sheo does so much work here. Lots of damage now into Mickey X, but Yak now trying to follow up. One kill picked up. Sheo and Adam, the last two left standing. G2 scaling well into this game, holding on, and now wresting control from BDS.
G2 are barely able to hold on in the game, but they are pulling it back beautifully in these fights, finding those moments to get onto the key carries of BDS, and now they turn their attention over towards the Baron. This is going to be a free take with no one on BDS able to get close.
A few minor mistakes have now mounted into a situation where G2 are dictating these fights. Ice is doing his best to do damage, but he gets too close to the wall. Brokenblade with a nice knock up, the follow-up CC from the Nautilus, and then Hans Sama with the ultimate. Nuke tries to make a hero play, locking down Hans Sama, but an exchange of flashes means that Hans can get away to safety, and Nuke loses his life to Caps at the end of it. A very valiant attempt from BDS, but again, you're seeing some of the struggles of their composition, how much damage they're taking prior to the fight even starting, and then even finding effective damage. Like, look at Caps' HP, look at Yikes' HP. They barely took anything.
And you can see BDS in the previous game, they were always able to kind of dictate when the fight started. They looked so much more coordinated. It was so much clearer for them what they wanted to do, but in the back half of that fight, it's very scattered. Sheo and Adam trying to jump in as a last-minute response. Nuke running away as Adam tries to clear the wave. It's a little bit chaotic. Can't afford to make those mistakes anymore, because what was once a massive gold lead, not so heavily in their favor, and is G2 with the Baron buff, the TP coming through. Adam going to try and interrupt, will do so successfully, stopping Brokenblade from getting involved. Now he just needs to get away, and he can try to use a TP of his own. But Brokenblade powerful in the 1v1, just needs to make sure Renekton cannot get involved. It's a 4v4 here. And the mid lane, Nuke just getting chunked. Again, a single rapid fire cannon auto does so much work. As Ice getting pushed back.
No sums.
Blast Cone is going to be big, massive chunk onto Ice, but the retreat is coming through, and Brokenblade just winning the 1v1 versus Adam. I didn't get the entire context, but the Renekton's getting cut down to the ball time. No, oh my God, the damage. G2 finding the angles in these fights, and BDS are crumbling.
G2 are finding their moments. I'm just playing with their food at this point. Managing to chase down Ice, they chase down Adam. You can already look at Yike on the Dragon. And now they're going to look to crack open this mid-turret as well.
We need to get the goal graph on our screens ASAP, because G2 have clawed themselves back from a colossal deficit. Tiny mistakes from BDS were capitalized on, and G2 have punished so effectively. An 8k gold deficit is now a gold lead at long last for G2.
Coordination in the fights has been key. was scattered, it was messy in game 1, better tools now in game 2, and they are paying off. The deficit deleted. Advantage now theirs, 50 seconds left on the Baron. 5K Red Bull Baron power play. That is some impressive stuff.
And even though the gold is starting to even up or to get a lead for G2 in the top side, all those Ornn items coming through as well just means it's such a big gold lead for G2 and BDS. They just cannot deal with it at all. And G2, they've just been playing this 5v5. They've been like, look, we are stronger, force the mid play and just make it so that then BDS have to try and fight to defend, but we're in such a good spot.
I mean, we think about it, right? BDS were finding picks and skirmishes across the map. Great dives, great play around the neutrals, but they always started off by finding a pick and then converting it into something else. Maybe even another pick, burning a summoner spell here and there. They were utilizing the mobility of the Taliyah and the pick potential of Ashe to punish G2 at every turn. But when the fight started, when we saw the full 5v5s, the 4v4s, G2 were finding angles and making it hard for Nuke to play the game, for BDS to really close that gap, and they were running into the same issues that G2 ran into in game 1.
And I think this is the problem now that we see with Taliyah. While she was the powerhouse in the early game, she was the champion that got so much of that gold lead for BDS. Cheo doesn't have a true ultimate and can't really walk into these fights. A single Zyra plant slowing him down, probably a death sentence, when Hans Sama is just waiting off to the side with the bullet time, ready to go. Still will fish for the walls, still trying to find that good angle for BDS to get the setup, but the 5-man core of G2 just about unbreakable. Colin gonna get used here. Broken Blade unconcerned, arrow landing on the Caps is big, but the follow-up not quite there. Caps going gold, and Sheo now ready to follow up. They might be able to get one back, but instantly they turn on Sheo to deny the follow-up to ensure the Caps can survive. And once again, there is the bullet time. Adam off on the flank trying to delete the Corki as quick as he can. 1K gold shutdown. Adam holding on, but so many carries still standing. Triple kill for Hans Sama, looking to bring home a 4th. Adam getting cut down here. The extra healing, not enough. A quadra for Hans Sama in the final fight of the game as G2 strike back.
It looks good for BDS. One stumble on a mid play and G2 capitalize, immediately taking the game back and forcing us to a tied series.
Seeing the faces of G2 after some of the plays that were happening, I thought that their mentality was broken. I thought that they were going to be forced to figure out a solution to the draft problem, but they just needed to bide their time. They just needed to wait for that opportunity, and they're able to fight their way back, and huge credit to Caps. I really think that that single pick in a side lane was just such a monumental momentum shift in G2's favor.
Gave them the time they needed, the gold they needed to come back in that game. That's going to do it for us here in game 2. A quick break. When we return, game 3, we'll see who can move on to match point in this series between BDS and G2.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a Poro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
here for BDS. Frankly, yike. Nice use of the wall. Ponsama looking for an angle to set up. Arrow going in and again. Now LeBron finding the double knock of Ponsama again, trying to find that angle to ult, but it's just not enough. Double kill for Sheo.
Let's go. Yeah.
I was going to Guys, just kill. Back left. Front left. Get back here.
Lucian dead. I kill ranks as well. Nope.
Careful. Go left. Nice.
G2 squares up the series. It's 1-1, and I honestly don't know how BDS gave that advantage away, because we were criticizing their draft before the game started. We swallowed our words quickly when we saw that early game, Niski, but was it, at the end of the day, the draft that killed them, or was it something else?
I think it was their play.
Okay.
Like, I feel like if your junglers had 1.5k gold at 14 and you lose it, when every lane is just winning, there is a problem somewhere, right?
Jungle doesn't matter, I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Crazy.
this clearly shows it. Like, jungle diff isn't real apparently, but I think that it was clearly a comfort pick coming through from Sheo. One of the main issues we've always had when he picked that is the fact that the first clear is quite slow with it. We never saw much come with it, and you didn't really get the same advantage with an AP jungler as you got from, well, like the brand we've been talking about. But I think they did a great job at mitigating that with their exact same strategy that G2 pulled down in Game 1 by doing that to them in Game 2 by just invading the Zyra.
Absolutely, and they had a great start, and I think we can now be kind of more confident if the pick does come out still in the jungle for Sheo. But we got to talk about how G2 came back in this game. It came down to, as you also told me, strategic shutdowns from Broken Blade, giving him enough gold. The fact that Caps picks up a kill here, then picks up a few more and a little bit more gold.
But I think it's so eager. Like, Sheo doesn't even take the wall here in the beginning, and while Labraf's engage look really good, it's just the fact that he's flashing forward for a knockup that no one can follow up. Out of nowhere, you have two frontliners who's stuck in the enemy backline, and all your backliners have no frontline now, and they just get cleared by this CC. This team fight is really what broke BDS in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think BB's, as I said in the beginning of the game, I think Ornn is really OP in this draft. They were like 5-6k ahead and they were still winning the fights. And for me, I just feel like G2's team fighting got better and better when the game was going on. And I feel like in the early game, they were like very lost. You could even see like on their cameras, like no one was really laughing or whatnot. They would look like very sad.
They looked like they had already lost the game.
Compared to BDS, where they would laugh, and then I feel like they threw the game, and then G2 just picked it up and then won every single fight. And I think, as I always say, when you play G2, there's always one guy that you need to be careful of, and it's Caps. Like, I think Soul kills Nuke, and then they get a good winning fight, and then they get Nash. Like, I don't know, for me, you have to be careful of Caps, and I think Nuke, for example, this game he played good in the early game, but then I didn't really see him in the mid game.
Yeah, but I mean, this doesn't even tell like the full story of this game, because even like when we were watching that game, I said to you, do you even think Caps can carry this?
Yeah.
You straight up said no.
I said no.
Yeah, exactly, because it just looked that doomed. Like, we're sitting there 6 to 8k down, and they fumbled that lead. Like, that has to do something to BDS as well, especially moving forward now, because you're on the brink of 2-0ing G2, an entity that BDS has always had issues with. Coming back from this one is going to be very difficult.
Hang on. Maybe they were like, we always get reverse swept, so we're going to avoid it.
Wow.
Is it possible?
I'm mind blown.
Maybe. I mean, last time we played BDS, they were 2-0.
Yeah.
And then I 3-2'd them in finals. So.
Yeah.
So if even Niski 3-2s them, they're like, well, G2's going to like absolutely destroy us. No, but it's not a laughing matter, obviously, although we're allowed to have a little bit of fun. But it's 1-on-1, meaning we get at least 2 more games of this. Now, regardless of how the game played out, the advantages built with the Taliyah were still strong, right? I think everywhere else on the map, the Ashe was also still strong. I think you want to take that Lucian Corki matchup again, for sure. So it's hard for me to think about what should change, because it's such a momentum-driven in-game decision-making thing.
It's funny, right? Because the team that I'm coming out of this game thinking that needs to make changes is G2, despite them winning. And I think the early game is one thing. One thing is that it's a good effort from BDS, where they're just linking up before G2 and they're catching members when they're isolated. But it's also just a thing where G2 seems so lost. Like, it's been a while since I've seen so much random map movement from this team, a team that was known for having the best movement in the LEC. I have not seen that team play in today's series.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think G2's drafts, I feel like they don't really get pushed. For example, I think Corki into Lucian, you don't get pushed. They did try to pick Zyra first pick, but then they didn't pick the Lucian when it was, or like the Ezreal into the Lucian, which is like a 50-50 matchup, and they chose Corki instead. And I feel like they are the team that snowballs the best in EU, and I feel like right now they're playing another game, and even in mid-game, they don't really play the same way they used to. I feel like they're kind of lost, or maybe like lost of confidence or something, but there's for sure something wrong with G2.
Okay, strong words. For sure something wrong with G2.
Sure.
BDS is staying on the red side, so that might signal, oh well, you know, let's run it back.
I think they want to run back the same draft if they can. I think the only adaptation from BDS is that I don't think they should pick Renekton on 4.
Yeah.
Like when they show their jungler, you should just pick jungle and counter pick Renekton with Ornn, which would be good for BDS as well. But yeah, except that, I'm not sure. I don't know if Nuke wants to run the same Lucian Corki matchup, but he probably does.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely will. I think this is interesting because blue side, of course, have been the side that every team would pick if they had the choice to pick it. But I think we're in such a weird situation where G2 doesn't even seem that confident as a blue side team right now. Like, go back to the first draft, they're banning Rumble on blue side. Like, this is crazy in a best of series from G2, who's known for playing not just the meta, but more to the meta.
Yeah, and a G2 who usually scales into those playoffs in preparation for a final. So it's been an interesting day here so far. So I'm really excited to see what Game 3 holds in store for us.
I think we're also excited here on the desk, especially when it comes to the draft, as BDS, I think, unsurprisingly, pretty content with the results they've gotten, at least in Game 1 and in Game 2's early game from a red side draft. We'll see if G2 continues to ban Rumble. If Ashe is ever considered a part of the problem.
Yeah, I mean, based off that game, they'd probably sit there and say no, because you just throw enough CC at her and they'll say, good luck having fun playing the game. But in any case, I know that G2 definitely don't want to know the game like that again. So we'll see how things adapt. In terms of the draft, it looks like Rel and Braum going to be taken off the board, with Tristana and Sejuani on the side of BDS. And there's the Rumble once again from G2. And Azir once again from BDS. So
Very same.
What is the first pick going to be? Another Zyra? G2? Is that the plan?
Do they Ashe first rotation is the other side? Like, because I think, okay, I was going to say, I feel like Yike is willing to build out the brand, but yeah, I think we just go back to Ashe Lucian.
Are we getting a run back? Is it Nautilus and then MF?
Is it a salty run back or an educated run back? Because for G2, again, despite BDS being the team that lost, I think G2 are the ones that should reconsider running it back, because that early to mid game was terrible.
And I think there's definitely opportunities for BDS to obviously learn from that, but also like, hey, if we want to go for Renekton into this Ornn again, we can go for the earlier Black Cleaver that we didn't see coming out from the Renekton, which you traditionally see. So I think there's a lot of things that BDS will have also learned and will only come back even more powerful if we run this through again.
But it is also important to know that BDS had an insanely strong early game that was reliant on them catching Mickey and catching Yike very early on to make those lanes even better than they might have been on paper.
Gentlemen, so Olaf should be next, and then Varus, and then Italy. Right?
Okay,
there's Italy. That's fine.
Oh, it's a mix-up technically, Betty. It's technically a slightly different draft.
Okay.
We're entering unknown territory here, lads.
They banned the Italy first instead of the Olaf first.
So Varus, if BDS is looking to really run things back, the tension is killing.
I've never felt so much tension about whether or not a draft is going to be exactly the same or not.
I think okay. Do we get the Olaf?
I mean, if we don't, I'm going to be very scared. This is uncharted territory.
Do you just take the Ornn if you're Adam though away here on this next rotation and say, hey, we're
No, I agree with what the
Ornn?
desk was saying, that like the mistake was picking the Renekton now. What they should do is just pick jungle instead. So if we're going to see variation, this is where we should see it from BDS. But G2, if anything, they shouldn't need to change anything. Right now, they're just using their time to discuss, is what I imagine. Because you do only get, I think it's like 30 seconds between each pick.
Yep.
Oh, so they're going to take the Talia away. All right, so we do have some adaptation. So now BDS will be forced to change. But I think that their game plan was to move away from the Talia regardless. But let's see what they've got left in their wheelhouse. Don't fall for the bait, guys.
I'm not going to. Brand obviously still a premier AP jungler. It's up with the Lucian already locked in. You expect another AP jungler to come through. Karthus.
Okay.
Okay, fast clearing, great scaling in terms of, obviously the Requiem hitting 5 targets. Very powerful champion overall, but also very awkward champion.
It's a champion that Sheo played already, though. We saw it at the start of the split where he brought it out and was kind of this new adaptation for Sheo into these AP junglers, and he looked great on it. So we'll have to see if he's going to be able to have a similar performance here, but especially if you can look for these pick plays, it becomes significantly easier for Sheo to get involved with them with that ultimate to set things up.
And I think having a Karthus and a counter pick for your top side of the map put you in a pretty damn good situation. Make the 1v1 matchup that much easier. So instead,
Blind
not
Aatrox.
willing to blind the Ornn, but willing to blind the Aatrox.
I feel like that's very dangerous into Adam, of all people. He's the type of player that will have some sort of unique pick to answer it. I wonder if something like the Darius or the Garen is even something you would consider.
I don't hate it in this position as well. You've got plenty of engage coming through from Ice and also Alistair, so you don't really need extra. So yeah, I think this works well. Double global coming through. You're into a decent matchup. Like, you can run the Arcane Comet on Aatrox if you want to try and find some extra poke, but I think you're in a pretty good spot here.
The main reason why I don't like it is, from my perspective, this series so far has been a lot about fighting.
Yeah.
It's been a lot about grouping up around objectives and finding 5v5s, and I just don't think BDS's 5v5 is as strong as G2's is.
And in game 2, we saw BDS put on a masterclass of how to build a lead with semi-globals, and it wasn't enough to overcome a team with stronger team fighting prowess. Now, again, admittedly, Ornn is out of the equation, so G2 not quite as strong as they once were, but BDS's composition very, very vulnerable. If they do not execute well in these fights, it's only Alistair who can really step up and start these plays. Yes, Twisted Fate with a gold card is solid. Yes, the Asher is solid, but it's not the same reliability you get from these beefy frontline threats.
But I think that's why BDS's composition will work better than last game, right? Because when you look at, hey, we don't have that Ornn follow-up, but then your main engage tool is Nautilus. And sure, you were able to find moments to have those big plays happen, but in a scenario where your follow-up is hoping that Aatrox can get into range, or you can hope to maybe a Flash Zyra lockup comes through, I think it's easier for BDS to navigate these. But if you can continue to win out in side lane, where Adam gets a lead and Nuke gets a lead in these early stages, well, then you can definitely play through sides, group bomb mid, catch Yike out into jungle with Sheo, and very quickly start to snowball this.
Very good point. And additionally, when you have an Ashe and a Twisted Fate, it should be impossible for Broken Blade to find one of those iconic Aatrox flanks. You should always know where this guy is coming from. We'll see if BDS can once again find a lead in the early game. What the story of Game 3 will bring us. There was draft adaptations on both sides. G2 the same except for their top lane pick. BDS forced to change a bit more in top and jungle.
I kind of realized in hindsight that the logic behind the Aatrox pick was to deter them from the Ornn.
Anti-tank, yeah.
So if they're saying, like, I'm going to lock in Aatrox, if you go Ornn, you're going to have a miserable time top. So you have to pick something else, and that's the direction they've gone into. Again, like, I'm not super enthusiastic about BDS's comp. I agree with you, Dagda, that they definitely have options to play through from side. But based on the way that this series has been going for me, I think the G2 is just kind of setting themselves up for success.
And I do agree, if BDS ever fall behind, game's done. Like, you need this team to be able to snowball to find those picks. But if G2 ever run back into, hey, we are just 5v5, we're playing for neutrals, we're playing for team fights, it's already over. So for BDS, I want to see early aggression. I want to see them try and set things up, but that also doesn't really play into what Karthus does, right? But in theory, you do have set up with Labrov, you do have set up with Adam on the gold card. And I think that's where they'll try and play through these sides into mid pressure.
Now keep your eyes on this early vision. G2 was worried a little bit about BDS doing some delayed invades. Zyra now starting on the top side of the map instead of the bot. Early ward invested from Mickey around the Raptors to also keep track of whether or not Sheo was up to any shenanigans with the rest of his team. But BDS, to their credit, have developed some very effective early game plays, whether that be through their lane swaps, whether that be through their early invades. They were an early adopters back in the day of the Scion. Do you remember? Yeah. He would come with the jungler and they would threaten to dive bot sides. So G2, now having played 2 games against them in this series, respect it here in Game 3.
Yeah, both junglers got their chance to do something crazy. Level 1 Yike in Game 1, Sheo in Game 2 will not happen in Game 3. And unlike Game 2, G2 able to start the lane phase as normal. So the MF Nautilus combo, able to get that early priority that they really weren't able to grab in Game 2.
And that's why you can see Sheo moving up towards his top side. Anzam and Mickey would more than likely be able to get that control over bot lane, so at least opening up for Sheo to move towards where he's guaranteed push with top and mid. Maybe even look for a bit more as Hans gets booted out after a nice hook from Mickey.
Still though, good damage onto Ice. Nice little chunk there, keeping him under the tower. Get Nautilus with the Riptide early. Should just always have that push. Alistair, as we've mentioned many times before, doesn't really do much to level 3. Was accelerated in our previous game, courtesy of those early kills. Now Mickey making some clearance in the mid lane. Of course, Nuke doesn't know that Mickey shouldn't have hook yet. Just gets it in time. Of course, the terrain reducing that cooldown, but still forcing Nuke back. And Yike is here too. Man, Nuke is not allowed to play the game. This one gonna connect. Second hook landing, but now Sheo ready to punish. Wall of Pain going down. Mickey not sure if he has access to the Aftershock cooldown. Zilbrav is here too. Almost taxied the minion, but didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, I like the job there from Lebrov was basically like, I'm going to headbutt this minion. I have the potential to flash on top of you, Mickey. Are you going to burn your own flash? But Mickey, confident Lebrov was not going to go for the flash play, so steps away. But G2 still hovering around here. They really wanted to make sure that Caps could crash the wave first and get a reset off, but not going to be the case. But BDS there to turn that mid play back in the round.
Mickey's still just trying to be disruptive in the mid lane. Caps finally going to get a chance to reset. Nuke going to do the same. Mid wave is now even. Ooh, timing there good. Two fans, unending support here in the studio. Hansama and Ice continue to duke it out. Lebrov will be here first, but Hansama should be just fine. Was already able to reset and grab a longsword alongside some extra pots as Ice and Lebrov really just want to crash this wave.
So far, I don't expect any super crazy priority on any of the objectives. We've seen G2 pretty consistently in this series fight for the very first dragon of the game. I have not enjoyed watching those fights.
To be fair, I've enjoyed watching them. I just found them highly questionable.
Yeah, I mean, the logic...
BDS fans have loved them.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But just some of the decision-making, I mean, I think there's been a pretty consistent criticism of G2 where their early game has not been the flawless kind of looking throughout the year. They've definitely had some periods of time where their early game has been better than compared to others, but yeah, I don't fully understand some of the early Dragon priority. We'll see if they shift that priority. Keeping my eyes on the rest of the map. Looks like nothing too crazy going to happen. Both teams just trading objectives. We find ourselves 1-1 in the series if you've just joined us. And BDS have kind of had control over the early game pretty much throughout the series. It was just in last game, G2 was able to find the better team fighting.
And just a quick aside, just impressive stamina here from the G2 army.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's like musket era warfare where they're like cycling people in and out of the champ, but they've just been going for the entire duration of this game. That said, it might not save Broken Blade. Sheo on the way here with the Wall of Pain. Broken Blade getting lower. Should be a quick kill, but hitting those sweet spots means a bit more damage coming out. Gets the flash out of Adam. Adam wandering forward. Vision in the brush. Means a dead Broken Blade, but we'll at least get the flash.
This is what we were talking about, though, with side lanes having set up for Sheo. I wanted to see him try and play around this, so nicely done in these early stages to get that early kill going into that top side. Gets the push. You have no TP for Broken Blade either, so this is just now a nice little advantage for Adam, who's already 700 gold ahead.
Sheo going to be able to convert this into the grubs as G2 secures the first dragon of the game.
And as you see, just deletes the objective there. The power of Karthus. Incredible clear speed in the kill as well. Going to accelerate him even further. Level 6 now. Requiem available.
What's Caps up to, though? He's hovering around on this bottom side. Was potentially looking for a play, but Mickey was on reset, so maybe hoping Lebrov would try and go a little aggressive to disrupt his tempo, but they don't end up overextending there on the bottom side.
Rob ready to kick the fight off. Mickey now wandering and revealing his presence. They weren't sure if he's there. The minion still connecting means that he can get in and at least apply the passive. Decent damage now coming down, but there's the Karthus ulti. Mickey deleted, and that fight turned in an instance. The power of the jungler from BDS.
A 2v2 where they were not expecting the involvement of Sheo as Yike has made his way into the top lane. Ultimate thrown out.
Getting involved.
No flash, remember, on Adam.
Broken Blade zooming in, but they'll be happy to just cut the wave and deny some XP, maybe grab a plate as well. That said, Karthus 2-0 at this stage of the game. Already a bit of a concern for the side of G2. Hansama incredibly low. Ulti available for Ice. No cleanse for Hansama, but Mickey will be there in time to dissuade a dive.
Yeah, if the Yike ends up showing again on top side, you can already see Sheo starting to move in towards this spot. They want to look for the dive. Hex flash from the wall, potentially, but Hansama just clears out with that ultimate, nullifying everything BDS were trying to set up.
Minions there. Volley range not quite enough. Arrow just to stop the recall.
Now, the small reprieve is that Sheo doesn't have his ulti available. Adam should feel safe enough to return back to lane now, knowing that if Yike was still here, he would have spent way too much time hovering around. But good damage done there. He's been able to close the gold gap a decent amount, of course. Adam still finds himself with an advantage, partially because of the passive, but also because of the CS advantage. So Yike ultimately doing a good job of helping Broken Blade out on the top side.
Definitely is, but again, credit to Sheo. Previous game, super dominant. Yes, due in part to the level 1 strategy, but this game, despite playing Karth, has already got involved in a gank on the top side of the map, and of course, post level 6, he can get involved anywhere. But that early kill really helping snowball him ahead, 800 individual gold lead. You know, you expect the TF to be winning in lane, 0-0-1, bit of a CS advantage as well as the passive, but the Karthus being as far ahead is going to be fantastic for BDS in the fights to come.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Sheo wanted to try and move up onto this top side as the wave was going to start to slow push out, but it looks like they're perfectly happy with just having enough vision there for Adam to sit by himself. So going to move back down to keep his camp cycling. And now I want to see if we get that same kind of level from Sheo and Lebrov, because last game it was so well orchestrated in the early stages where Lebrov was just following and shadowing Sheo everywhere. And if you can set up for these plays with Lebrov, the CC is perfect for the likes of a Karthus.
Little less of a signature combo, though. The wall of pain and the Skittles not quite as dramatic as flicking someone through a bunch of rocks.
Kel throws a tantrum, and then you get the Skittles. It's like any child.
And then Skeleton screams. Yeah, okay, I got it. Clearly. I think we had different childhoods, Rob.
Yeah.
Adam going blue, refocused. In an instant, bam, there he is, locked in.
Looked like one of those TikTok edits for a second.
It's the fan cam. Where's the song? Someone put the song on. That said, bottom lane. Lebrov and Ice still able to take control here. Level 6 for Lebrov is going to be big to force any potential aggressive plays here around the Dragon. G2 already grabbing the first Drake of the game. Traded for the 3 grubs on the side of BDS. Is quick wall of pain going to spot out Yike.
Level 6 is going to come through for the support soon. And it's Caps with the priority this time around. Often we've seen Nuke able to get it. There's a small window here where Caps can work with Yike to set up control around the Dragon. Still a minute and a half away, more or less. The Grubs will likely be the bigger prize, but with Adam's control on the TF on the top side, it's going to be harder to contest that.
I actually thought Nuke was going to reset to get essentially trade that priority for TP in towards mid and a better buy, but he stopped his back to try and keep the mid wave, and now Adam in trouble.
Ulti used. Quick gold card. Umbral dash back in, but Broken Blade just threatening, just posturing. Adam just going to trade ult for ult.
I mean, Broken Blade basically just walked at him menacingly.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah, but Adam, he held his nerve. Didn't end up burning anything. Still holds the lead for now. It's Yike to start off the Grubs. Karthus is in the area, but Broken Blade has control over the wave. And it looks like that there's going to be no contest.
Arrow on the bottom side. Hex Splash ready to come over the wall. The Requiem to Hanzama. The calculation's not quite correct. Sheo grabbing the kill, or grabbing the assist, excuse me. Ice going to pick that one up.
And BDS has been doing a nice job of just finding these moments where Mickey has reset, been separated from Hansama, and get these picks. Now, it was traded for the 3 grubs on top side, but Mickey now going to look mid for Nuke, as he knows that there's no reason for him to be in bot side.
And frustrating for Hansama, right? It's obviously a solid setup from the side of BDS, but the fact that he has to do it with 300 to 400 less HP because of how powerful Sheo is, because of that Karthus ultimate. It's so difficult to know when he can't afford to stick around.
I mean, overall, BDS find themselves with a good early game once again. Their jungler in a fantastic position, as you both have already highlighted. Ice continues to get stronger. They're in a great spot, given the wave state, to set up for the next Dragon. BDS, ultimately, they've delivered on what Dagda wanted, which is getting that early lead.
Specifically Dagda.
Yeah, no, they're like,
only Dagda.
Nuke looked up at the caster booth and I heard him say,
give a little point.
This Please be proud.
That one's for you, baby. That's what Sheo actually shouts when he ults. Dagda!
Yeah. We do our secret handshake after. It's great.
But the point that I was trying to get at was they need to maintain this, because it's all well and good in terms of how they've been playing the laning phase, but what's going to be crucial is how they execute the fights and how they use this lead later on. You can see Broken Blade continues to gain more confidence. It doesn't really mean much as he walks aggressively because he's still 1,000 gold behind, but we'll see how things shift as the game continues. Dragon secured, of course, for BDS, 1-1 apiece. Herald in about a minute and a half. But outside of a few picks, a relatively slow affair.
3-3, the Grub score 2. And you already highlighted, right? TF gold lead a little bit fake. Nice sidestep. Caps.
Caps has been playing Swarm for a lot of these early games thanks to Ice, where he's just going to try and dodge away from all these Ash arrows that are coming in. So, how's he done so far? As Adam will get Yoink back, but I don't know, even. He's going to be fine.
Not quite. Yeah, top lane really looks like they're going to fight, but it's a lot of, they just kind of square up, throw abilities, and walk away from each other. And so all things considered, you highlighted already, Vedi. I mean, a relative calm early game. Yes, BDS have the 3 kills and a pretty decent gold lead, but it hasn't resulted in any greater objective control.
And as a reminder, both these teams are already qualified for our season finals. We already have 6 teams locked in. So the results of this will not determine that, but the winner of Summer will secure a spot at Worlds. I believe globally they will be the first to lock.
No, GG locked me.
Oh, my
Because of their win at MSI, as long as they make playoffs, they are in Worlds.
Yeah, so ultimately...
what won't they take from us? We up our timeline so we can be first.
Oh, the brawl. Thanks, man. But yes, a spot at Worlds is on the line, and of course Fnatic in the finals tomorrow. Both these teams fighting for an opportunity to fight Fnatic. And for BDS, I mean, there's a lot on the line in the sense of pride, given that they've never been able to beat G2 in a series.
Well, and an entire regular season that was the story of development and wow, look how good they are now, was kind of undercut by a very bad start to playoffs. And while the series against KC was, you know, highly contested through the entire way, they did find the win, and if they can find a win here over G2, if they can even find a second game, first time in their history, really an impressive start. The G2, first priority on the Herald here. BDS not a lot to trade, might try to make a cross-map play on the bottom side instead. Herald almost resetting, but won't do it.
But this is where, again, this makes me nervous for BDS's composition. If you can't find this cross map, if you can't find an answer for things that G2 are doing the map, well then you start to look towards, oh, well, we're gonna get more dragons, suddenly Baron's up, suddenly we can force 5v5s as G2. Now they are looking for the cross map, but it's very, very late. So Adam will at least just get tower, but you could have even looked for BB under the tower as he was trying to defend that earlier.
Getting something back at the very least, but yeah, you highlighted it.
I mean, it's Caps getting the same on top, right? It's just very, very late.
So the goal lead stays, you know, relatively close for now. At least, of course, G2 do have access to that Herald. 3K for BDS, but it doesn't feel like a 3K gold lead. It feels very much like an even game. Maybe that changes. Sheo now level 11, of course, has some magic penetration in the form of the Sword Shoes. The Karthus is really strong, just hasn't had an opportunity to ult.
It's, you can look at the gold at the bottom, right? And you can sit there and go, oh yeah, that's a big gold lead. But really, you just have to look at the items. And if you look at the difference between Karthus and Zyra, there isn't a difference. All right, now that could just be because Karthus hasn't gone back to base yet, needs to spend some gold. But this is also why it's important to keep track of, like, I mean, we all have that experience, right? You press tab, you see the item differential, and you kind of keep track of what the actual difference is between them. And mid is relatively even. Top is where you see probably the largest discrepancy because an item is actually completed for Adam or it's not for Broken Blade. Between the two AD carries, they're also both probably in a very comfortable spot. So G2, even though we see a 3K gold, they probably don't feel like, as you said, they're in a 3K deficit.
Especially when they want to try and throw down this Rift Tower. It feels like they can just 5-man on towards mid-wave. That's a turret that's very, very low. And BDS in an all-out 5v5, it's way more difficult for them to execute from the current position they're in. So I think that's where G2, you can already see Caps getting control over top, but BDS want to disrupt it.
Arrow, Caps, the Ghost now coming in for Adam. Quick gold card lock. Herald channeled. He wants to try and use it to escape. He needs a few more seconds before the Herald will spawn. Now he can start to mount up. Valk's back. Now finally going to mount up. Lebrov trying to body block, but there he goes. Masterful escape.
Okay, first of all, that was very cool, smartly done from Caps. I will say, however, him taking the Herald to use it as a safety precaution.
Look, all I'll say, to follow up to your all I'll say is they get a tower mid. So what looked like Caps might have just spent a Herald and potentially 600 gold to get away in style, does at the very least get them a mid-tier
And they may even get a bot one as well, because of the pressure that they have in mid, they can move that pressure into the bot side jungle, clear out the vision. Now Nuke has to be cautious of a dive. You can see his team responding to make sure that he stays safe, but the focus is not Nuke, it is of course the tower. So that will be the third outer tower secured for G2.
And now this game becomes very difficult for BDS to try and play because second Dragon, all towers down, the access to the map that BDS are going to take despite the gold lead they have is going to be very, very difficult. So G2, if they can just play off of, hey, we outnumber and outpush you on mid, lean that into side lanes to keep Adam in check, keep Nuke in check on the side lane, this game is starting to teeter into G2's favor.
Oh my gosh. If you were around for the Ryze ulti plus Zanya's interaction, this is the same thing in 2024. Difference is it costs you a hell of a lot of money, effectively, so...
And you're going to do it once a game.
And you do it once a game. But it looks cool every time. I will never get tired of seeing
Yeah,
that.
I do remember him doing that was it last week where he took it away from Mickey?
Killed him.
We never got a follow-up on that. I need to...
Yeah, we need to know. They were saying G2 looked out of sorts. Is that the drama?
Yeah, is that the drama?
Can we just spread misinformation right here in the cast?
Well, we find ourselves, again, in a bit of a neutral state, which, as Dagda highlighted, is probably not the state that BDS want to find themselves in. Again, you kind of look at the gold at the bottom of your screen, and now you look at the items. Now you'd be scared, because Shao has Malignance. That is a much scarier Karthus than a few moments ago. Has been power farming through the jungle, and now with a full item advantage over Yike is definitely in a scary spot. And the same can be said for Adam, a full item advantage over his lane counterpart. So these are two that really need to make their presence known as we find ourselves in the mid game, looking to try and attack sides. We've already seen it, Ice and LeBron forcing 2v2, Karthus ultimate comes down. Let's find ways in which we can utilize that Twisted Fate ultimate as well to start a fight off, a 1v1, a 2v2, and then have the Karthus ultimate really change the dynamics of that fight.
Yeah, I wonder what BDS are up to though. They've dropped bot wave entirely and sent Nuke up towards top. All he got was Krugs and now has to walk the whole way bot side. It feels like BDS unsure of how they wanted to play it, if they wanted to try and like overload top side, but no one really showed. So now it just gives BB that push and bot and a free reset. It looks like BDS are just struggling as to what they're supposed to do from this position and fumbling waves on sides now.
I mean, it is difficult, right? As strong as the theory of the TF plus the Karthus, you've got the Ash Arrow too. It's all very obvious in terms of what it wants to do and approach to the game. You can see G2, while Caps was stepping very far up previously, now that he doesn't have the Herald anymore, he's very willing to back off at those top waves. Doesn't want to step too far forward.
Which is a crazy sentence to make for the record.
And I think inevitably he will step too far forward. It will happen. It is still, you know, it's still Caps. You'll go for it. Mid laners in the LEC and overextending on side lane is a tale as old as time.
It certainly is. He's going to be very close to completing his Muramana, which is also a nice spike for him. Going to be working towards the RFC third, I would imagine. But notice as well, Shao, 2 levels above Yike. His game plan has been one of priorities, and that is clearing jungle camps. He is 179 CS. He is power farming, and he's doing a damn good job of it so far. Because now we tend to look at like the big mid-game objectives. Things like Baron definitely become a big, scary point. Both teams have relatively fast Baron take. Both Zyra and Karthus, big contributors to being able to melt that objective.
Nice. They're out of position, but G2 don't feel confident to step up. Of course, no information on Adam, the potential for the Destiny to come in and turn the play. And additionally, we saw it in the previous game, right? As long as the Alistar and the Ashe have CC, in this case the Twisted Fate as well, Hansama really can't afford to push ult. It will immediately get canceled.
I mean, if I'm BDS, I'd be thinking about trying to secure that top outer tower. It's relatively low. They want to try and bring... That's why I think the idea behind... Oh, Arrow.
Nice hook buffer from Mickey. But you can see, Karthus hurts.
At least that's what I think the logic was from bringing the Lucian up from earlier to try and overstack topside, but as you rightly said, they do feel like that they're kind of fumbling a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's just because the wave wasn't pushed in yet, so you didn't really have a moment. Getting that push onto Mickey, though, does help them buy the space that they kind of need now to potentially threaten that top turret, because you can already see G2, we're basically making this play, and now BDS might be caught.
TP into the top side, looking to catch out BDS. Quick use of the Stride Breaker, not going to matter too much. Mickey now hooking in, looking to lock down that Twisted Fate. Instantly, Mickey's in the back, looking to lock up multiple members, and there's the bullet time again! Layered with the ulti from Yike, a solid pick from G2. They trade support for mid lane.
And this is why it's so difficult when you're in this position as BDS, because they overextend just a little bit, but G2 had already got all that control on top side, already set all that vision. So Broken Blade TP's in, they get that pick. Baron was started, but just ends up hitting them on a couple of bits on the way out.
It ends up only being a 1-for-1 though. TP invested from Broken Blade, and the exchange did come in from Nuke too. A couple summoners used, but ultimately not going to swing the game either way. The bigger thing is the fact that Dragon is spawning in about 35 seconds.
Adam.
Caps.
They're caught out here. One more auto.
He keeps doing this, man. It doesn't matter what champion he's on, but since the AD carry meta has come around, Caps just consistently finds these picks on side. It's why teams often have to ban the Tristan away from him, but he's doing the same thing on Corki.
Niski talked about it before. That arrow going wide sucks for BDS, stops the counterplay from coming through, and now Nuke forced to move up topside to try to catch that wave to stop Caps from getting more. This is frustrating. So much of League is supposed to be this perfect chess game. Caps consistently making these creative plays to disrupt that.
And now they got a completely uncontested Dragon, and that gold lead is whittling away. It's a situation where, as strong as this Karthus is, we haven't really seen it be scary so far. And there's still opportunities for it to do just that. But BDS, with their gold lead, with their kill lead, it does feel like that it's G2 once again dictating what is happening on the map.
And this is where I think if you're BDS, you've got to try and find some way to get Adam to shadow nuke. Like, if Corki shows in this wave, try and just immediately ult topside. And that looks like maybe what they're trying to do here is they're rotating Adam up. But you can see Caps is already backed away. He's not giving them that moment the second he sees that wave disappear on bot side.
Brav, though, continuing to go even deeper, lays down a bit more vision. BDS, are they willing to go even further to catch Caps out? Ice takes a big chunk of damage, and again, MF, all AD items, Bloodthirster alone, plus 80 AD. So in terms of a sustained fight outside of the ultimate, MF might not do a lot, but those burst trades very heavily going to favor her.
Caps just continues to farm in a side lane. It's almost like his home now. He's happy to be here. Broken Blade doing a similar job on the other side. His items, again, still pretty far behind that of Adam. But when it comes to the team fights, I'm sure he's confident in his ability to have impact.
And I think we're in a very similar situation where this combination of the Zyra and MF, like in Game 2, is going to be really tough for BDS to handle, especially because their primary plan, at least in terms of draft, of getting these picks, has not come through at all outside of 1 or 2 in the early game, but now looking to force onto Yike, immediately trying to turn back onto Adam. Adam deleted! BDS not in a position to go that far, to follow. G2 grouped up enough to stop the pick from coming through.
They didn't have the follow-up, and it wasn't a go-kart from Adam, and Broken Blade even stopped his reset on bot lane, so now he's on towards the tier 2. He's going to rotate in behind. BDS, they've overextended.
Mickey looking to collapse. BDS, if they lose any more members, G2 will turn right back to the Baron.
It's not a good angle, though, I think. I think the HP is too low on the side of Yike, and Caps also going back to base. Wisely, I think G2 back off, but that idea that we just saw is exactly what Dagged has been asking for, right? That attempt of, but doing it on a side lane should be the strategy. Trying to catch Caps while he's putting pressure down onto you on top lane, or trying to catch Broken Blade while he's catching waves on the bot side of the map, rather than just going towards where the Baron is. And it's so easy, not only for G2 to collapse, but onto a Zyra of all people who can, I mean, did you see what happened? Root into knockup, into MF, then coming to clean up. Like, I feel like that the priorities and execution of this comp from BDS is just not coming together.
And it's one of the really awkward things about being the Twisted Fate is you telegraph your arrival. And similarly, while the AD Twisted Fate is a lane monster, it's not the AP Twisted Fate of old where you can Zanya, you can gold card into Zanyas, you can really one-shot someone if you get strong enough in the game. You're never going to be that DPS threat unless the entire team ignores you.
And it's unfortunate that the ultimate from Ice missed, because if it had hit, then you get the CC chain and it's perfect. But combo was flashed away from, and now BDS, they're grouping up as 5, and G2 immediately can see them go, wait, you're 5? We're very happy if you want to take a 5v5, and all start to group around this mid lane, forcing back BDS, and again, controlling where they can move on the map. There's basically a semicircle around those outer turrets for BDS where they can actually play the game.
I mean, look at Caps again. 3 items fully completed, 26 minutes in. He returns to his side lane once more. He has a full level over Nuke. And earlier, I commented on how Sheo had a 2-level lead over Zyra. Now, you can see the little pink bar next to Yike's icon. He's now gained an XP lead over Sheo, because Sheo hasn't been able to prioritize all that farm that he was getting earlier. And while he is working towards that death cap, that's true, he's going to be scary. He's going to be a late-game monster. Karthus always does damage in the late game. That's 100% a very terrifying thing to deal with. But when the 5v5s come down, Yike is definitely going to be no slouch. And I just don't think BDS have the front line to be able to weather the pressure that G2's comp can throw out.
I mean, yeah, in a tense game, CC also just so impactful. Yes, the Space Laser, the Karthus Requiem is strong, but G2 can just layer their CC. If they can leverage that with Hansama's ultimate, their game plan is so simple, so easy to execute.
But look at how BDS are trying to make plays. It is a second that wave is cleared out on boss, Adam shifts out of the lane and tries to move. But before he even gets to that position, G2 have already pulled right the way back, and you could hear the pings on that bot wave. The second Adam is not on that wave marching out, Broken Blade is spamming like a madman those question marks to say, get the hell away, play back, because the only way that there is a window for BDS to come back into this is finding a play. But Ice
too far forward. Mickey! The predict from Mickey right on time. G2 fishing for an angle, but now the TP coming in. Adam might want to fire one back. Just the gold card. G2 with the enemy AD carry deleted. Where do they want to go? 12 seconds before the Ocean Soul. And BDS have to be ready to fight this, or at least do something, because giving it up, it's crushing.
But it's G2 who find the pick, and what a great way to do it as well. Use Caps, oh my goodness. Use Caps to force the flash out from Ice, to then have Mickey with the follow-up. Just great execution from the mid support combo. And now they'll get themselves the Ocean Soul. There was a promising early start from BDS. They were able to find some good picks, get a good lead, but as we've entered the mid game, GTS, G2
baby.
have circumvented any potential picks, have controlled the objectives, and now they have an Ocean Soul.
And I think it's been BDS not really finding those moments to cross-map effectively in the early stages. You really need to trade all the time, and in Lebrov might be trading his life here.
Get caught out, looking for the flank, looking to move deep into enemy territory, hoping to get a creative angle in the fight to come. Now the chase down, should just be dead. Might take a bit of time here,
That might be
but
Baron too.
Rob will fall eventually. Broken Blade feeling good about this one. 2.5 items now in the Aatrox after surviving the lane against Twisted Fate. He gets a kill. He's got an Ocean Soul. G2 not going to start the Baron. They just want it to caress them, in words of Rob. It's a quick caress before they leave.
And it was lovely. They had a great time.
This is frustrating for BDS, guys. Like, look, game 1, you know, game 2, the massive lead, but now in game 3, G2 have just, I feel like, shored up so many of their weaknesses. So much more disciplined, respecting what BDS can do, not giving them those angles of attack, and just playing this out almost painfully slowly.
It's what you need to do against this sort of comp, though, because all you want to do is play for objectives, because it forces BDS to play as a 5-man unit, and you just win in that regard. So unless you get caught, BDS can never get a foothold back in this game. So this will be long, this will be drawn out, but now with Elder in 4.5 minutes, G2 kind of have another objective that they can play for.
Oh my, sorry, I knew Caps was sitting on a lot of gold, so I wanted to see what he would back on, and in my head I was like, who's got a BF? Who's got BF plus pickaxe? Just grab Infinity Edge. Yeah, level 18, Infinity Edge Corki.
I don't know if you were watching the rapid fire cannon autos before the Infinity Edge, but it was 40 to 60% of the health depending on who he hit, so
G2 will now start Baron, and they will force you to come and fight them.
All right, Sheo's stolen once before, but he's the Karthus this time around. Can he get into the pit? Can he make it happen? Hook onto Sheo. Wall down, bullet time, gonna immediately get around to by Lebrov. Nuke with a decent culling, but he's just not doing much damage. This Ocean Soul is so damn oppressive. G2 get the objective, can now turn right onto BDS, and they're all basically full health. G2 dominating. Those advantages they've been building up all game finally paying off. There's just nothing that BDS can do.
This game was over 10 minutes ago. It was only just waiting for G2 to put the final nail in the coffin. Sheo running for his life, but I mean, maybe the plants can get over the wall here.
He didn't even use his ultimate in the fight. It was such a one-sided slaughter from G2. Oh, he's just barely able to go back to base. Now the ulti comes through.
Yeah, screw you, Venny. Look what it did.
That is the frustration ultimate. That is the double lift flash of ultimate. You use it because you're not going to get another chance. Sheo. Oh, God.
It's not pretty, is it?
Well, turns out Ocean Soul and Baron is quite an oppressive combo. BDS struggling to mount a defense here. G2 again clean and composed.
I mean,
in
it's
this
been a
game
slow
3.
and painful affair, right? They've just taken their time. They've been very steady. Dagda highlighted it nicely, where they've been really respectful of the Twisted Fate ultimate too. And now that's 3 inhibitors. They were just waiting. Caps just said, guys, I've almost got my item. Let's just wait a second. Goes back, grabs it immediately. Straight onto the Baron. Force a fight. 3 inhibitors down. And now it feels like just a matter of time.
It's exactly that. You can't really exit from your base. And good hook here from Mickey onto Sheo. The bullet time over the top. Nearly takes him down, but interrupted by Lebrov, so he's not able to get much. Broken Blade finds space in the top side alongside Caps. Very much close to finishing off Adam. Managed to get ice in the back of it, and it's just a disaster for BDS.
Did Hans hit a Q onto Lebrov as he was headbutting in, and then the double up actually connected onto Nuke as well?
That is what it looked like, yes.
Ouch. Kind of
Mickey
crazy.
going in. Again, they can just walk these waves in. It'll be tough for BDS to respond. Caps just going to stay healthy. Lebrov looking for that flank. Hansama stepping up, but they don't really do enough damage. Cap steps in, finds the kill. Lebrov on his lonesome, not going to do much as Broken Blade tanks 3 members of BDS. Colin coming out, gold card will connect, but now it's Caps who instantly steps up, gets the triple. They want the penta. They want to feed it to him. Are they willing to dive? Berlin is bloodthirsty. The G2 army, bloodthirsty. They want to give Caps this penta, but no. It is a quadra, and Yike will steal it away, but G2 will move on to match point. An incredibly dominant showing in game 3.
A difficult composition for BDS to pilot. Sidelines have been something they've been working on for a while, but they just were not a match for G2 in this one.
Ultimate like that Aatrox pick ended up being a very clever response by G2, pushing them away from the tank matchup that they probably wanted to get, pushing them onto some type of carry which they couldn't execute properly. They got early game leads, but they couldn't snowball it. Well played overall from G2.
Certainly was. Hello, Sean. You're the best. Also that other person.
Glad shot.
Sorry, thinking of the song. You're the best.
Never gonna keep. We're gonna hope that BDS are playing that particular song on full blast. So before we infringe any copyrights here, we're gonna send it to a quick break. When we return, game 4, match point for G2.
Pick up! Come on, come on!
Eyes on the battle, not your screen, Commander.
I was thinking we could use some backup. Yes! Now, Violet!
Steal your pride, Wolf. The fish girl is winning.
Woo!
He's mine.
Not bad, little leader.
Guessing you have a plan, Commander.
We win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't believe we lost to NA.
We'll be fine.
We always are.
Psst, Pedro, do you and Law want to go on a legendary adventure with Marriott Bonvoy? Just go ahead and press that button. Over 30 hotel brands, 10,000 global destinations, over 8,000 hotels worldwide. Where can we take you?
Oh, it's Berlin.
Let's go.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Wandering and revealing his punches. They weren't sure if he's there. The minion still connecting means that he can get in and at least apply the passive. Decent damage now coming down, but there's the Karthus ulti. Mickey deleted, and that fight turned in an instant. Arrow on his bottom side. Hex Flash ready to come over the wall. The Requiem to Hansama. The calculation's not quite correct. Mickey now hooking in, looking to lock down that Twisted Fate. Instantly, Mickey's in the back, looking to lock up multiple members, and there's the bullet time again. Layered with the ulti from Yike. A solid pick from G2.
Well, it was touch and go for a little bit there, but apparently game one was just lost for content. That's a sentiment we hear very often when it's about G2. If they lose, it's for content. You know, the excuses are ready. But credit to G2. They recovered phenomenally. I think Niski, especially in this game 3, right, was more of what we expected to see. What was so good about how they approached that game?
I think Mickey played way better this game than he did the 2 past games. I think also, as I said, Caps, you can never count him out. I feel like he's in the zone, and when this guy's in the zone, it's very hard to beat G2. I also think BB had a good game. I think his lane was not very good, but I feel like his mid game was really good. I think Yike
He got
also
covered
better.
very well.
Yeah, like he got covered. They covered both entrances level 1. They just played better as a team, and I think BDS looks. It feels like this. The BDS of this game looks like the G2 of game 1. Like they're kind of lost and like dying everywhere. The TF pick, I think, was good, but I feel like they didn't use it very well at all.
Yeah, it was not a lot of cross-mapping. So.
Yeah, and I think you cannot give Caps Corki again.
Yeah, it's
I
over
would
now,
not.
right?
Yeah, I would not at least.
Yeah, I think when we look at that core, we look at the Nautilus that's going really well. The Corki is doing really well, and the Zyra is doing really well. Like, you need to start breaking that up, it feels like.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, let's not forget that this draft was kind of just a salty run back almost of what we saw from at least with the first 3 picks coming through. And I do agree with Niski. Like, I actually like the adaptations coming through from BDS, but it felt like for them to have this composition, they were a bit too stale with
they're
it.
outside.
Nice. They need fresh air.
The gamers, let them stay inside. But I think that it's just the fact that we never really saw too many plays. I think we saw 2 good plays where we saw the Ashe arrow with the Castle's ultimate come through. But I think this draft also allowed more creativity on a broad map state if they really wanted to commit to it. But we often saw them be very stuck together.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think if you switch both teams, I believe if G2 has the BDS draft, they would win, because I think TF and Lucian and Karthus in mid-game should be very, very hard to play against. But I feel like BDS just kind of grouped, and they were playing on the TF side rather than playing away from the TF. Also, I think once again, Nuke, I didn't see much this game. I feel like the last 2 games, Caps has the upper hand on him, I guess. And yeah, I think they have to switch something. Either is the Lucian, either is the Corki, or it's the ball lane, or it's the top lane matchup, but BDS has to change something for me.
Yeah, something's got to give. Goldberg, you wanted to show us something?
I do as well, because I think we all remember that very cool play in the top side where Caps just drops the Herald and he gets further ahead and just leaves. But it's also just what this play actually does for G2 on the map. So I'm hoping that it's going to come up here, and there we have it. So we saw it in the beginning. It's super cool as well. He drops the Herald. Something we've seen Caps do quite often is that he takes this Herald because of 2 things. One, he can use it to take tier 2s because he loves being in side lane, or this example right here where we see it. But what you really need to pay attention to is the fact that so many people of BDS have all just made their way up towards the top side, and this gives so much access to the rest of G2 on the map, as you can see in a bit, to actually just continue making this play so much easier in terms of getting the tier 3 towers, making sure that you get the move into mid lane. So now they're still out on the map, but there's nothing they can do. BDS is wasting so much time trying to shift the pressure back from top side into mid wave, and once Ice is clearing in the mid wave, will G2 already get the head start. They get to go back down in bot lane. They get to clear all the vision again, and that means that even though BDS finally gets here, they can't walk up, because then they're going to have to fight for vision control, and that's impossible. Suddenly, they don't have access to anything. The reset has to come through, and from one Rift Herald play where it looks super cool with Caps up towards the top side, they get mid lane turret, they get bot lane turret, they get Dragon, and suddenly this entire mid game is just completely open for G2, and it's the most Caps thing I've ever seen.
It's like a lose-lose situation for BDS. Is that also Niski because of, like, he's built up now in this series that he will do something in a side lane, he will try to kill you, he will build up an advantage, so he knows either I get a tower or I get any kind of advantage by the Herald itself, or they all come top and they've already said, then you guys go mid, then we go bot, then we go Dragon. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I mean, basically, like with the Rift, when usually the Solanus picks it up, it's like either you play on the other side and then you're always safe with the Rift, or you play on the same side as the Corki and you play for a T2, for example. But this shows me that G2 is kind of back, because like I feel like in game 1 they were looking very, very bad. I think game 2 as well. But I feel like now, for example, with the top play, they all move towards bot side. They get mid, they get bot, they get Drake, then Caps covers mid, and Caps goes back top. They already reset.
Like flow
I
state.
feel like they're in the zone and they're actually back. So I believe if they have a right draft, I think G2 will just
They're
take
so
this game.
back. Okay, I don't know what side selections. I think BDS is on the blue side. Sorry, I did hear it. They did tell me. And let's see. The leaked script is G2 BDS 3-1, so that would be the last game. And I'm assuming that was a G2 fan, so it means that G2
3-0 probably, yeah.
3-0 in the final or something like that. We'll see if BDS can buck that trend, then flip the script.
They really got to stop leaking the script.
Every time.
Every time. But what I'm really hoping for is that the script was wrong and that whoever wrote it was inept. Because, frankly, we've seen too many BDS G2 3-1s. And it would be a nice change of pace to get, at the very least, a Silver Scrapes, if not a BDS resurgence, and potentially even a victory. But right now, after the way that game 3 played out, one step at a time.
BDS find themselves on the blue side this game. Let's see how things shape up, because Zyra, will it be the priority? What about Corki? What about Ashe? So many questions that need to be answered. So we're going to be jumping straight into the draft here for Game 4. Will BDS do something that they've never done before, which is go to a 5th game against G2 Esports? Or will we instead see history repeat itself once more as Ashe is banned by BDS, which does raise the priority of Ezreal?
You know what I think we're going to see? Ice, Zeri. We're just going to be full-on scaling team fight.
What happens with Tristana here? Do you ban it by BDS, or are you just saying, hey, look, the Quirky's just been too much of an issue? G2 ban the Tristana, and then we open up for like the Zyra first pick here for BDS?
Yeah, that's a great question. There's a lot of power picks available right now. We've seen that Brand has completely fallen to the wayside. Sheo clearly just doesn't want to play that champion. He has played it before, but it's not high on the priority list at the very least. With the Tristana banned away, heavily suggests that something like the Zyra or the Ezreal is going to be the first pick for BDS.
Oh, potentially Lucian as well could be the answer. So
I'm convinced they're going to move away from it. But maybe you're right that by banning the Corki, they're saying now you don't have a good answer into our Lucian.
Because I think Lucian just hard wins then outside of it, unless they ban the Lucian here and then try and force. But it's going to be the Zyra ban, so
they have a similar read to us, it seems, where that seems to be the priority. But a Sejuani is something that BDS have consistently banned in this series, and when they played against KC yesterday, every time they got their hands on the Sejuani, it did allow them to win games. Even Sheo in the interview said, let's just simplify it, let's bring back the Sejuani into our draft, and it worked out very nicely for them. Easy engage, great front line, and overall a great addition to many comps.
Also one of the few times Azir is open, so you could actually just go back to full basics for BDS, get rid of the AP junglers, just say, hey, we're going to take it. But G2 might be reading that here as well. They're going to try and sneak away the Azir, it looks like, and just make sure Nuke can't get his hands on it.
Is it Ezreal, maybe? I don't really think of Handsummer as much of an Ezreal player, but it depends on what the team values. They could also just lock in something like the Brand, but that wouldn't... Okay, this makes more sense in the context of pairing up with the Nazir.
Locking in the Maokai. Of course, just the conventional answer really to the Sejuani. Trade tank jungler for tank jungler. Sejuani, a little bit more proactive playmaking early on, certainly, but could also, as much as we don't talk about hoverovers, could still technically be a flex.
But they might, if they just really want to control mage mid, they could do Hui. They could do Hui Ez if they want to do something like a front to back. Talia is also fine. Very common for BDS. Strong wave play, good roaming potential, can match the push, gives you early push against an Azir especially. And now it just comes down to what they want to lock in for AD carry. Will it be the Zeri? Will it be Kai'Sa? What do they feel?
Jinx. This has kind of been the big one for Ice, where they've often taken Jinx in this rotation, then said, hey, look, we'll leave Nabrov to take whatever comes up next, but try and force something where we even, if we guess counterpicks, would say something very aggressive, there it is, we can look for a lane swap if needed as well.
All right, Jinx. See if they want to pair that with more front-to-back team fighting tools. Talia, obviously, very solid early to mid-game in terms of getting prio.
Now, I think G2 do need some more engage. They can't just rely on the Maokai, so I wonder if they'll grab something like a Nautilus here, or even a Leona. Instead, they're going to prioritize their AD carry. Going to be the Misfortune once again. Definitely setting themselves up for another team fight style call.
I think especially when you've still got, as you said, like Leona, you've still got Alistair, you've still got options that you can take into this bottom side to look for those team fight setups. I think you're relatively okay here to drop that support, despite the fact that BDS more than likely going to look to ban away some of those engaged supports in this rotation.
I think G2 should really consider banning Braum. When I look at this comp from BDS, the thing you need to be scared of is, keeping this Jinx alive. And Braum is a really annoying champion, having to deal with that. BDS, though, they need to blind pick top. I wonder if they will look to try and ban away some answers and prioritize something like the Cassante. If they really want to go stock standard, kind of true to their old form, then that would be one of the safe blindable champions that I would consider.
I think taking the Leona away here is G2, either banning it away or taking it on this next rotation could be quite good, because yes, you will get Labrov going for the Alistair, but the Leona is super good at interrupting the MF ultimate with the solar eclipse as well, but also it just, you need some sort of engage. And then in the opposite side, I think Adam has an opportunity to go for kind of more of an engaged tank top if you want to. Nabrov could always slop it into something like a Renata here as well if he really wants to. And both kind of disrupt Hansam in this situation.
Now the Renekton ban has come through out of the anticipation by seeing the Ornn ban, right? Because they think that Ornn is a good answer to the Renekton, so they're saying we don't want to give you that blind pick. BDS is now considering what options they have. They're probably discussing what top laner they're thinking about and what ban could be a good answer into that top laner. I will say, though, that I think that Nautilus, I was about to say Nautilus is going to be the priority, I think, for G2. And BDS shifting their priorities towards the bot side and saying, you know what, we don't want to give them that. We'll now put a bit of pressure on G2, because when playing with an MF, ideally you want a laner that can help leverage her power in lane. And I think that Leona is probably one of the few that can do that. So now you're being funneled into a Leona, which then sets up BDS to go for an Alistar. Now, Alistar with Jinx is not a great combo. So the question then becomes, do we go for something like Renata? If you want disengage, that could be a good option. But at the same time, Azir, MF, a lot of range at their disposal. So does Renata really make a lot of sense? So a lot of cool... It's not draft politics, but that's what came into my head. But there's a lot of mind games. Both teams kind of reading each other well. And then it comes back to the Cassante that we talked about earlier, BDS thinking about what they want as a safe blind. But honestly, this support pick is a tough one, because you could consider a ranged option and like fully commit to the scaling, but then the risk of a bot lane dive is very real. Or do you instead want a little bit more engage? Is Alistar the option that you go for and just sacrifice your laning phase?
Rakan, okay, so going to go for the later. I was going to say I like the Renata here, because essentially what I want is disruption for that MF ultimate if she ever comes out with it, and the Renata ult is really strong with that. But Rakan, kind of a similar boat. He has a lot of disruption thanks to that charm, being able to dash in onto the back line, and eventually you do end up in a position as this Rakan where you outscale the Leona when it comes to how aggressive you can play in team fights. But okay, Broken Blade going back to his classic. He was the first one to bring this out in the LEC, and it has been very strong for him.
Now, the thing about Mundo is, I think against control mages, he's really, really effective. But also into compositions that I would argue are 2 damage threats, he also does really well. Because I think that he struggles into like that sustain, like especially double 80 carry metas. I think that he can have a tough time, especially if there's also an AP jungler. He can get zoned away. There's like Zyra brand can make his life really miserable on top of then having 280 carries. But a comp like this, where you've kind of got 2 tanks and engage, of course, Cassante can do some damage, but like I think it's a great pick to round out the comp.
Also, yes, Talia can do some damage, but she's not really a tank killer, and even I'd argue Jinx to a certain extent. Yeah, you can go Kraken Slayer, but not like your Veins or these kind of things to take them down. So I think in this sort of regard, I think BB, when you go for the Warmogs into the Heartsteel, you just end up with so much health, it's going to be difficult to take him down.
We'll need to see. BDS have brought enough damage to be able to delete this Mundo. Early game, it could be tricky. Of course, Jinx, scale late enough, is still going to be that powerhouse threat, but both teams, excuse me, packing a lot of engage this time around. The Maokai Leona paired on the side of G2, even more engaged on the side of BDS. With the Sejuani, the Rakan, the Talia who can follow, Adam who can follow. This game set to be much more explosive than the one we saw in Game 3. BDS, can they bring it back? Take us to a Game 5, bring us to Silver Scrapes, or will G2 end it right here?
BDS have only ever taken 1 game away from G2 every time they have faced in a best of. They now have to try and see if they can get over that and make things work for themselves as G2 step out once more. A much more simple to execute composition for BDS, but they have to find success here against G2.
Level 1's a bit more calm, a bit more reserved in this match point. Broken Blade, of course, the luxury of the Mundo. Can't just walk up the passive, making sure that any initial CC, anything that could possibly hit him, is really just not a threat. Now we see potentially a bit of a delayed invade here. We'll spot G2 as they move in, but he's already pulling away, so he won't actually see this. Nuke walking up to the brush. The power of Leona early on. No tenacity. Nuke getting shredded. Will just accept his fate here. First blood going over to Caps before the lane has even started.
The Brawl burnt the heal as well on towards Nuke to try and keep him topped up. So Summoner Spell for Summoner Spell on the 2 supports. And Nuke having to teleport back into lane as well. This is a disaster for the start of this game for BDS.
Such an effective start from G2. We've seen how impactful these level 1s can be in this series. And no ward in that entrance, right? Like, we saw that adaptation from G2 in the previous game where they put that early ward down, and we saw Mickey playing at the back brush near the Raptors in case of this delayed invade. No vision from BDS means that he ends up getting caught out. Now Yike is going to take all this bots out. Now Sheo responding in kind. He started with his blue, moving to the top side.
But Rakan Jinx is such a squishy bottom lane. Right now, they're not taking much damage whatsoever, but if G2 can start to crash multiple waves in, it's a relatively easy dive compared to a lot of the previous bot lane matchups that we've seen. That said, Nuke in the mid lane, getting good damage down onto Caps. Despite starting at such a deficit, he's looking to even things up in the 1v1. Caps needs to be careful here. little bit extra healing coming in, just enough to keep him safe, but might have to burn the TP already.
I think he will have to, because Nuke can shove this wave and potentially lean over here with Sheo, who doesn't have Smite, so might be able to get involved. But bot lane, LeBron locked up.
Key, decent damage on the level 2, but Aftershock has already been procced, looking to potentially get the reset for Ice. Don't want to overcommit here. They know they don't have the heal from Lebrov.
He doesn't have any pots left. Looks like he's just going to leave Hansama isolated. So a bit of a poor trade there. So Lebrov is now going to spot that out.
Yeah, just going to force Hansama away. On the top side, Yike managed to walk in, spot Sheo on the red. Sheo didn't have Smite, so Yike able to defend his red buff, take that away, take his Krugs, and now start to move back onto the bottom side. So going to be able to even out and get a little bit of an advantage when it comes to his timer on getting through his camps.
And this is, of course, a very different game. It's not 2 AP junglers just power clearing anymore. Expect both of them to get a little bit more active on the map early on here. Sheo's still only level 3. And as you highlighted, small advantage for Yike in terms of overall XP. We'll see where he wants to turn his attentions in this early game is Caps. Comes back to lane. Does not use the TP, crucially. Does not reset or buy anything either. So is sitting pretty comfortably. See, I thought he had reset. He was so low. But we looked away. No, he's fine. He's healing up.
Fleet footwork and 2 pots. What a time to be alive.
Lebrov, very aggressive. Immediately going to get the flash. Sheo, the 1-2 punch now going over the wall, but doesn't connect. The Arctic Assault completely whipping. The flip back is there, but they just don't have any follow-up damage. Now Caps starting to harass Mickey on the way in. Just wants to be disruptive.
Mickey here to help push out this wave. Caps is very low, so you have to make sure that he can get this wave out for a nice back. Of course, still has the TP available, but yeah, a lot committed there to try and punish Caps.
Yike's already moving in to take Raptors. This is so frustrating for BDS.
Man, that's a send more in all chat moment where you just miss everything. And now G2 able to set up, as you say, steal away a camp. Caps gets the push in. He's going to be able to reset nicely. Like, he's going to have a significantly stronger back than Nuke as well when he comes back here. This is perfect for G2.
Cannon's going to be denied there from Adam. And it will be successfully. Nicely done from him. That's a -1 in chat for Broken Blade. And turn our attention to the bot side of the map as well, because Hanzo and Mickey do have the push, but Sheo is in the area. They don't have any vision to spot this out, but Mickey now doing just that, trying to garner what info he can.
Yep. A human ward. Of course, Mickey and LeBron both leaving bottom lane, but in that context, Hansama going to be relatively easy for him to get the push because he just does so much more damage in those short trades. But you can see as a result has very little mana, luckily 2 biscuits to bolster it if he needs to. Sheo finally walking home to see the camp missing after that play in mid.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Sheo after seeing the camp, but maybe realized there was probably a ward in that brush and maybe going to circle back around to like dupe people, but not going to be the case. Instead, he's going to try and get in onto the top side, place, well, not place some vision, but at least spot out that the other Raptors is gone and now head on home to finish off his own Grump.
Lock up there from Mickey. Lebrov interrupted on the initial dash back, but the Gleaming Quill going to heal any damage. And still an XP advantage for Lebrov here. He's soon to take over to level 4. But, you know, all things considered, despite the Sejuani and the Maokai on the map, only 1 kill going down here in the first 5 minutes. Relatively calm pace of game. G2 trying to bring the discipline they had in Game 3 into Game 4.
Pace of game?
Pace of game.
Oh.
Passive?
I thought you meant passive.
Passive. Yes. Is that not how you pronounce it?
No, pace of.
Yeah, that's the American pronunciation. Passive. It's a pace of game.
It's actually
brothers.
just 2 Z's in the middle of the word as well.
It's pronounced Z. Z.
Look, we got to get past the letter R first before we move on.
Okay, all right. All dialects have a letter they're going to struggle with. I think we know. Okay, so here we go. Classic objective trade. Textbook early game. You know, BDS right now don't have a lot of pressure, but obviously getting those grubs early on does feel good.
G2 have been consistent in their priority of the first dragon of the series. And I don't know where this has come from.
I don't know either, but when we look at the context of the series of every game kind of going reasonably late and being a lot about these 5v5 team fights, overall, I would disagree, but in the context of the series, I can understand why they would prioritize it.
Well, yeah, I'd love to get their insight because it does feel like that from the regular season and even in playoffs, most of our top teams really valued the grubs over the early dragon and the early dragon stacking. But yeah, I mean, it hasn't always gone the way of G2. They're much happier with this type of circumstance, so they get to just trade that first objective.
The only thing I could think of is like, hey, maybe the dragon gives us a little bit more fighting power for a potential 6 grub fight, and that's why. But like, it has been weird because every top team in the league was on towards, hey, we're going to go for early void grubs and use that to try and snowball advantages. So it's a very weird change to see coming in as we've reached further in towards playoffs.
Regardless, ultimately, no harm, no foul, really. The only major advantage that we're seeing is in favor of Caps.
Mickey locked up, level 6. Nice angle coming in from Sheo instantly. Caps caught off guard. Thought they'd be following up on Mickey, and now they might get Mickey as well. Yike doing his best to disrupt this. Now rooting up, and a nice comeback from Lebrov there as he goes back to Nuke. Stops any follow-up. Flick forcing the flash out from Yike. Overall, excellent play in the mid lane for BDS.
Nicely done, Nuke! With the flash 4 boulder straight to the face of Mickey.
Nice punish as BDS find themselves 2 kills. Caps gets caught off guard. An incredible... Ooh, Sheo. Sorry, I say Sheo. I don't know why I said that. Yeah. I was going to say Sheo with a nice ultimate onto Caps in the midst of all that chaos. Lands perfectly to set up for Nuke to land the combo. We've been seeing a lot of jungle support involvement in this early game, but it's ultimately BDS that are able to find that first skirmish victory.
Yeah, very well played from Sheo. Nuke now flashless, but was able to get so much there. Top lane remains slightly favored for Broken Blade. Pretty decently favored, actually, all things considered. You mentioned he missed a cannon earlier, and it seems like Adam's been able to grab some plates as well on top of that. Broken Blade forced to ult here in the 1v1 as Yike shows his face on the top side. Following Hatama, and Mickey going to do what they can to try and get something back. Sheo there to cover the recall of Ice.
Should be fine. So shit, plays not going to go down. Going to just be able to defend it as Ice makes his way back to this bottom side, so at least keep some control. See Adam as well with the plates he's picked up on top side, at least has about a 300 gold lead for himself. And now with the resets coming through, it's going to be a minute and a half until Void grubs. And now this is where I am curious as to how G2 want to approach this, because if you give Nuke that kind of control in the side lane where he can look to start putting pressure down, have that Weaver's Wall to join in fights, I think that's where BDS can try and find these small advantages.
Well, BDS's game plan, I was going to say, is it should be to clear the topside camps from Sheo, then push through mid, have your top laner reset, and then return out back onto the map to set up for the grubs. Already they've gotten the push in mid. The priority is on the Scuttle Crab. Sheo, I imagine, will then backtrack into his side of the jungle. He then needs to cover Adam so that he can help push out through top, get that level up that he's very close to securing. Meanwhile, G2 is probably looking at some sort of cross map. It depends on how strong they actually feel they are right now or how much they really care about the 6 grubs. Based on the fact that Hans Summer is prioritizing, well, he's so close to securing that plate. He's probably a little paranoid about stepping up too far, though. But I feel like BDS's game plan right now is very clear. And it ultimately becomes a question of how much do G2 want to fight it. And given that grubs is 32nd and we're not really seeing much movement on the map from G2, maybe they're quite happy to concede it. And yeah, the tell is kind of what Hans Summer now does, and the fact that he's staying in lane suggests that G2 probably just quite happy to give up those grubs.
You can see Lebrov waiting for a moment before he starts to move up, trying to sniff out where Mickey is going to go, what the focus is going to be. So a decent number of the G2 line up on the top side of the map, but BDS are going to be here first. Yike, though, the one to try to make this play happen. In the meantime, it's a split fight. Caps now trying to slide and glide his way in, but the minefield doing good work. The knockback coming in, and the ult just a little bit too late, but still Nuke will fall. Lebrov about to fall next. Sheo desperately trying to get anything back. Rocket not quite going to connect on Caps. The level up healing will not keep him alive. Sheo at least able to get one in return, but very, very slowly, Sheo will fall. Yike and Mickey grabbing the kill together.
It's just a brawl in the mid lane, but it is G2 that start off the fight. I wasn't expecting them to try and challenge this, but they catch BDS off guard. I like the focus once again being put onto Caps, but the problem is that Nuke didn't have his flash available. So with Yike landing a good ultimate and Mickey kind of zoning him away, it became very difficult for them to do much about it.
Adam, though, immediately ulting, steps down to try to pull Broken Blade over. Isn't going to be enough for him to find the solo kill, forcing the flash at the very least. Adam still has the ghost. Q3 not going to connect.
Only one grub went down, though, and BDS are now back out onto the map. Yike low. BDS might just be able to turn over and get 2 grubs, still get towards 5, and you're very happy with that as BDS.
Sheo. All's well that ends well, to be honest. Yes, the gold is evened up, but having that 4 grub buff is going to be big. Again, Yike really nowhere in the area. Broken Blade and Adam continue to trade blows, but just will not matter. 4 grub buff for BDS, despite the success G2 found in the mid lane, is very solid.
Yeah, and it was nice timing from G2, because as Mickey moved up into mid, I think the call from BDS was, hey, Mickey's still level 5. I think we can play off of Lebrov having the level advantage, but Caps kills creeps in mid as Mickey roams up. He hits 6 and it's perfect timing with Yike as he tossed at the ultimate. So overall, just well orchestrated on G2 off of the different levels.
Waiting on the cooldown. One more bag of money will not hit.
I heard a sound effect that I'm not entirely sure what it was, but Broken Blade and Adam clearly having a bit of fun on the top side as the two tanks just wail on each other. Warmog's completed for him. You can see the healing reduction now secured for Adam as well, alongside the Iceborne Gauntlet. First items really coming through across the board for everyone. Kraken Slayer for Hans Sama, Caps as well, with the Nash's Tooth picked up a little bit earlier. That Archangel Staff slowly as it continues to gain more stacks, as the Dragon now going to be secured by G2.
And Kraken, an adaptation for Hans Sama, Bloodthirster First has been the priority in the vast majority of our MF games, but this is one of the few MF games where we have 2 tanks on the opposing team, and MF is the sole source of physical damage, so can't afford to just be an alt bot. Needs a bit more sustained DPS in the build.
Valid point.
Moving up towards his top side, Mickey and Toe. They haven't spotted the Hans Samas here. Looks like it's going to be a rotation for the Rift Herald and to match where Ice has already positioned himself. I'm curious if, well, Ice hasn't reset now, so this should be Mickey and Hans Sama at least able to keep control and push over this top side and then enter into River to get control for this Rift Herald.
BDS doing their best to match, and Adam first to move, at least in terms of the bottom lane overall. Also will be the first to have teleport up and available, so getting a bit more time on bot side. Not sure if he's going to be able to grab a plate there, but happy to crash the wave and deny some CS from Broken Blade at the very least. Yeah, potentially got a plate in the process too. You see Broken Blade really happy to trade, because as great as healing reduction is, if Broken Blade walks away, that healing reduction will fade by the time Warmog is up and available, and it just doesn't mean much.
Push in mid secured by Caps means that G2 will be first on the objective, but look at the positioning of Labrov. Clearing out some vision around the Tri-Brush, recognizes he has numbers disadvantage, but here comes Sheo as well. As you already mentioned, Adam's TP very close to coming up. G2 tried to force it. They haven't spotted that ward behind the pit. And here we go, Herald began.
Difficult. Broken Blade, even if he spots Adam, really can't stop the TP, so just trying to pressure the tower as much as possible, threaten at least to take something. No plates available either, as it's a bit of an extended fight. BDS at least resetting the Herald.
Just trying to fight for Nuke control and Caps control over mid before anyone really contests. Now Caps has control, which I think means BDS has to back off. They can't really separate people from the position that they're in with Nuke's ultimate.
Cheo walking in, Labrov ready. They have a lot of CC they can layer, but without Ice in the area, the question is, do they have enough damage? Herald low enough now that they should be able to finish. The eye turns, Yike gonna grab that one. BDS realizing their opportunity to fight is essentially passed. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, 1v1, Broken Blade getting slowly chunked down by Adam, going all out now. Broken Blade just needs to heal as much as he can, but he gets taken down. Ulti follow-up coming from BDS. Now they're trying to turn back as Mickey lays down the Solar Flare. Labrov looking to follow through as well. Ulti blocked by Hans Sama. Now trying to arrive. Still a few more seconds left on the quickness, but no, the ulti from Hans Sama just doesn't do enough damage. The difference between the Bloodthirster, but it does not matter. Nuke trying to escape. All of G2 trying to interrupt him, but he'll manage to make it out alive.
They went for the engage, but Ice didn't move, so now they're trying to escape, but
oh, the Hex Tech Rift. Yike now ready to follow. Does not have the flash. They should be just fine. Red buff for Hans Sama, but not confident enough to dive that one.
So it was the 2-tower priority for BDS on the play. They get top, they get bot, they get that first turret gold. So that's nice, but BDS ended up kind of over-pushing in that skirmish to try and make something happen when they were already getting their advantages. Rift Tower will go the way of Yike, but we'll get to catch it on the replay.
We look back at this and try to gauge where in the fight exactly we are. Okay, so the solo kill happens at the bottom of the map, then the ultimate comes down. Caps doesn't have his ultimate available, so he's not really dealing a huge amount of damage in this moment. Nuke with a really nice flash. The bullet time also doesn't quite connect. Sheo does lose his life after trying to flash away to safety. A good TP from Nuke takes him away to safety. But as you rightly said, the bigger takeaway is ultimately, hang on.
Uh-oh, he found a Mundo waiting in that brush. Mundo, again, the passive name, goes where he pleases. And it aptly named indeed, the CC doing nothing to stop that kill from Broken Blade.
Now the good news for G2 is that they will be able to equalize a tower. They're gonna secure the bot one because there's now no one left to wave clear. But as you rightly said, Dagda, BDS gaining a lot of map control after that last play, even if the gold didn't swing in any crazy way.
Adam committed the TP to defend bot turret, so BDS really don't want G2 to get that answer back of any sort of turret. It does mean Hans Sama going to move into the mid to try and keep that pressure there.
I think it leaves top open though.
I was going to say, yeah, I don't particularly like it because As you say, Caps in a position there. You've now wasted TP just before this 50 seconds on Hextech Dragon. So maybe looking to say, hey, we can at least guarantee push to get some vision, but you're not on the map to get the vision with Labrov and Sheo to really contest this. So this is where you're in a little bit of an awkward spot now as BDS. You have to contest this Dragon, it feels like, because you invested so much on boss.
Right now, Engage initially coming in, solid damage onto Mickey. Mickey, though, gonna get locked up under tower. BDS happy to just have that quick pick onto the G2 support.
Positioning of Mickey was poor there. He landed a nice ultimate onto Ice, doesn't get the cleanse out from him though, as Hans chooses not to commit the bullet time. This means a guaranteed numbers advantage for BDS with the arrival of the Dragon. Top tower, not much pressure was put on as everyone right now has come mid to contest this wave. Yike ticking over to level 11, gives him another point in his ultimate, 3 seconds until the Dragon spawns. Mickey already back alive, has the Hex Gates to quickly regroup with his team. His ultimate likely going to be up relatively soon, maybe not.
There was no ult committed by BDS to this, so they're in a position where they could try and contest. Labrov is very low trying to walk through here.
Antama off to the side, Mickey getting aggressive onto Labrov. Nuke stop from getting any further into the play. Ulti going in from Sheo. The Dragon not really low enough for him to try to steal it. Mickey still standing strong. The damage split from the side of BDS. Adam now in the midst of the entire team. That is one powerful Cassante, but they instantly turn. Look to leverage their CC. The Dragon, though, picked up by Sheo. Again, he wins the Smite fight. It feels like every time it's been a 50-50. Sheo has come out on top, and now it's Nuke in trouble. Nice sidestep on the briefcase. The infected Bonesaw not going to land. That one will, but again, no follow-up damage.
I cannot believe BDS managed to get away with that. They don't really have the damage to fight G2 right now, and the positioning that they were in was not great, but they sneak away the Dragon. They're able to reset. There is no TP to try and defend this mid lane turret, though, at the moment, so I think G2 should get this off the back of the play.
I mean, I am kind of dumbfounded by the fact that BDS got that. As you rightly said, Dagdo, it's... Oh, Mickey, he's gonna die.
Yep. Caught out here. Really nowhere to go. Labrov wandering over to Hansama to see if maybe there was a follow-up kill to be had. But Mickey eventually will fall. Ice happy to have that one. 2-0 the score for the Jinx, as Caps will at the very least get a tower back in response in the bottom lane.
2-level lead for Cap. Well, I say that, 1-level lead now for Caps in the mid lane matchup. But Ice securing 2 kills is gonna be huge for him. This Jinx continues to get some resources funneled into it. Have they already set on this mid-tier one as well? And I don't know if Hans... I mean, he has his ulti in theory if he needs the wave clear.
No. Hansama baiting them in a little bit. Flashes back to safety. Caps now standing behind them, but the TP is already there. And again, Adam is a big problem. He does so much work in isolation. Nuke, though, going to be the one who's in trouble now as Yike instantly jumps in. Caps happy to grab that kill. Adam, now with 3 members hitting him, is just not tanky enough. Broken Blade chasing it as well to make it for G2. Happy to grab another one. LeBron only getting out courtesy of the Hexgate, but Mickey's on the chase.
He has ult.
LeBron, where's he going to go? Mickey, does he want to burn any more CC? The answer is no. He's now running, realizing the rest of BDS can collapse on him. Herald's going to get used mid lane. TP coming in as well. All of G2 setting their sights on the Baron. 20 minutes in, they've already laid down the Azir tower, and this is the power of the Azir matching the DPS of an AD carry in the context of this game. And BDS,
they don't know. They didn't see the TP into mid. They didn't know that this was going to happen, and now it's too late. The Baron is gone.
Rocket, Mickey looking to body block. I don't think I would have stolen it, but it looks good nonetheless. G2 grab the Baron at 20 minutes. A bold strategy paying off.
And it's because, just as this fight kicks off, they end up TPing onto mid, but Sheo is on the top side, he shows. So G2 know they can full commit to this. And they find the fight. BDS initially moved down into that choke point, so they're in a better position, but everyone at G2 is coming through, Mickey out of the base, and they have this constant slow and push and follow-up that just makes it impossible for BDS to run away.
It's a shame because for Nuke, he did similarly to what he did before, where he TP'd in because he wants to be there for his team. But his TP just left him out to dry because BDS were already committed to retreating.
Sheo again, a fantastic ult, but the follow-up difficult to find. Adam trying to lock up Caps. Nice knockback coming in as well. The Azir taking out of the equation, but he does manage to get the ult off, which is crucial. Keep your eyes on Hansama. That's where the damage has to come from. The bullet time hitting hard, but not hard enough. The rest of G2 now chasing. Broken Blade coming up as well. We can keep our eyes on the Mundo and the mini-map. Hexgate going through, we'll see. Ice in trouble now.
He's going where he pleases, Dracos.
G2 fans calling for blood. the top father, but now maybe they can turn back onto the Mundo. Ice just trying to walk around this threat. The CC there, and Ice is still up. They're hoping to get the reset now. The rocket not quite going to connect. Ice still relatively healthy. Hansama trying to run through the tower. Ice might just be able to find the reset. Yak about to get taken down. One more on to do it. Ice now on a rampage. Hansama is dead. Mickey's in trouble, and we've been here before, folks. Ice set up to carry the fight. The patience from D2, but no! He doesn't respect the flash. He gives his life, but they should be able to get Broken Blade back. It is a hot mess.
An absolute affair of chaos happening in the top lane as G2 overcommit. It's BDS that started that whole play with trying to dive the top tower. They invest so much into locking down Caps. He flashes away, nice knockup from the Broth, but he still gets the ultimate off and then trapped underneath the tower with the Maokai ultimate. Then they're forced to run away. The Misfortune ultimate doing a lot of damage, and G2 is saying, you know what, if we get these kills here, we can get the top tower, we take all the outer towers, we snowball the game. The idea is good, but Ice still has his flash. He flashes away, and then look at Hans. He's gonna get tower aggro here. Adam knocks him underneath it, walks away in style, and now all of a sudden, G2 find themselves way too overextended.
And crucially, those kills going over to Ice is going to be massive for him as well. You can see he's struggling to get through a lot of these tankier health bars, and the tanks are not struggling to get through Ice. But getting towards like an LDR, nice and quick, is going to be beautiful. You can see he's already halfway towards it, and that is going to be massive for BDS if they are looking to take down these mega tanks on the G2 side.
But you can also see the carries. Caps deleted at the start of the fight, but the fact that Hansama was alive that entire fight and ulted, not sure the exact timestamp we clipped out there, but he only got 1,600 damage. Not ideal. And, you know, a bit of a comedy of errors. Hansama taking tower aggro. Had to be a bit of a misstep there. BDS happy to punish now, grab their second Drake of the game. The soul scaling option for G2 off the table as Broken Blade remains quite tanky. Good pullback. Without Ice here, it's a bit tough to burst through Broken Blade's health bar.
A lot of pressure in the top side. Ice is going to move down onto the bot side. So,
that's a knockback. That's going to be big. And again, there's a killing spree coming through. Again, Caps has been caught out. Adam running forward. Nuke continuing to step up. This is where Talia's sustained damage is going to feel so damn good. They really cannot burn through that health bar. Quick flash back. Solar Flare not going to connect either, but Broken Blade starting to run rampant. These procs coming in left and right. Finally, the knockback going to be there. The ulti there as well. Adam getting lower and lower, but Hansama already gone. Just walks up and kills him. It's a Quadra. Cassante, baby! Get the copy ready. Get the pasta ready. He's still in the game. Penta for Adam.
They didn't have their AD carry. Ice was pushing on the bottom side. So Cassante's like, well, I'm an AD carry now, I guess. Pentakills off the back of it. And BDS, they crack open the base.
And that's what you fail to understand, Agda. That's what you fail to understand. Ornn might have been the original assassin tank carry mage. But in this age, the year of Cassante 2024, oh, we know who it is now. What can't this champ do?
I mean, Adam's already been having a very good game, finding solo kills against Broken Blade, the knockback against Hans underneath the tower. He finds another setup. We look back from his POV, but you have to look at the minimap. It's all over the shop from G2. They shouldn't be re-engaging at this point. The communication is, oh, we've got the Misfortune on her way, but she's too far away. And then look at this nice ulti from Sheo straight into the MF. The knockback from Adam as well. And it's a pentakill for Cassante as BDS is looking to bring us to game 5.
And again, the exact thing that we said about the Mundo, about how, oh, he's going to be so tough to kill, it's very much true for the Cassante.
It's true.
I think it's the Euphoria buff, lads.
Oh,
just doing so much here.
Oh, yes.
But I think at this stage, right, you're looking at a potential for BDS to push us to that game number 5. They have control. They have a ton of damage now with the LDR completed on towards Ice. All they have to do is just find these moments with Baron up in 40 seconds to push out these towers, use that bot wave to effectively choke G2 out of the game.
And if Caps gets caught again, I think this game is just over. He's the one that you look at to really do damage, because this version of the MF build, I think, is just less effective. Necessary in the context of these tanks, but there's just no way the MF in isolation is going to be able to kill this Cassante. The Azir, the sustained damage he brings to the table, might be enough, but neither carry can get caught in any of these fights.
I mean, ultimately, these games become a question of how quickly can the tank get onto the carry, right? And I think a Cassante, the consistently frustrating thing about that champ has always been how great he is at isolating carries. And if he starts off a fight like he did the last one, where he literally removed Caps from the fight without even committing the ultimate. Well, actually, he did. He dragged him underneath the tower.
Q3
like,
and then the, I mean, but he had already hit him before he needed to use the ultimate.
You know what I mean? Like, it's going to make things hard for G2. I mean, they both have similar compositions, but as you rightly said, Caps is the big difference maker. This is hella fed. Like, he's very, very strong. He's achieved full wizard status, and it becomes a question of
a wizard
whether or not he can survive the fight and if he can dish out the damage. Because if anyone's going to kill Adam, it will be Caps.
And look, it's a lot of pressure on G2 to hold the line here to stop this from going to a game 5. BDS, good calls, unstoppable. The objective coming through, but they're really only hitting front line right now. Yike caught out, looking for the reset to find it. Yike flashing away, but they might still be able to finish the kill. Yike caught, and again, that's the reset now coming in for Jinx. BDS, Adam, isolated, but we've been here before. The tower set up. Surely the Cassandra will fall, using Mickey as a highway to walk away. Aldi's still going. Still a few more seconds where he can go all out. Lebrav ready to go over the wall if he needs to, but BDS happy to just turn their sights and look at the Baron.
I don't know if Caps misclicked, but he TP'd to the bot wave as G2 went for the engage there. So they were down 4 versus 5 as they engaged. It looked like a little bit of a misstep, and now BDS, they're on the Baron. G2 barreling down the mid lane, trying to see what they can do.
Ike is gone. No chance really for a 50-50. Instead, hoping just to threaten, maybe catch BDS off guard. They'll spot Lebrav here, knowing that he's isolated. Don't know if they have vision on ice. Want to delete 1 or 2 of these Baron buffs, but won't be able to do so.
Yes, on the precipice of doing something they've never done before, which is push G2 to a game 5. We've talked about how they've never been able to beat G2, but they've literally never forced a game 5 against G2 before. They've never won 2 games in a best-of series. So be able to do this now is a testament to the growth that they've made, and potentially a huge upset. An opportunity for them to fight the finals against G2. Yike. Hang on a minute.
Here again, the ulti there. Yike.
He has a flash.
Stepping into his jungle, but it's really not his jungle anymore. They will slowly burn this Maokai down. Decent healing coming in for the Sap Magic passive, but it's just not enough. There's too much CC. The combination of Adam with Sheo is just infinite CC.
And Ice just gets to clear out the Dragon and then immediately move up towards this mid lane. Baron buff in full effect. Supers on the bot wave. G2 are bleeding. Caps gets caught.
Again, Q3 from Adam is big, but you can see the damage is there now. G2 can shred through the Cassandra if they get the time to do so. Hansama doing his best to clear the wave. Caps doing his best to clear the wave. BDS playing on 2 fronts, bot and mid at this very moment. TP now coming in. Adam getting involved, a bit of harassment down onto him, but not a whole hell of a lot of damage. Broken Blade on the Mundo, not the best wave clear. G2.
This Jinx is also terrifying with the animation. You have to respect Ice so much. Cap's doing what he can, but I don't know if they can hold on to this stuff much longer.
A bit of CC, Nuke laying down the wall. The tower will fall. Mickey also likely to fall as well. If Ice gets a single reset, this fight is going to turn very quickly instead. Sight set on the inhibitor. G2, 5 members, ready to force the fight, knowing they can't give up too much more. Mickey going to find the initial stun. Going to be able to go through with the Zenith Blade, but just getting chipped away. Alti, not going to be able to connect. Lebrav now looking to fall off on Caps, and that's Katarina getting caught out. That's the fight for BDS. Hansama desperately trying to turn it back. Autos left and right. Love taps coming in. Adam, has he overstayed his welcome? Unstoppable, but it might not matter. Hansama trying to make the difference. It's Broken Blade in the meantime. Mundo again going where he pleases, and he damn well does not please to go to game 5.
Mundo is the new Cassandra right now. Adam jumped into the backline, and Broken said, Broken Blade was like, I like the idea of that. He kills Ice despite everyone trying to peel him, and now it's G2 that are the ones pushing in that top side.
The question is, can G2 get much off the back of this? It's a huge team fight win. They'll secure the top tower. They keep their bot lane inhibitor alive, but it also showcases that even if you kill Caps, you can't afford to underestimate the damage from Hans. And again, we talked about it, right? These fights become a matter of who can kill the carries faster. So keep your eyes on Caps in this exchange. The focus initially is onto Mickey. They see him, they think, oh, this could be an easy kill, let's get his flash out. The ultimate comes through, he flashes out the way, it connects onto Caps. The follow-up from the Brov, the damage is good, he gets knocked back, he's executed. Now the fight becomes on 2 fronts as Hansama takes out the first tank. But look, 1v3 on the left-hand side. Well, it's a 1v2 on the right. And unfortunately, it's not enough for Adam, but it is more than enough for Broken Blade.
And that's the thing, they burned all of their CC trying to finish off those initial kills, and as a result, it is just not enough left to peel Broken Blade, to stop him from getting onto that back line. Adam so close to finding that kill on the Hansama, might have evened things up a little bit more, but just doesn't get it. And I never thought we would be talking about how K'Sante and Mundo feel like the most relevant champions in these team fights, but because the carries, at least one of them on each side, just keeps getting popped at the start of the fight.
Yeah, you have to be able to get through them, and with a nearly full build Mundo on the opposite side, it is very difficult to try and kill him. Jinx can do a damn good job with the Kraken Slayer LDR and then having a Vamp Scepter at least to try and heal up, but these fights are very much going to be a case of who can take down that front line first.
So I have to do this for Hysterics, because he always asks. 6,313 HP on the Mundo.
Yeah.
Hysterics, there you go.
And still a decent amount of damage, although K'Sante topping our damage charts. Love that.
Yep.
The other big thing is they don't have any healing reduction. And so, yeah, it's not going to help against Warmogs, but in the context of the fight, it's very important that you mitigate the Mundo healing. Adam now unstoppable. Mickey debating if they want to follow up. Shea waiting off to the side. Ice for now untouched, but they'll spot Ice, which is going to be big. Wall laid down. Caps for now feeling fine. Nuke can lay down a quick minefield, and Broken Blade eating up all that damage. Going where he pleases, and again, he can just keep picking that passive up. If they don't full commit to a fight, he's essentially permanently immune to CC.
But G2 stopped the push on top side, and now it actually might turn into a bit of a base race scenario, but G2, they don't have those 5 grubs. And this is where BDS, they're going to try and push through. Adam going to catch out Cap, should prevent this tower from going down. And this could be another inhibitor about to fall.
Hansama maybe can just ult to clear the way, but has to be careful about stepping too far up. 4 members of BDS there. Adam set up to protect mid lane, has his TP. Caps now TPing forward, looking for the extended flank.
He's behind them.
Eyes on Ice and Nuke. If he can find the scoop, maybe they can find the fight. Caps now spotted off on the side. Decent damage. Knock up, not going to connect. Nice backstep coming in for Caps, but Adam is in the midst of the G2 backline. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is not ready for the follow-up. Now ulting Mickey back into his own team. Adam peeling back beautifully, but Mortal Prov getting lower and lower. Adam now running. Has to immediately cancel the all-out to keep those tanky stats. But it's Nuke who's been isolated. Forced to flash. G2 still walking forward. Broken Blade healing up so much. Nuke trying to outplay, trying to survive. Caps looking for the 1v1. Flashing over the flick back. The Soldier's going a little bit wide though. Nuke still holding on for a second. The threatened volley, but Caps one final auto. We'll seal the deal.
Jinx Rocket.
I think Berlin said it better than I ever could.
But the Baron's up, the Baron's up. There is a TP available on Nuke, but there's the Soul too.
Soul as well.
You can't give the Soul to a Jinx. They're going to give the Soul to a Jinx!
They have to do something. I don't know if they even realize that they've moved over towards it, so it's Baron.
I mean, I don't see how they can really contest it. They've got Caps on the top side of the map. He doesn't have TP. This is the best case scenario for them. G2 trade the Baron for the Soul. BDS fighting for their Summer Split lives right now, looking to bring us to a Game 5. Ice is a monster on this Jinx, and he can be a huge carry. The question is if he is allowed to, because Broken Blade continues to get more HP, he continues to be a monstrous frontline, and it's just a battle of the tanks here in Game 4.
But what a banger this is. If BDS managed to beat G2, they push us to a Game 5 for the first time ever in the matchup between these two teams. If G2 manage to take it, they go up against Fnatic, who just rinsed them only a little while ago. So there's so much on the line here, and BDS, like, they were so close, but G2 are now starting to fight back.
Every best of 5 has gone to 5 games this split. There's a lot of silver being scraped here. That said, BDS, while they are, once the Baron falls away, stronger because of that buff. And they have the Jinx as well. You highlighted it beautifully. The HP percentage increased damage is gone on LDR. Yes, you have more armor pen, but it's really not like Broken Blade has a lot of armor. He just has a hell of a lot of HP.
I think he just flashed.
That he did. Perhaps a bit questionable. Ice has flash, Hansama has flash, Caps and Nuke still waiting on theirs.
I think he thought that he still had Hex Flash.
Oh, BD.
Broken Blade. Again, they really have to commit more damage.
Keep your eyes on this big bot wave. BDS are essentially hoping that will start to crack through because they can TP onto the wave with Nuke and try and end the game that way if it becomes too much. So G2 playing on a timer where they need to use this Baron buff for the next minute and a half, which is 3 waves to play off of. But you can see BB has to reset to deal with that big bot wave.
Gentlemen, it's Elder, isn't it?
It is an Elder game. 4 minutes to Elder, but BDS, because of the position they're in, because they were able to at least not allow G2 to play on multiple waves, really stops the impact of this Baron. You can see BDS seeing Broken Blade in the bottom lane means that they're really happy to just face check G2 and see if they can find that pick.
Even if they just force them back enough, sneak an inhibitor away, sneak control over this bottom side so you can set up for that dragon play. But we're approaching basically everyone being full build at this stage. Nuke is a little bit behind on the curve, but still, this is just going to be an all-out brawl the second these two teams face at this Dragon.
I feel like it's Jinx late game versus Zero late game, and I don't, with a side of Mundo and Cassante, which I didn't really think would be a central talking point, but again, here we are.
I think the thing is, though, if you can't get that reset for Ice in these fights, it becomes very difficult for him to really take over. And then I give the edge to Caps in these fights, and that's where it becomes very difficult if BDS can't find multiple different attack angles.
And execution is key, right? Because MF Ultimate is incredibly, incredibly powerful. It's just difficult in a game like this where fights have been so extended and so scattered to see that perfect wombo combo angle. It really hasn't presented itself yet, but there's always that potential. Ice continuing to power farm, wants upgraded boots. Not content with complete build, needs the extra complete build.
So the pots are going to be more relevant, obviously. But yeah, I mean, we're reaching a point where his primary role is to just clear waves and kill things quickly.
As opposed to early game, where his primary role is to kill waves and kill things very slowly.
Yeah, correct. I do feel bad for Nuke, though. I do think that after the first game, Caps has kind of had his number, and he could feel the difference in this game. You're 38 minutes in, and you feel very weak on this Taliyah.
Yeah, and it feels like that moment that we saw that 1v1 kill on the side lane come through, that Nuke has gone from playing very aggressively to maybe a bit more respectfully of Caps. Have to see how he felt about the performance after this series, but for now, hope alive for BDS in the context of the series. LeBron has to be careful about stepping too far up. He is getting chunked out, has the luxury of the Warmog, so just a couple seconds before he starts healing up again.
This is pretty cool. We can see the Overlord's Bloodmail on Broken Blades. Basically, you just gain more attack damage based on the more health that you're missing. And fun fact, he has a lot of health.
And by default, it gives you HP to AD scaling. He has 97 bonus damage, almost 100 bonus damage from Overlord's Bloodmail.
Yeah, so we'll see how much he hurts.
Similar to Cassante, it goes from, haha, that's a tank, to, oh my god, that's a tank, very quickly.
He's got a lot of stacks on the Heartsteel as well. Ultimately, though, it becomes a question of can he get on top of the Jinx, because all summoners are up, everyone. Everything is available. These teams are just waiting for the Baron/Elder.
Honestly, we're just podcasting till the Thunderdome starts.
Pretty much, yeah. That's usually how these late game games go. The sense of macro becomes less. Obviously, those side waves are still important because they set up for potential like TP to end situations. But ultimately, it's going to come down to a big fight.
It's also really important that the Elder Dragon spawns after the 40-minute mark, so we can still crest 40 minutes for most of our games in playoffs as well. So.
True. 5 games, 40 minutes every game.
Played.
Yes.
Okay, the regroups are coming through. Zephyr secured. Final build now secured for Hans Summer. A lot of these players going to be about as strong as they can be ahead of the Elder Dragon.
CC does not affect Broken Blade unless they layer a lot of it, which is frustrating. A lot of their pick tools are a single instance of CC.
Could be one fight for BDS to decide.
We are squaring up.
Yeah.
Again, that CC, initial CC hits, canister falls away, but Broken Blade passive will be up pretty quickly in the late game for the Mundo.
Here we go, it's BDS with first access into the river. They also have a pretty good wave in the bot lane. Mickey and Broken Blades acting as the front line. Hans Summer, though, passively taking a lot of damage. Bit awkward for him.
Slowly, BDS chipping away at those carry health bars. Hextech Drake doing a lot of work here.
Yeah. Mickey, he's losing a lot. Again, the Warmogs, though.
If they start a fight on low HP and Ice gets a reset, it's so easy for BDS to win.
Here we go. Remember, the share has been winning all the smite fights.
Looking to lock up Mickey. Looking to hopefully find the reset. Flick back is good. Instantly, they're going to take up one. Now Ice gets the reset, but instead he's focused on the Elder. He's not quite where he needs to be for the rest of the team. The bullet time coming in. But LeBron instantly going to cancel. The flick back onto 3 from Nuke is massive. Ice, though, still getting cut down. G2 still alive. The Jinx reset's not enough. Broken Blade. The wolf of top lane right now. Adam TPing out, trying to hold the base, but it is Caps and Broken Blade double TPs in. Ready to end the game here. They will not give BDS a game 5. Adam might just have to make the difference in his own. Caps being pushed away. Ulti, decent damage. Caps now dashing through, but Broken Blade also just does so much damage. G2 stealing the chance at a game 5, securing themselves the rematch versus Fnatic in the finals.
It was a very tense fight that came down to moments, but Ice ends up falling Only Adam, the front line, left alive, and while he did get a pentakill this game, it was not enough. G2 secure game 4. They maintain that winning way over BDS, and they will be making their way to the final for a rematch against Fnatic.
Incredible stuff from G2. Vote for your player of the series at LEC on X, Broken Blade, Caps, or Mickey X. But I mean, that was a hard-fought battle. G2 were pushed to their limits. Broken Blade, this Mundo, mega late game scaling coming in clutch for G2 on that one.
Do we need a Mundo copy pasta? Because I'll be honest, this is the first time I've had to cast a Mundo, and I'm very caught off guard by how much damage it did. I was like, wow, they flicked 3 people with the Talia. Yep. Ice gets a reset, surely the fight is over, and then I look over and he's getting one tapped by a Mundo.
I mean, honestly, the fight happened so fast, I didn't even get to catch how everyone died so quickly. Like, I saw Caps getting the ultimate off. Commiserations to BDS. They had a difficult playoffs.
They did.
And in this series today, we were really optimistic with how they were playing. That game 1 and game 2 were looking really, really good. And then there was an opportunity here for them in game 4 to bring us to a game 5. Unfortunately, they do fall short once more. 3rd place is where they've been throughout the entire year. And while it is frustrating for them, when it comes to things like Worlds qualification, top 3 is what you need.
I'm very excited if these two teams end up facing off against each other in season finals, because that was a banger. Like, whatever about game 2 for BDS was a little bit disappointing, but game 3, a little disappointing. Game 1, 2, and 4, very, very close, very hard fought, and BDS could have pushed us to that game number 5. So this is a gap that is definitely closing, and BDS should be proud of all the work that they put in over the course of this year.
I mean, you can tell that BDS are very close. They're just not quite there yet. And their consistency throughout the year is something that needs to be recognized and respected, because Adam was right. They are comfortably sitting in the top 3 of the LEC. And while they have definitely been challenged in playoffs, it's exciting to see where they can still grow as a team, because G2 definitely out of sorts a little bit today, especially from the level that we expect from them. But it also needs to be shown that BDS pushed them as far as they possibly can, and they made G2 work for it.
And ultimately, a lot of individuals stepping up on the side of G2 come through today. It was Caps with his kill on the side lane, Broken Blade with the Mundo, which again, I'm still flabbergasted by. But enough from us. Trouble's now standing by with the victorious Hansama and Mickey X in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
Thank you, Dracos. I'm indeed here with Hans and Mickey X. Congratulations, guys. G2 has successfully escaped the lower bracket loss allegations. You beat BDS one more time. How was that best stuff for you, Mickey?
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough one, especially for me. But I also felt like if we win today, I think we have a very good chance coming tomorrow. I feel like today was like a rough series to get through. I think we needed some momentum, yeah. I think had a rough week, I think. So I think this win will give us the boost we needed to win tomorrow as well.
And how did this series feel for you, Hans? Because it felt like you guys had 2 carries in that last game. If Caps went down, it was all up to you. If you went down, it was all up to Caps. And Mundo. Sure.
The Mundo was strong. Yeah, I think the series could have been better for me as well. Definitely, I think as a team, we are struggling to play the game the proper way, and very happy that we could actually be resilient in some games, because some games were just lost, but we were clutch to come back up, and I'm happy that we won them.
I kind of have a feeling you're talking about game 2, where it was like we were losing until we were suddenly winning. I want to talk about this because you said BDS is not giving you the time or the chance to play your game properly. And earlier on, I caught up with Dylan, and he said, I don't expect BDS to come into us playing like they did versus KC, picking scaling. BDS came in absolutely storming through game 1 and half of game 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think they picked, champions to pressure very hard in game 1. Well, they didn't really get ahead in early, I believe, if I remember correctly. We were just, I think we giga through on the mid wave, But other than that, I think the game should be won for us if we didn't throw. I think the game 2 was more of a, like, they catch us off guard by just invading us, late invading us. So they got really far ahead from that, and that was hard to come back. I think the game was pretty much, I'm sure there was like 10K goal for them, and they should have win it.
Not quite, but yeah, it was a lot.
Or maybe
6
lower,
or 7.
5K?
Yeah.
7. But yeah, I think we were clutch. I remember Caps finding some silent kills, and then we grouped up, and we ended up getting the Nash, and yeah.
There's this history, you guys won. Now, Mickey, coming over to you, the natural evolution of this draft, or the game in general, became from, hey, let's play for early game, let's play for side laning, into let's pick 3 Engades or tanks and play front to back with 2 carries. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I guess that's kind of the flavor of the month. And I guess there was also Zyra bent quite often. So yeah, then it's just like Sejuani, Maokai, tanks. I guess Azir is also back a bit, so it's also good in the front-to-back team fights. I guess their BDS special is the Jinx, I guess. So yeah, I guess we match that and just play front-to-back with Azir. And MF is also pretty strong in those. And yeah.
Very fun for you, having to throw your life away to try and start fights, Mickey.
Yeah.
Must be really rough.
I got the one prediction, so that was good enough.
That's enough. Now, I want to direct a question to both of you really quickly. Every single time G2 loses in the upper bracket, there's panic all over Europe. They're like, oh, shoot, I was screwed going into internationals. I'm going to come to you first, Mickey, and ask you, is it that you guys didn't play to the best of your potential, or have the teams in Europe leveled up even more coming into these playoffs?
I think currently we're just playing quite poorly. So yeah, I expect us to get way better the longer we go. So I'm not too worried right now. I think maybe just the patch is not ours, but 14.15, whatever world is, that one's ours.
All right, really quickly from you, Hans?
Well, I think definitely, like Mickey said, we're not like playing like super well, but I think we can still for sure easily win games if we be more precise and be connected as a team, because I think we've learned stuff, but we are not really executing that in the game, and it makes like the game a bit fiesta, and we just like get rolled over by the enemy. Just like they surprised us on game 2, and they rolled us until we came back up. But yeah, like Mickey said, maybe next patch. No, I'm joking. Tomorrow we're gonna have a better patch read than them.
All right, well, congratulations again, guys. You're not going to have a new patch tomorrow playing against Fnatic, so best of luck with that. We're going to throw it over to PGL. I can't tell you who with because I can't see. It's a mystery. Let's find out all together.
Thank you. Thank you, Trouble. Your energy is infectious. I am here with Niski and with Striker. G2 is heading out immediately, of course, to go and get ready for that final. And I'm really happy that we get to talk to Striker as well, because, well, one, I can imagine you have a lot to say. And I actually really wanted to look at that last team fight, because I'm not actually sure what happened, and I'd love to run through it with you from your coach perspective to see how that played out. I think it'll come up in just a second. Here we are.
I mean, yeah, we're in a good spot right now, right? We are positioned over the Elder, we are zoning without giving it too much HP, and we get the reset. I think probably after that we need to play slower and focus the front. And yeah, I think on maybe this flash in we should not, I'm not sure. But I think if we play front to back with Jinx reset, we are in a good spot. It's hard though, at this point, to stay calm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say like usually in these games, when it's like very late game and it's Elder, especially when like it's during game 4, you've already been playing for like 3-4 hours. It's very hard to like keep your calm, and like if you say, oh, we went front to back, but then you see an angle to like flash in and probably one-shot enemy AD and like 1v9 the fight, then I would say you should probably just go for it. And I think that's, if you don't go for these moments, then maybe another day you would have to do it. You don't do it, you lose. Then you're like, okay, maybe I should have done it, or should I not do it? So I respect Ice actually that he flashed in. I think shows that he's like very confident.
Yeah.
But in the end, it was kind of the wrong decision, sadly. But
could have closed the game earlier as well.
Yeah, I think earlier BDS made some mistakes, sadly. And yeah, I think G2 kinda, I would say, they were thieves today. I think kinda in this game at least. I think they should have lost it and they got it. So I'm excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about BDS specifically in best of fives. And of course, I feel like you're taking strides forward, but I feel like this particular moment probably specifically feels like one where you're like, this is exactly what we trained for, and this is a hurdle we need to overcome. But is it in a way good that the season finals are coming up, right? And hopefully all your work can pay off there.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it will. I still think that we have a bit of room to improve. Like, I don't think that we were as productive as we should have been throughout summer. I think we had a good regular season and then we slowed down a bit. Maybe if we did not, then today would be different. But yeah, we'll have a bit more time to prepare for the most important, which is season final.
Absolutely, and that race for Worlds, which you are in a pretty good position for, but of course there's 6 teams there vying for that. One will qualify tomorrow. I'd love to know what you think about the state of G2 right now in just playing them and in terms of them going into that final, because a lot of people are perceiving them as weaker, and they are themselves as well.
Yeah, I don't think they are playing at their peak level, right? I think they will eventually pick it up. I'm not sure if it will be tomorrow, though. Like, there is not a lot of space for that, but I think they're also really used to finals, so it's probably their comfort zone, right?
Makes sense. For Fnatic, I hope some of them are comfortable with it as well. They should be at this point. Niski, what is your feeling towards that, and how sharp G2 is? And the way they beat them the first time, or last week rather, in terms of kind of like the chaos and those key moments where they thrive, do you think they can do that again?
I think for me, on paper, I think G2 can still be the better team. I think for Fnatic, it's very important that Humanoid and Razork have a really good game. I feel like when one of them is behind, they usually lose very fast. And I think for G2, they just have to be like mentally stable, go home and rest now, prepare like late game team fighting comps for tomorrow, I think, because I believe if they play like they did before the Lucians into Azir, the Ezreal mid into Azir, I don't think it will work. I just feel like tomorrow will be all about team fights and about mid-game, and I believe right now Fnatic has a pretty decent mid-game compared to G2's, especially because today they showed a lot of weaknesses. So I want to believe in Fnatic, and I think Fnatic will take it, but in the end it's a final, and for me, when Caps is playing in a final, he usually wins it, so...
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Caps. He is also our Kia player of the series. And Striker, I'd love to know your perspective of how this series evolved, because as we were watching it, we felt like Nuke stepped into it with tons of confidence, with the matchup that he was so comfortable playing. Even when the early kills went over in game 1 to Caps, you were still able to fight. But as the series went on, I feel like his confidence eroded a little bit, it seemed like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's from confidence or stamina or something else, right? But for sure, I think we are playing better as a team, not only Nuke, but as a team on game 1 and 2. And I think that's the moment that we lost, like when we dropped the lead on game 2, probably it had some kind of mental impact, I would say. And for Caps, I think he did evolve well throughout the series, and I think that he played his matchup better than on game 1. When he played it again. So yeah, I think he improved during the series, which is what great players do, right? They can learn from their mistake quick, and then they can perform even better in the next game. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we really saw it. Also, kind of the aura that is Caps when he goes to a side lane, the Herald play, converting that into an advantage. Earlier in the day, when we previewed the series, we talked about bot and how BDS had the upper hand or could have the upper hand in the bot lane. And you said, I don't really think it's going to be about bot. I think this series showed that it can still very well be about bot if the might of someone on the other side, like an Ice, is so big. I'm wondering if you feel like the Fnatic bot lane tomorrow can like change the fabric of the game. Are they strong enough to do that? Because if you're not, then you're just playing G2's game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic will probably just repeat what they did when they beat G2, which is, I think, cover Humanoid on mid, play 3v3 mid, put Noah on scaling, Kai'Sa, Jinx, Zeri. And then I feel like it will all be about mid and top, because if like one Renekton got slugged in either game, then usually they contribute with like a carry matchup rather than tanks. And then also there's still the Varus top right of BB that we haven't seen today, because I believe BDS banned it twice, I think in 4-5s. So that's going to be interesting for me, because I don't think it's going to be about bot, especially in the early game. But especially, I mean, for sure in the later team fight, it's going to be about who's actually fed, how are the carries playing. And for me on paper, I think Fnatic has the upper hand with like the way Noah plays, and I think also his champ pool is I would say, bigger than Hans. I feel like Hans doesn't play the Zeri, doesn't necessarily play the Kai'Sa. Jinx, I haven't seen it much either. So I think, for me, Fnatic has the upper hand, yeah.
Okay, what do you think about that in terms of the bot lane striker?
Yeah, I do think they have a bigger pool at the moment. I also think the fact that Razork is performing so well at the moment will allow them to have draft edges. So I'll overall give it to Fnatic, yeah.
Yeah, do you think the team success stands and falls with Razork in terms of the role he's taken in that team, right? He's become a lot more vocal. He's talked about that. Plus, he's playing really well.
Yeah, I think the main thing is he can do it on like both, I would say, utility but engage jungler like the Sejuani, but also on more AP carries jungler. So he's pretty well rounded in that regard. And I do think that if they manage to hold Caps in check by playing on mid correctly and having a draft that consolidates the mid jungle sweep early on, it can be hard for G2 to find a lead, because then on bot again, I think that Fnatic showed more, at least recently.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right, we'll see tomorrow. Finally, about BDS, of course. I guess you're staying in Berlin, of course, hunkering down and practicing for those season finals. If you look at the field and all the teams that have qualified, I mean, we have definitely talked about the fact that there seems to be a line between the top 3 and the rest, and I think that makes sense as well. How do you feel about your chances for Worlds and about that focus for BDS?
I mean, I feel confident that we'll make Worlds. I hope that we do. I think, I mean, we wanted the title at the beginning of the year, right? And we'll have to do it in the most, I mean, in the hardest tournament, but also the better tournament to win. So we are going to double down on the effort that we put in training, and hopefully we can get there. But I do think that we are slowly getting there. That was probably our best of 5 this year. So there is no reason to think that we are going to slow down.
No, I mean, yesterday also winning the best of 5, that helped. We'll see indeed. Niski, final words about BDS into the season finals before we... I mean, you're going to be playing them, of course, most likely.
I would say, I think in season finals, I think Fnatic and G2 will probably win their best of, I believe. I think if G2 fixes some of their mistakes, they're still one of the better teams in the LEC. And I think Fnatic also is very stable, so I would say the last spot for Worlds, hopefully it's going to be us against BDS. And
depends if you pick Ezreal, I guess.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see how we play against them, because I don't think we actually played much against each other in like best-ofs. So I'm excited, but first we of course have to beat Mad or Giants. I'm not sure who we play
I think we're going
first.
to talk about the seeding tomorrow, because I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Mad is 5th.
I think we play Mad if Mad loses, yeah.
Yeah. We'll see indeed. It'll be cool to see. I'm excited for it. That's, of course, in a few weeks, but it is G2 versus Fnatic once again, which is our summer split final. That is tomorrow. Make sure to tune in. For now, though, 1 second. I'd like to thank my guest. Thank you, Niski.
Thank you.
Thank you, Striker, for seeing the season finals as well. And for now, we will leave you with Raz playing some Swarm and some gameplay from the LCS if you want to expose yourself to that. Have a great night.
I don't. You can.
Welcome everybody to week 5 of the LCS. We've got Dignitas versus Shopify Rebellion at the end of the day. But man, we've got Cloud9 versus NRG coming right up. And what the hell? I'm gonna need some NRG for this one. Oh, I'm surrounded. Where the hell are my teammates? Oh, anyone wanna help me? Anybody? We've got some great games. We got a lot of fans. So if anybody from the crowd wants to come in on this, please do. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Why do they keep coming? Where are they? Where are my friends? Hey, get back, you one-armed Skarner. If I don't make it, tell my mama to watch week 5. Watch Cloud9, watch NRG.
Should always have first move here. Adam fighting just for a bit of control, ward control. Nice arrow. Huge long range chains DC is there. Mickey should just be dead. Ulti from Sheo.
Okay, we can kill. Look up, double knock up. No cleanse.
Look at Brom.
Oh, no flash.
I'm ready, by the way. Dead. Wanna press Nash? Yeah, we go Nash.
Yeah. That's next gen. Okay, got it. Oh, the smite. Oh, it's the exact reverse with this time they're getting a kill. That's clean for BDS. Frankly, yike. Nice use of the wall. Ponsama looking for an angle to set up. Arrow going in, and again! Now LeBron finding the double knock of Ponsama again, trying to find that angle to ult, but it's just not enough. Double kill for Sheo.
Let's go. Yeah.
I stop him.
TP vent. I was going.
Guys, just kill. Back left. Front left. Get back here.
Lucian dead. I can kill right as well. Nope.
Still connecting means that he can get in and at least apply the passive. Decent damage now coming down, but there's the Karthus ulti. Mickey deleted, and that fight turned in an instant. Arrow, on the bottom side, Hex Splash ready to come over the wall. The Requiem to Hansama. The calculation's not quite correct. Mickey now looking to lock down that Twisted Fate. Instantly, Mickey's in the backline looking to lock multiple members, and there's the bullet time again. Layered with the ulti from Yaika. Solid pick from G2. Excellent play in the mid lane from BDS.
Nicely done, Nuke with the flash for Boulder.
But very, very slowly, Sheo will fall. Yike and Mickey just walks up and kills him with the quadrant. Tasante, baby! Get the copy ready! Get the pasta ready! He's still in the game! Penta for Adam.
I'm very strong, you guys. I'm very strong.
Ching.
Okay, so we
I will CB already.
Yeah, I'll go with Cassandra.
Cassandra, you will CB back.